Chat, we're live. We are live. Hello, hello, hello. Hi there. Hello, Chris Claudio. Hi. Hi, how are you doing? Everything good? Happy good morning? Well, yeah, very much. Hi, Scruffy. Hey, hi, how are you doing? Everything good? Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I am doing fantastic. How are you, Diagonal? Hello, Imposter. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing good. Ah, we are live. Nice. Nice. Yeah, just the usual. We're gonna have our reaction stream. Very simple. I've got a couple of things. Also, I'm gonna work through some recommendations today. Though the first video we'll start with is one that I want to watch. We'll start first with that. Then we'll do the Zooms video after that. Yeah, all that stuff. Hi, Samax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Back up to 5 months. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, about that. Is it 5 months? Probably. I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. I'm doing pretty good. Nice, good to hear. Very good. Hello, cat. Cat want to cuddle, as usual. Let me first adjust a few things before we start. Okay, that seems fine. Very good. Very nice. It's not been 5 months. It's been 5,000 years. Okay, looks good. That also looks good. Okay, neat. Yeah, it's been a pretty normal Sunday. Today's Mother's Day. So yeah, my big sister, my big brother are here as well. Though, yeah, it is what it is. So hopefully they're not too loud while I stream. That'd be annoying. And somebody's here as well that can't spoil yet. Just saying. I've seen you before. Yeah, she's seen Imposter before. Yeah. Hi, tourist. Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing good. But yeah, it's warm. In addition to that, pretty good Sunday. Not gonna lie. I'm doing well, by the way. Very good. Good to hear. Very good to hear. Alrighty. I think we'll just don't even yap that much. I think we'll just jump over to the man-made horrors. I think we'll do. Hi, Darkness. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Everyone, hello. God, imagine having siblings. I do have siblings. I'm doing fine. Very good to hear. Something funny happened in my Pokemon Showdown battle. Oh yeah. That can always happen. Yeah. I think we'll just begin the stream with a small. What? Huh? Anyways, let me jump over to this. We are, in fact, starting. It's not rare that we're starting with this, but we are starting with a ref video. Because this one is rather interesting to look at. Try being the youngest sibling. I'm not the youngest sibling. I'm the second youngest. There's no. Why are you praying, bro? Interesting. But yeah. Can you please read my channel description? Why am I scared to read it, bro? Why am I scared to read it? Damn, bro, that is wild. I don't think you should put that here. Not gonna lie, into your channel description. Not gonna lie, I feel like that's a teeny tiny little bit out of place. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna read that out. That's a bit much. I'm the youngest here. Right now, yes, you are the youngest here. Anyways, let's switch over. Let's switch over. Let's go. Now then, there's not really much to say here. Some partners in crime, which shares moves and abilities with my Paragon 2, Fancy Fezendipity. God, I hate that name. Grimsnarl, Snow... Krolitzer, and Latia's the opponent. Minior got Paragon 2's Choice Scarf with from Hoopa's Magician. Okay, that's crazy. I'm the youngest. I'm always the youngest. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are Sumax. You are always young. That has benefits, I guess, because you get spoiled more by parents. Usually, that's the case. But yeah, this is interesting. That's why we're gonna look at it. I need to increase the audio. I'm seeing this. It's pretty funny. Yeah, don't say anything. Don't you dare. Do not dare. Do not dare. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just jump into this. I have a half brother that's 6 years older than me. Same mom, different dad. Okay, yeah. A brother from another dada. And then they shell smash at their turn with Choice Scarf. That's interesting. Anyways, let's go. We're gonna start with this. We are going to start with this. Now then. Now then. Now this is very... How do we put this? Very interesting. So, developer cuts ties with problematic VTuber, and it backfired horribly by Ref says Desu. And their Hoopa and Minio were left alive, that's it. Okay, crazy. I haven't played competitive Pokemon in years. Anyways, this is about Kirsche. Now, Kirsche... Now, my story is... Kiara from Hololive got me into VTubing. But this crazy white fox woman got me into being a VTuber. So she's essentially my Oshi. Let's just get into this to see what the problem is. Let's just start.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we're going to be talking about the latest cancel culture campaign to be once again targeting the VTuber Kirsche. Now we talked...
This woman gets spammed with shit the entire time. They're trying to constantly cancel her. Constantly. The entire time. It is hilarious how they fail. Well, they did succeed now, somewhat, I guess, in a way. Also, the other mons are Skuntank, Quagsire, also Snowflake, Giratina, Origin. Okay.
about her about a year ago because at the time she was supposed to be a featured guest at a convention that me and my wife were also supposed to be featured guests at the time, but she was unfortunately let go from that convention because of her problematic opinions and her wrong think or whatever you want to.
But yeah, she pretty much got let go from the convention, which the convention was off Kai, which is pretty much like the it is pretty much the biggest VTuber convention. So yeah, Ref and his wife Straub also said, "Nah, we good. We not going there." It is very interesting.
Label it as, and seeing that, me and my wife looked at that and said we don't want to be a part of anything like this, so we gave up our spots as featured guests in protest of what happened. Now let's fast forward to the latest life ruination campaign targeting Kirsche, where many individuals are trying to literally ruin her life. They're going after her sponsors and anything she is affiliated with because she is so problematic. Now, one partner that actually let her go, although unofficially, is crime boss Rockay City. This is a...
Yeah, this is pretty much similar to Payday in a way. With like the story was like a bit of a roguelike and stuff. It was unreleased a really bad game. I wish they were the can. I'm getting up the horny stick. Poke, what do you do on Sundays, curious? Usually either I just stream or spend time with my woman. That's it.
a game that Kirsha has been a sort of unofficial ambassador for. She is the largest streamer to play this, arguably, and she has done a lot to promote this game. A lot of their success is in part to Kirsha, but due to these recent complaints, they have dropped her.
Yeah, she found the game. The game was really unsuccessful. She loved it. People were buying it. Now, she was dropped pretty much due to lies. Because, you know, people call her a Nazi, but she's not a Nazi. Not even the slightest. She's slightly right to center. That is about it. And you will not believe. I wonder if he brings it up. I wonder if he brings it up with that one person. I wonder.
Entirely, and look at the results. These are the
talking about getting cooked. Just talking about getting absolutely cooked.
Steam reviews for this game. They have completely fallen off a cliff, and rightfully so. You reap what you sow when you engage in this nonsense. Now, what's going on here? Well, there's been a long series of articles, viral tweets. It's been going on for about a month now, where people are trying to label Kirsha as a literal white supremacist or a literal Nazi. And this is just the most recent article on the situation, saying this from Sportskita. VTuber.
She now has 2 Vice articles, and now this one. They're writing articles on her. That's how bad it currently is.
Kirsha goes viral for seemingly defending Shiloh Hendrix's fundraiser after latter reportedly calls a child the N-word. So in their infinite wisdom, Sportskita makes this wild accusation while also providing a time-stamped clip of the stream in question where she supposedly defended someone saying the N-word.
And that is completely out of context. She did not say that. What she said is that you should she genuinely agrees that you should not call the children, any children for that matter, names. I found that very interesting. It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. This entire thing is just so dumb.
To a child. Unfortunately for them, in their infinite wisdom, their own clip that they provide debunks everything they're saying. And we'll see it in just a second. But to give context before we watch it, especially for those who are not from the United States, 2 things are relevant to this clip. There was a situation where a black high school student stabbed a white high school student to death.
Yeah, and they were donating to this high school student. So somebody got money for stabbing someone. Make it make sense.
There was then a fundraiser for the assailants of that situation, which raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. A few weeks later, there was this Shiloh Hendrix individual who called a child at a playground the N-word, and then people raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her after she was doxxed and was...
A little bit of context is missing here. She called the child, which once again, the woman is absolutely in the wrong here, no denial. She called the child the gamer word after the child stole something from her kid. That's what happened here. Everyone is wrong here in this situation.
Trying to relocate her home. Now, in the clip we're going to watch, Kirsha identifies that these things did in fact happen, and then goes on to say that the latter, the whole N-word controversy, is not good. That's their proof. Let's watch the clip that supposedly shows that she is defending this woman.
How in the name of Baby Moses on Fire did we go from the loving society of the 90s to the fucking mess in 2025? That's some chutzpah. A lot of people are just like unfollowed. That's an unfollow for me. Bostonian guy said, oh no, what am I going to do without followers that think it's okay to call a 5-year-old the N-word? I don't think most people think...
Yeah, you should not call a 5-year-old the N-word, not gonna lie. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. That student now lives in a huge house, $1 million cars. That's crazy. I don't think both people should get money, but I find it crazy that you can't just be, when you are on the right side, you can stab somebody, take somebody's life, and get money for it. I think that's absolutely nuts.
Think it's okay. I think there are a lot of people who are tired of things happening, like Daniel Penny, like the whole George Floyd incident and the Summer of Love, like the Carmelo Anthony. There's just a lot of people tired of the two-tier justice system, and they start saying some crazy things and doing some crazy things. That doesn't make it okay, but it's like, that's just kind of the consequence of where we're at now, unfortunately. And there are some people who are like accelerationists that are like, the pendulum is going to swing back so far it's going to break off. And I hope that's not true. I don't want to see that happening. I don't like seeing this kind of like violence towards other people. Like, not that words are violence, right? But there are people advocating for violence on both sides. And I don't like seeing that.
Again, two
There's the proof. That's the clip they provided. That's the clip they provided. I find that so funny. Literally, you read the article, you watch the video, the clip, and it says the complete opposite of what the article says.
To reiterate, Sportskeeda is accusing Kirsche of seemingly defending the latter fundraiser, and the clip they provide as the supposed proof does the exact opposite. It literally debunks their own claim. She looks at the objective reality that these two fundraisers do exist. They happened. She identifies that, and then later says that given the circumstances and everything going on with the two fundraisers and all of the controversy involving them, it doesn't make the latter okay. But Sportskeeda then says that is proof of her defending the fundraiser. It is incredibly dishonest. Honestly, at this point, they make Kotaku look like they deserve a Pulitzer Prize.
Nah, Kotaku deserves nothing as well. I wonder, does he bring up the Vice article? I wonder. Oh, he does. Potentially.
This is a garbage headline. It is misleading and it is inflammatory. It is trying to paint Kirsche as something that she is not. They are putting words in her mouth that she clearly did not make in that clip. And a lot of people would react to this and run with it, and some people would criticize this article, including
Yeah, makes sense. Asmongold. Also here, this retard has me blocked. Bint. By the way, if you don't know who Bint is, he's a Niji sister who was totally okay with Selen, with the things that she went through, that she has gone through. He was totally okay with that, completely. That's the kind of person we have to deal with here.
Asmongold. You can see this video where he reacted to this Sportskeeda article, and you can see the like-dislike ratio is like 99%. Now, if you went to Twitter, you would think this is a closed, shut case, that she's a white...
And to simply elaborate, Selen was a former Nichi-sanji VTuber that, due to how she was treated in the company, attempted to, you know what, 2 times. And this guy was also harassing her during that time as well.
Supremacist, that she's this awful, terrible person because they read a headline from Sportskeeda and other viral tweets like that. But they don't question anything that's actually going on here. When you have people like Asmongold actually look at the clip in question that's supposed to defend this claim in the headline, it proves the exact opposite. So this is a very unfortunate situation where people are using articles like this to go after her sponsors and anything she's affiliated with. And unfortunately, that leads us to Crime Boss, which again, Kirsche was a sort of unofficial ambassador for. They weren't paying her to promote this game. She was just a very big fan and brought a lot of people to this game. And they owe her a lot. But you know what they did instead? They quietly dropped her. She has...
Yeah, they quietly dropped her, and now they're getting the ass beat in quote tweets and replies and everything. They are getting absolutely cooked out here, and it's incredibly based. Fuck, though I do VTube instead of streaming without face cam because it's more fun that way. It's more fun that way.
Reported that they got rid of her. They've cut ties because of seemingly the recent controversies. There's no other reason they would do this now, and you can see the results. People are not happy. A lot of people who came to this game because of Kirsha are very dissatisfied, and they're showing that by leaving negative reviews. That's how they're providing their feedback for the situation, where they're seeing someone who boosted this game get dropped the second there's any heat applied to the situation, all the relevant parties. It is a very bad situation. Now, of course, you lose a lot of dedicated fans, but you gain some new ones, don't you? As pointed out here, good job capitulating to people that won't even buy your game, tagging Crime Boss. And you can see this whole yap session, yeah, blah, 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 where this person says base game devs who stand on business by dropping an openly bigoted white supremacist VTuber from a sponsorship. And they say, oh, we're so interested in this game. Guess what?
They don't own the game. And you know how they bought the game? You know, they bought the game now, by the way. They have bought the game. The only reason they bought the game, though, is because they were called out for not buying the game while defending their decision of dropping Kirsche. I found that incredibly funny. You are catering to the people that are not playing your game.
They don't own the game. They're saying all this, but they're not actually supporting the game, because that's what they do. That's what people on Twitter do. They talk about what they support, but they don't actually take any sort of action to do it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the modern audience. Welcome to the modern audience. And developers watching this or hearing this, this is what you get. When you virtue signal, when you take sides in this cancel culture nonsense, this is what you get. You lose real support, but you gain virtue signaling like this. People who will not buy your game, they won't play your game, they'll talk about your game because it serves their agenda. Yeah.
And here's the fun thing. In that game, we have Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris is fairly American in the most classic sense. That guy's fine to be in that game. But Kirsche is not. I find that very contradictory.
Hello, local bank, I'd like to make a deposit. Well, not money in the traditional sense, but more of support via a Steam post. That's what you're getting with this sort of stuff. When you make claims and take a stand like this is what you get as a developer. But of course, a lot of people were talking about this. This is the post up here, buy the game. And I replied saying it's pathetic and this is my first and final impression of your game. Because this is what you're doing. This is the first impression for me and a lot of people, and I think that's a fair thing to say. This was a very bad look for them, but you got pushback coming from many people. Like this person saying, Rev, do you ever reread your own posts and wonder what you're doing with your life, arguing with a random intern over a decision made by higher ups at a company that will never see your comments is kind of sad. So let me begin with this last part that is an objective lie. Kirsche would actually comment on this and say that the people at this company do read the comments on their account and they are seeing stuff like this.
Rev, do you ever read?
I also find that very funny because, so what that means is basically never complain because they don't see it anyways. They will see it. Because I'm pretty sure that somebody who is responsible for the social media account certainly has to tell the company what's currently going on. It doesn't necessarily mean, oh, it's just this one comment. But the backlash, that's what is probably going to be told to those higher-ups.
Reread your own posts and wonder what you're doing with your life? Arguing with a random intern over a decision made by higher-ups at a company that will never see your comments is kinda sad. That guy's actually wrong. And because I was partnered with the company, I know that that guy is wrong. I know that they monitor their Twitter. I am aware of this. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking question marks, dude. True.
So now that we have clarified that the higher ups are in fact reading these comments, this user provides an explanation of their qualifier here, where they say, because I'm a grown married man with a successful channel, a lot of fans, it's beneath me to talk about this stuff. And it's kind of sad that I would have an opinion on this. I think it's incredibly disingenuous to say I'm not allowed to talk about something that I care about, something that's relevant to my interests, because I'm married and I have a successful YouTube channel. That's ridiculous. It's a qualifier that
I find that very odd. Like, these things have nothing to do with each other. Nothing. They just don't have anything to do with each other. What has him being married, an adult man, have to do with, oh, I cannot make a social media post and telling people that what they're doing is wrong, right? That has no connection with each other. I find this argument so odd, like, oh, you're a grown man. Nobody gives a fuck.
these people are putting on, so they will try to silence you. They will never hold other people they agree with to this same standard they're trying to apply to people they disagree with. And I also see tons of comments saying, oh, I thought people like Rev and Kirsha hated cancel culture, and here they are engaging in cancel culture. Well, what else would you do in this situation? So they put this qualifier on it. You can't even speak unless you have certain qualifications, like you can't be married, you can't have a successful YouTube channel, you can't talk about it. And
cancel culture is just going after somebody and trying to take the livelihood unjustifiably. But this is very different. Because you support something. Kirsha supported this company. Her community also supported this company. The company drops Kirsha based on an article that is full of lies, and with her goes her community. She also said you are not supposed to insult them. You should only, if you bought the game, if you own the game, you're supposed to leave a bad review if you want to, and just be done with it. That's also what she said. Do not be insulting. I think she said something like if you insult them or if you like unnecessarily hostile, she's gonna block you or probably even potentially even ban you. That's what she said.
And also, you can't leave negative reviews because that's cancel culture. What are you supposed to do to show your dissatisfaction with this situation? I'm genuinely asking, because at this point, they won't allow you to do anything.
Yeah, at this point, it's like, oh, I bought this game. This game is bad. I'm gonna leave a bad review. When does cancel culture start and end? This is not cancel culture. Nobody is getting cancelled for unjustifiable reasons. This is a good reason to leave a negative review if you actually own the game.
Anything, and instead they accuse you of engaging in cancel culture, which all these people saying this, they are proponents of cancel culture. They are accusing you of the same thing that they do themselves and the same thing they support themselves. This is reaping what you've sown. This is the consequences of your actions when you take a content creator who has supported your game more than anyone else and you dump them over clickbait shit articles and viral tweets made by terminally online losers. That's what you get. This is the reception you will receive. You will lose support. That is not cancel culture. That is what happens in this situation. They literally created this negative feedback loop for themselves. They put themselves in this situation, and now this game is paying the price for it. This is another reminder that you cannot win with a lot of these people who are trying to go against the grain here, people trying to argue with you over this stuff. They are incredibly dishonest. No matter how much patience you have for them, no matter how...
Didn't Kenny on Twitter also make a really weird post saying that this is cancel culture when it's not, because that guy really just also supports Bint and like even retweets or reposts stuff and quotes stuff. Yeah, I know that guy is full of shit as well.
how much grace you give them, no matter how much you try to see eye to eye, you try to compromise or negotiate on things, they will never do the same for you.
Well, by the way, working or formerly working for Pip Kid Pippa. I don't know how that works.
Understand that. You are wasting your time if you're trying to have an honest conversation with proponents like this, okay? They will never give you any benefit of the doubt whatsoever. That is important to understand in these situations. But of course, there is an appropriate response. Two things, really: to ignore it, to laugh at it, or just move on, or do all three. And that's exactly what Kirsha's been doing. She moved on. And look at her stream yesterday. She was streaming as all of this unfolded, and she made rough.
Damn. Actually, not even number two. Number two in super chats in the United States. That's wild. Okay, that's crazy. Okay. I already saw though that she was also at number one for a bit. Actually, not bad.
Roughly $3,000 in super chat revenue in a single stream. That put her in the top 10 of all super chat earners in the world yesterday. The world. Not among VTubers, not among Americans, the world. That's how much things have backfired for the people in this cancellation campaign. She's going to do just fine. And the problem is the people who are trying so hard to cancel her, they just keep boosting her. They just keep making people even more loyal to her because they don't understand how any of this works. So recently I've been talking about iDubbbz a lot, and as you know, he discovered empathy at the ripe age of 32. And I think talking about him has kind of rubbed off on me. Like, I think I discovered empathy too. He's at like a 25% on the empathy meter. I'm at like a 10, maybe 12% on my empathy meter. So I can understand some perspective on where these people are coming from in terms of the people trying to cancel Kirsha, who are spending their entire day trying to ruin her life. I can walk a mile in their...
I don't see why iDubbbz is still relevant. Dude is a cuck. Or his wife. Or it's both.
shoes. And I can also say, from dealing with people like this myself, I can confidently say the people who are at the helm of this, the people trying the hardest, they have absolutely nothing going on in their lives. How could they? When they wake up every day and spend 12 to 14 hours seething about a content creator they don't like, and in trying to get their sponsors to leave them, trying to get them deplatformed, all of these things. They spend relentless amounts of time. They relentlessly tweet about people like Kirsha day and night. Kirsha is literally the rising sun and the setting.
Kirsha recently, Akemi, who is a bit more smaller. I think they went at Straub as well. The Dragons Tea, the Tea Man on Twitter, who has like a small shop where he sells like tea, coffee, soaps, shampoo, whatever. They went at this guy as well. Just many different people recently.
Sun of their lives. They have absolutely nothing else to do without her and their hatred of her. So I think it's understandable when they see tweets like this that they're very upset. They're genuinely upset because they have dedicated their lives to try and ruin people like Kirsha. And not only are they not having a significant impact, it's just making people support her even more. They are serving as free advertisement for people who are neutral on the situation. They're exposing more eyeballs to her content, and also it's making her fans rally behind her stronger than ever. Of course, the people trying to engage in the life ruination of Kirsha would be seething over posts like this. I think that's pretty obvious, and it's just a reminder of who you're dealing with. Now, there's another element here where for weeks, way before even the Sports Kita article, people are trying to go after one of her sponsors, and that is Game.
Yeah, they also went after gamer subs, which was interesting, and like multiple people dropped gamer subs because of her, and I was like, okay, bro, gamer subs, first of all, thank you for having balls of steel. Second of all, you guys are you have no balls, nothing, you're pathetic. If you drop gamer subs over this, I guess people should just buy more. The people that still support gamer subs should just buy more as compensation. Not gonna lie.
Gamer subs. So they're trying to get her removed, and we've seen many very bold content creators virtue signal in the situation. You have another VTuber.
Yeah, Kaio, by the way, is an absolute racist. By the way, just so you know, the virtue signaler, who's by the way very anti-white. I find that very funny.
Parting ways with gamer subs because they're affiliated with a person who's expressed openly bigoted views without facing consequences.
And these people have no balls because they don't even tell you who it is that they drop gamer subs for. I find that very funny. Once again.
Oh boy, I wonder what this anti-bigot thinks about white people.
Can't be racist towards white people, but of course someone like you wouldn't know that. Retarded. Very nice.
Are we even surprised? It's all a bunch of virtue signaling. It's a bunch of empty promises and slop. That's all it is. These people want to say that they're anti-bigots, and they act like the biggest bigots you will ever see. Now, I saw this, another person here going after Kirsha, tagging her on Twitter and making this jump scare of a video.
Oh god. Oh god. I'm gonna explain more to this person.
I apologize in advance, but let's give this a listen.
Other people are gonna use a bunch of big words and all that. I'm not too good at those essays. I'll say this. I'm so happy I'm me. I'm so happy I'm me. I'm more talented than you. I'm funnier. I look better. I have more of a future. It's always some dirty, disgusting, smelly, just lame, loser ass bitch. They gotta come in and fuck the sandbox up for the rest of us. What? Bitch, get you. You know how happy I am to not be you? Like, I'm not even gonna tell you I would not tell you to kill yourself. Like, I want you to live to see how lame you become. What?
Yeah, so lame she made was like one of the most super chatted people globally. I find that very funny. Hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, you gotta get the fuck out of gamer stuff, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, someone gotta do something about that. Cause there's no way I'm doing what I'm doing, all this dope shit, in the same company that this bitch is in. Yeah, alright.
I kid you not, I spent a full minute scrolling through this guy's media tab to understand the crazy shit he be.
Okay, this is still the wrong person. This is still the wrong person. I will explain that.
Doing, and I didn't find anything. I don't even know what this guy does. I don't know if he's even a content creator. I'm just genuinely confused. All I know is that he should probably not read the comment section because he's getting absolutely roasted. This guy thinks he's like the authority on who can work with gamer subs.
8 miles of forehead and not a coherent thought in any of it. Good luck with that. That's crazy.
It's kind of crazy, and also we have this relevant clip here.
Ain't no way, dude. Like, fucking, I don't want to bend the knee to scum fucks. I don't want to give an inch to people who get gratification off of grandstanding and being moral busybodies. Fuck you. Fuck you. Some kind of weirdo drinking out of cups.
Amazing.
Ain't no way.
But yeah, that is pretty much the situation involving Kirsha. I'll put a link to her Twitter account. You can go check out her other socials if you so desire. But this whole situation is ridiculous. She deserves support on this. We're not going to let someone else fall to some stupid cancel culture campaign. Do not give these people an inch because they will take a mile. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about.
So here's something that he didn't add. So there was this Sports Key article, right? Before that was a Vice article, and there's another Vice article. He didn't add that one. He didn't add that one. But that is from somebody called Anna Valens, something like that. Sounds like anal violence, but yeah. And that person has also tried to cancel Kirsche. the people that are trying to cancel Kirsche, and I'm calling him a him because he identifies as a trans woman. I think he just has AGP. Else I don't respect this dude at all. Because pretty much a audio has surfaced from Twitter from 2020 where he said he wants to have white women breeding facilities. You heard that right. Your certified anti-Nazi white supremacist warrior wants to make women breeding farms, breeding facilities. Do with this information what you will. That's how bad it currently is. That's the people this woman has to deal with. It is crazy. It is actually wild. It is so wild that these people are absolute nutcases. Mental illness galore. Hello. Anyways, that was something. That was something. I wish he would have put that in there, not gonna lie. I wish he would have put that in there. He didn't, but I wish. Are you doing poker sure consistent with the streams? Yeah, I am very consistent. I almost was not able to stream today because of a certain someone. Okay, what I want to watch now is... we'll do... I remember. Somebody had recommended something. Scruffy recommended something. Hopefully hopefully I get not killed for this, but this is interesting. There's like 4 parts of this. We're gonna watch these in one go, because they need to be watched in one go. If veterans were in horror movies by mbest11x. Okay, interesting name, but okay. Yeah, I think if veterans were in horror movies, most horror movie entities would probably at least the more simpler ones would probably not stand a chance. I'm not gonna lie. let's just see. Let's just see what this was.
We lost the ISIS button, and it's been a minute since we
Matt Best. Oh, Halloween, 6:32 p.m.
killed some evil people, so I decided to invite all my veteran friends over and summon some demonic spirits. Ghost Hunter. Jared?
Bloody Marys and crossbows, I know who I want.
Okay. Look at that. All right.
Weird. Silver bullets.
Okay.
Okay, I need to read that again.
Jared?
Bloody Marys
Jared Taylor, Air Force veteran.
and crossbows, I know who I want.
Okay. Look at
Logan Stark, Marine veteran.
that. All right.
Weird. Silver
Richard Wright, YouTube veteran.
bullets.
Evan Hoffa, Army Coffee veteran. Okay, this horror genre still exists. Haven't seen fine horror in a decade or two. Yeah, I feel like nothing is really that good horror-wise nowadays. Everything's just really underwhelming.
Okay. Who wants in on the Ouija board?
Ooh, a German Shepherd. Nice.
Ain't no I did it.
Yeah, I got you.
Asking a real question.
Yeah.
If we summon the evil spirits, will you try to come kill us, please?
Yeah! Kill us. Super scared of clowns.
Not sure what a crossbow is gonna do to a demon. I'm not sure as well. I mean, whatever, it's gonna do. I don't know. I guess, you could dip a crossbow in like holy water. I guess that would work.
Still scared. Definitely don't have a shotgun.
Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody
Wait, the website froze. Why did the website freeze? Huh, what's going on? Thank you. Dude. Did it just shoot Pennywise? I mean, yes, they did. They did shoot Pennywise, but regardless, my dudes, after this...
Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary.
You're 1.5 and send it.
They shot Jason in the balls. They shot Jason in the balls. World's over, bro.
Oh, way low, right in the groin. I meant to hit him in the dick. Oh, nice. And send it. I think our Halloween celebration's going pretty awesome. I think the guys...
Yeah, not many horror entities will survive here.
20mm or cannon are getting a lot off their chest, and I'm just super excited. Oh, hello. A chainsaw to a gun. Come here, Snowflake. Time to learn about sacrifice.
Oh, come on, just the tip.
I don't know if I can. I'm on my period.
Oh, come on. Come on. I'm doing just like that.
Just kidding, bitch. Team Jacob.
What the fuck was that? What do you mean just the tip? Bro likes to stick it into the Red Sea. That's interesting. That's interesting.
I've been waiting for a girl like you.
So we are totally a couple.
Annabelle Friggin, former demon, USMC approved slam piece. Ain't no way. They really pulled the meme if some horror entity pulled up when it was hot. Wait, what I'm gonna do to her. That's crazy. That is crazy. What the fuck, dude? Well. Demons. Hot.
Are totally a couple.
Friends.
We're vibing right now. He gets me. So that's what we're doing.
I need my sweatshirt back.
You're not getting it back.
It's a kid's toy. It's fucking ridiculous. Who the hell's afraid of that?
All in all, I think we kind of made Halloween great again. And ultimately, I'm just kind of happy to spend time with my friends in an ambient.
Wakey, wait.
What the fuck?
Wakey, shake and bake, Freddy.
Welcome to Ramadi 2006, bitch!
Damn, poor Freddy Krueger. Got electrocuted. Poor guy. Damn. There's like 3 more. There's 3 more. That's part 2. Let's go. Crossbow might be the horror factor for horror villains. I guess so. Even ghosts, yeah, nothing's safe.
So last Halloween, we had a lot of fun killing evil spirits, but this year we wanted to up the ante. So we may or may have not rented the most haunted house in Texas. And I didn't know it rang that way. Let me take this. Hello?
I'm gonna gut you like a fish.
Now that is the spirit. Where are ya?
I'm already in the house.
You're in the house? Guys, he's in the house! He's in... Guys, first one's already in, though you are super prepared this year. Wow. Jared, no crossbow this
Yeah, I don't think Ghostface has any chance here. What? Welcome back, Zamax. I don't think Ghostface has any chance here. He's cooked.
Here?
Went shoddy.
Nice. Is it loaded? Again. Yeah, okay, here. Air Force friend. There you go. Richard, double golden 50s, huh?
Yeah, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Am I right?
Logan, how's the demon girlfriend from last year?
Breakup was a little rough, but I am single as.
Yep, good luck! Eli, glad you can make it this year.
Bro is not single. Bro is not single.
My fancy ones.
Eli. Eli. Oh, God, why would you... Oh.
But wasn't that usually that's not enough to kill Michael Myers. That's usually not enough to kill Michael Myers. Yeah, like, dude has insane durability. That's usually not enough.
Thank you. You're welcome. Boys, shall we?
This is what happens tomorrow, my friends.
Hunting ghosts and eating snacks.
Anybody notice this picture?
What the heck? Ghost goes inside, he vomits the ghost out. Very interesting. Oh, the guns in this video remind me of a video I saw a few days of a dude in an airsoft fight with an anime gun that said, "Uwu, every time it was fired and the gun would moan when reloaded." That's crazy. That is crazy.
That's 15 years MREs. Does anyone know CLS?
I am not putting my mouth on that.
Nope.
Do we give him military honors? I don't.
He died. Reposo.
Think so for choking on a hot dog.
Hope it works. Let's split up.
Looking for ghosts in all the wrong places. Looking for ghosts.
Didn't they kill Pennywise the last time already? Are they killing him again? What if someone makes a horror movie about villains being hunted and scared? I think it will be a success. I don't know, probably not. It'd be funny though, like just imagine seeing like some big horror entities just running away.
I want to play. Come out, wherever you are.
Richard, do you want to come play?
I'd love to play.
You'll float.
Nope, you'll burn.
Shooting ghosts.
I guess, what are we watching? If veterans were in horror movies. Yeah, I think that would be solved this way. Bro got cooked.
Middle of nowhere.
No. I'm good.
Cancun, Mexico. So true, though. So true. If something creepy appeared right in front of me, I'd run away, get in the car, leave the country, leave the planet, leave the galaxy, leave the universe. I'd get as far away as I possibly could, not gonna lie. That would be the most logical way to pull this, I think.
I have a 50 caliber, you have a chainsaw?
It's Leatherface again? Didn't they kill him the last time again? Here too.
Knife to a gunfight. It's not a reliable chainsaw. Push the choke. The other button, it should be under it. Flood it. Good. There you go, big guy.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This entire thing is so dumb. This is so stupid.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm having a decent amount of fun. The
Bro, mate, definitely sure that that thing's dead. Not gonna lie.
group is having a blast, but I've been frustrated in the fact that someone said they'd gut me like a fish and I can't find them. But, I have a solution.
Surprise, mother.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. This is incredibly stupid, bro. Well, that's the end of Ghostface, I guess.
I am a classy lady.
Oh, whew. Oh, such a good flip.
Single as what?
I'm just trying to have a good time
No,
with my friends.
what did I hear? You are single
Get
as
my gun
what?
on, and once again, you won't let me do anything.
Single as what?
All right, I said I was single.
Do you know how hard it is to come back from the afterlife?
I don't even know how this is possible.
Listen, I love you. Who are you? Back to us.
Wow, she just killed Michael Myers. Again. Oh yeah, he has a crazy, the lore is that he has a crazy, ghost girlfriend. Yeah.
Kiss me.
Right? Okay, yeah. That was an amazing time.
Oh yeah, their army friend! Their veteran friend is gonna be revived as a zombie. That makes sense.
Fantastic!
Great fun.
I got a kill with my gold desert eagle.
I got a flamethrower and a double-decker kill.
I am back in a
Relationship! Your hoodie is so comfortable, by the way. We're looking at rings. Save the date.
Hey guys, that's cemetery work.
Bro was back? Is he now dead for real? He probably was dead originally, but now he is.
Oh, howdy. What's up, man?
USMC.
Nice, Semper Fi.
I poisoned the water well for you. They're coming.
Guys, the night's not over. I found a friend who poisoned the water well. And there's a horde of zombies on the way, so let's have some more fun.
Good thing I'm already dead, you jerk.
Oh, that was a bad spin chair. Let me try that again.
Well, the last zombie horde is gone. And it is amazing to see that ridding the world of evil brings such a diverse group of people together. But I guess that's America. Cheers and happy Halloween. Oh, it's terrible. BlackRifleCoffee.com. That's how we make these stupid videos. Thanks for watching, guys. Oh, God.
That's pretty much the end of part 2. Hi, Spider. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, this is enjoyable. This is enjoyable. For the first time, he sends me something that's actually enjoyable. Wow. We got 2 more parts, and then we're done with this. So yeah, if veterans were in horror movies, part 3. Let's go.
Well, it's Halloween again, and 2020 has been quite a doozy, but in tradition, we decided to rent a haunted house and see who might try to kill us, and... Oh, we're starting early this year.
This is more so The Purge, though, not Halloween. Like, this is more so The Purge. Interesting.
Eli, want to have the honors? I would love to. This year's gonna be fun. Team?
Hot dogs? Hot dogs? Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, hi.
Got some reactive armor for this year.
I like it.
Right?
What's that?
It's like a child's toy. I don't know, he's trying to hump me, kill me.
Pull?
Well, that was Chucky. Also, it felt like I felt like bro was humping his leg. Damn.
Are we?
Oh my god! Oh no! Somebody help! Somebody help me! Help! I'm naked and afraid! Really, that's the best line you could come up with.
Heather, I am in my OP. You're gonna blow my cover. Come on, demon bitch. This is how you draw him out.
Rude. That was a phase.
A phase that lasted way too long. I need you to, come on, get a little...
I'm naked and scared. That's crazy. That is, in fact, crazy. I'm naked and scared is crazy. Very interesting. Also, she's no longer a demon. So she was not a demon to begin with. It was really just a phase.
Oh my, you got bigger titties than I do, fat pea. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh my god, help me.
Yeah, there he is.
That worked?
Have you not seen any basic horror movies?
Whatever, what are you gonna do about it? You gonna sit there eating hot dogs or are you gonna do something?
Rambo 3-1, you are cleared hot.
Don't you think this is a bit much for just a horror villain? Bro was calling the entire plane for that. What are you watching, Poke? If veterans were in a horror movie. If veterans were in horror movies. Yeah.
Yeah! Congress wanted to get rid of that thing? Fuck! They're coming!
Well, we wait.
Oh. Right to the right.
Trophy zombie. Trophy zombie. Trophy zombie. Trophy zombie. You want it? You want it?
Let's double team it.
High low?
I'll take low.
All right.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Hey! What the hell? You guys are stealing all my kills!
Crispy?
Relax! A rat gave me zombie camouflage!
What?
Oh. Gotcha.
Wait, they count him as a zombie because his leg is missing? Huh?
Should we just let him handle it?
Yeah, that's solid. It's almost like a Walking Dead episode, except for like a real American heroes in it.
Right? Is that show still on?
I have no idea.
How many times can you just keep killing zombies? You know?
Right, it's just like I keep doing the same shit over and over year after year and expect people to watch it and again, yeah.
He's a black man. They didn't just put that as a joke for the 3Ks. Right? Right? That's if that is the case, that's diabolical.
This is some get out shit.
This is a problem. It's crazy.
Hey! What's up, Heather? Come on in, come on. Hey, easy. Hold on. Heather, super important. 1991 wild turkey scam. It's a super important piece of American conservation history, Heather.
There is an invisible man chasing me.
Oh, nice. Hey, I have a thermal. Hold on to that. You're right.
Is he dead?
Yeah, super dead.
Oh yeah, super dead.
This is a...
He is definitely dead. He is absolutely dead. They are coming up with new horror stuff. He's super dead.
late 19th century duck decoy.
That is awesome.
All right, check this out.
So, good news is I shot that thing a bunch. Bad news is Full Metal Jacket is not gonna work.
Why not?
It's a werewolf, Heather.
We'll just use a silver bullet.
I have a silver bullet in my crop.
I never leave home without one.
Did you clean that? Is that...
Why does it... That's not a silver bullet. That's not a silver bullet. That is something else. That is not a bullet. That is not a bullet. That's just not a bullet. You can tell me that's a bullet. That is not a bullet. That's a...
Hell yeah, brother! Woo!
Okay. It's that type of year. All right.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No, no, no! No! Poor werewolf. I hope it was a woman.
Aw, the little guy's all tuckered out, JT.
Let's let the angry man mad.
Yeah, he's angry.
Poor Freddy Krueger. Poor Freddy. They put antlers on his head, and he already has an arrow inside of him. That's crazy. Oh.
Woo! Texas hard shot!
Hi.
Matt,
How are ya?
what are you doing?
Just interviewing some purgies that were down there burning up some buildings, businesses, and hurting some innocent people, you know? Strictly interviews, though. Just a face-to-face chat.
We heard a lot of screams, saw noises.
Nope. No loud noises in here. I've been watching Jurassic Park on repeat. It's a real fucking cool series, man. You should check it out. Okay, it's been great. Have a good time, okay? Talk soon.
Oh, Matt, one more thing.
Damn it, Logan, let me do me! Stop!
He's good, right?
I didn't want to see this man's butt, but now I did see this man's butt.
Yeah.
Clear. How's that side hoe game going? What? Eli, focus. Dude, all dudes have side hoes. No. What? Yeah, do Tinder? No, smashing some.
Nobody goes on Tinder anymore.
Well, so you actually have like a really good relationship then.
It's fine.
Fine. Who's Kelly in your phone?
Why are you going through my phone?
Why is bro so zesty all of a sudden? Hi, Sleepy Fox. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Why is bro zesty all of a sudden?
Doesn't know who Kelly is. Typical guys. So, like, when's the wedding?
Stop! I knew it. No balls.
Hey, babe.
I never asked you to marry me, but I did ask for a moment alone with my friends to get my kill.
What the fuck is this? That is crazy. Bro was like, yep. Let me touch them balls. Oh, there are no balls.
Going on? Is that too much to ask for?
Kiss me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling Logan.
No! No! No!
Why is bro chained up?
Would you like to play a game? You've ingested a nerve toxin and will be dead in 30 minutes. The antidote lies before you in one of these boxes.
Wait, these boxes?
Yes, the antidote lies in one of these. Wait, did you really just eat all those fucking boxes?
Found that.
God damn it.
Hoorah! Give him one for Chesty, Semper Fidelity!
He wants to play a game. Yep, and that man ate all the crayons. He just ate them. He didn't even care. He just ate them. Logan went on to die of crayon poisoning moments later.
Scotchy Scotch Scotch. Oh, hello there. I would say that this year was quite a success. Ronnie killed a ghost, I think. Heather kissed Eli, Jared got an Air Force kill, and most importantly... What are you doing?
Finish the video.
It's my birthday! Whatever, fuck you. Anyways, great Halloween, and maybe we'll see you next year. We'll see. Bye.
That was funny. And we got one last one. That one's short. That one's just 4 minutes. If veterans were in horror movies 4. That's the last one. Let's go.
Little pig, let me in! Well, I'll huff!
What is Dr. Eggman doing here? With an axe. What is Dr. Eggman doing here?
And I'll puff! And I will blow your house in! Here's Johnny!
Here's a shotty!
Oh no.
Oh no. Here's Shoddy!
I feel like these skits are pretty unoriginal. That's alright. All clear.
Oh, hey, Matt. Have you seen Lux anywhere?
Why would I have seen Lux?
Well, I'm about to take her trick-or-treating, and she was getting dressed up as a spooky little demon girl.
No! No! He punched his kid! He punched his kid! Oh no!
I didn't see Lux. I'll go look for her. I'll look for her.
Okay.
She's not in there.
She looks so real. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. How many pieces of candy is that?
3.
How many yards?
300.
All right, you got a 12-mile-an-hour full value wind.
Daddy, that's a half value wind.
Ah, you're right. Make your adjustments.
Shooter ready.
That's honestly kind of cute. Like a dad teaching his daughters how to shoot guns. That's kind of cute, not gonna lie.
Where the fuck have you guys been? Wait, oh! Is this like the bird box thing? Do I gotta cover my eyes?
Not at all. We're merely dressed like American politicians during the Afghanistan withdrawal.
You know what's actually scary? The trillions of dollars wasted overseas with no accountability. But hey, tax the rich.
And then what happened? He looks up at the camera. He's like, "No, my testicles are in the tourniquet."
Oh my god.
I want to suck your dicks.
Oh, it's one of those
What? No, you don't.
baby vampires.
Jared.
Sorry, it's free.
What is free?
What is free?
The dick sucking is free.
Then why is your shirt off?
Zombies again?
Yeah.
Every year.
It's getting a little unoriginal to shoot them. We need something creative. A bowling ball?
Well, yeah, it's filled with RDX.
Logan!
Yeah.
Yes!
Yes. Would you like to touch my holes?
No. It's fair. Send it. Fair.
Did you just say, would you like to touch my holes? What the fuck? No?
Oh my god, I have a chainsaw gun. I'm gonna reiterate, I put a chainsaw on a gun. I cannot wait to try this. And he's walking away. Where are you go? Pussy.
I'm just saying, it's just...
They're not even trying. The horror movie villains are not even trying anymore. They're just giving up at this point. They don't even care.
Shut the fuck up.
Why?
Listen outside.
Oh, it's like a quiet place.
Keyword fucking quiet. I have an idea.
I think we could double 50 cal witch.
250s, one witch?
That's catchy. I like that.
I'm in.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
Were there zombies just driving a car? Yeah, that does make no sense.
You want to go spill some demon blood?
Yeah. Wanna? Let's go.
Yeah. Ready? Yeah.
I don't think this is working.
I got an idea. Teamwork makes the dream work! Send it!
That was the final one. That was interesting. That was an interesting recommendation, I must say. It was somewhat funny. Yeah, the horror got fucked, literally. Very, very interesting. I'm dying. Anyways, that was interesting. That was a cool recommendation. That was very cool. That was very, very cool. Not gonna lie. I don't know, I need to readjust my model. It looks odd. It looks odd. My head is still slightly to the side. I don't know why. Okay, now it works. Now it's fine. Anyways, we'll look at this one. I just found it interesting. That just randomly popped up in my recommendation. So now we're looking at this. Sometimes I do find interesting stuff in my recommendations. The most hated eating channel on TikTok. But why? But why? By Kiana Docherty? Let's just see what this is about. I'm curious.
This girl has been doing eating shows, mukbangs, for her millions of TikTok viewers every single day. And her unique eating habits and destructive lifestyle has people disturbed. But there's a major plot
Female Nikocado avocado? Is that a thing?
twist. This TikToker is actually 16 years old, and her mom is
16? You don't look 16. I thought she was like in her 30s.
standing behind the camera, masterminding the entire thing, turning her daughter into rage bait, while having her overeat huge quantities of fast food for views. Let me show you what I mean. I'm working on a different video about TikTok mukbangs right now, so my feed is just this. When all of a sudden, this video pops up.
Guys, I have the Balkan breakfast.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is what is going on?
See. And at first glance, it's just your regular old disturbing mukbang content, right? Wrong. When I saw what was really going on here, I literally stopped what I was doing and ran to make this video because it made me so angry. If you're trying to live a healthier lifestyle, or you've ever struggled with your weight, or even just loving food a little bit too much, I feel like this video will particularly trigger you. I feel like it will hit a little soft spot. Now, I feel like we're gonna have to play the full clip to get the full effect.
She's never eating all that. She's never eating all that. Not in a million. Nah, she's never eating all that. I refuse to believe that she's eating all that.
Guys, I have the Balkan breakfast. Let's eat.
Here's the video that kicked it all off for me. It's pretty safe to say that this is not how people generally eat food. We're like, how many seconds in here, and she has sauce dripping down her hair and her sweatshirt. She has a ring of sauce around her mouth. It's extremely difficult to watch. And we're like not even 1/3 through this thing. So at this point, I'm in the comments and other people are equally disturbed. They're asking questions like, is this AI? Is this
AI's getting too realistic. Is this feeder content? It might as well be. Yeah, she's gonna die before hitting 30. What is this? What is going on? This might as well. This is 100% eating disorder, feeder content, whatever. 10k to calories a day, easy, probably.
Feeder content, but I keep reading, and then I find the comment that launched me into this entire rabbit hole. Is this considered exploitation? I think so. Yes, I've been saying this for the longest. Def looking for this kind of comment. And I'm like, okay, what am I missing? Then you hit this comment. At a point, shouldn't a parent step in when it gets out of control? It's sad for real. It's the mom making these videos and the dad. A parent is behind the camera filming every video. Sadly, the parents are making her do this for money. So I go to the profile. Mary Alexis 2005, 19 years old. YouTube 6.5 million.
19 on YouTube, 6.5 million. What the fuck?
And here it says fans only, so I'm like, huh? OnlyFans girl? Like what am I looking at? So I go to the YouTube profile, and you guys are not ready for this. You're really not. It leads to one of those family channels. And there she is.
It's a family channel. Yeah, no shit, it's a family channel. It's always a family channel. When is it not a family channel? These channels are easily the worst.
Is right there. Now I'm like, okay, what the hell? I click on the most popular video, 168 million views 8 years ago. There she is, as a little ass girl making slime. So we have a YouTube family channel turned TikTok mukbang channel. And the dad is in multiple of the YouTube videos, but I didn't see the mom anywhere. She was mentioned in her comments, but I'm looking.
Isn't that a Reed Corgi? Because bro is sleeping. Dog!
I'm looking, I don't see her face, but I did find her voice in several clips. So it seems like the mother might be the person behind the camera in all the clips. But anyway, we will go back to this, but first, TikTok. So this is the Mary Alexis Family Mukbang TikTok channel. But this isn't Mary. This is Mary. This is her younger sister, Izzy. And this account puts out a variety of content featuring the various family members. Sometimes it's clips with the whole family, sometimes it's Mary doing a healthy recipe, but lately it's mostly just been content like this.
Guys, I got McDonald's.
That's a lot of food for one person right there.
That's not McDonald's, that's Mac diabetes. Girl, you're gonna slowly kill yourself with this behavior. Goodness, somebody call CPS, please.
This is an Angel Reese burger, aka a double barbecue bacon quarter pounder with cheese. That's one burger down, consumed in like 10 seconds. 850 calories. Like 9 chicken nuggets, 369 calories.
Did you know that?
But the drink, if it is a Coke Zero, I don't know. But we're already over 1,000 calories.
Triple cheeseburgers.
Another burger, a triple cheeseburger, 530 calories.
We're at 1.5k, maybe even slightly over 1.5k.
Burger number 4, this one's a Big Mac, 580 calories.
We're approaching 2k, you are already over 2k.
Wait, I want to try something. I never tried my McChicken inside the quarter pounder.
Then burger 5 and 6 eaten in one, which is a McChicken, 390 calories, inside of a quarter pounder with cheese, 520 calories.
We're almost at 3, or over 3.
Pretty safe to say that this is some pretty destructive eating behavior right here. I mean, maybe she's spitting it out, but maybe she's not. But even if she's spitting it out, it's a little bit twisted. I mean, she's essentially simulating binge eating as a teenager for money. We're gonna call this Exhibit A, because if she actually ate all of that in one sitting, it's 3,239 calories. Before
I would never be able to eat that. Never, never, never. I'd be like, after 3 burgers, I'd be like, yep, I'm good. I'm out of here.
We're factoring in any fries, sodas, shamrock shakes, or sauces that, let's not forget, her parents literally instructed her to consume. That her parents literally went out and bought for her as part of a mukbang blitz. At that age, my parents were like, please stop ordering party-sized pizzas for yourself, okay? It's not right. We can't sit by while you do this. I can't imagine them ordering it for me and then posting up like this. But anyway, unfortunately, we do have to watch a few more full clips to get the full effect here.
I got Olive Garden. Oh my gosh, it looks so good.
What the fuck? Nah, she's not eating all of that, is she? Nah. She isn't even chewing, she's swallowing all the food, 100%. Mukbangers are astonishing, like, jeez. Yeah, a lot of them also just spit it out later. They just vomit it out.
Let's begin.
1 breadstick plus 2 tablespoons fettuccine sauce, 280 calories. 3 mozzarella sticks, 400 calories. Some soup of Toscano,
Oh my gosh.
150 calories. Ravioli carbonara, 460 calories. 3 big bites of spaghetti, 320 calories. Another breadstick plus some more fettuccine sauce, 280 calories. Chicken Alfredo with an entire extra large sauce on top.
A bunch of extra Alfredo sauce.
976 calories. 3 meat manicotti.
I completely stopped counting. I just stopped counting. I'm out. I've stopped counting. What the fuck is going on?
360 calories. Meatball parm, 624 calories. And to finish it off, another breadstick, 130 calories. At this point, this channel is making
4K? Almost 4,000. Just straight up. Actually, there might be some more or less, give or take, about 4,000 calories. Bruh, this girl's killing herself with this.
on content like this every single
And her parents are too.
day. Not just eating a meal either, she's eating a pile of food every single day on camera.
So let's eat some chilies. I'm so excited. We have a lot today.
I went back. She has posted a mukbang every single day for an entire month. We've got Jollibee, Crumble, fast food of all kinds, trips to restaurants with tons and tons and tons of appetizers and multiple courses, movie theater visits with an absurd amount of food consumed, and she posted twice on some days. You can see she's wearing the exact same shirt here.
Twice? Twice? Twice a day, bro. I'd hate my life off though. That food, it wouldn't even taste good. I couldn't even eat all that. I couldn't. I just couldn't. She is either she's actually eating it or she's throwing up after it. Immediately.
So she ate both this and this in one day. Now, mukbang channels on TikTok and on YouTube are known for spitting out their food between takes. Look at this, someone forgot to cut that out. She has got that little move down to a science. And that's what a lot of mukbang channels do. They kind of just like fake eating a lot of food because people like that whole spectacle. They like the extremeness of someone consuming a large amount of food versus like a normal dinner size portion. And I mean, it definitely at least looks like she spit something out in that Balkan breakfast video. But let me tell you right now, if at 19 or however old he is, spoiler, if my mom was like, hey, I got you all this food, but just spit it out between takes, okay? I'd be like, the hell I am? I ain't wasting all this. And you think people can't put away that much food in a sitting? I know it can be done. I have gotten close to Olympic eating levels and I wasn't training for anything. So let's say she's eating.
So, was this lady also like that and had an eating disorder? No, she ain't Mike. She's Mike frightened. Well, the girl isn't even at fault here. It's the parents likely pushing her to do this.
Eating 3/4 of the calories she appears to be eating. So that means on a day when she filmed 2 videos, she could potentially eating like what, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 calories? And over the course of a week then, how many calories do you think she would have consumed? And I thought about not saying this, but I want to make it clear that it seems like this behavior is truly already having a negative impact on her life. It seems that during this 2-month mukbang blitz, she may have already gained a bit of weight. And this is a blitz that seems to have only just begun. And yeah, I feel
but none of them are a good option. The throwing up afterwards is bulimia. And her parents will make a broken adult. I'm lucky if I consume 1,500 calories a day. I mean, let's say I'm awake for about 16 hours. I'll be watching. I can't say what. See, watching girls blast through food, doing me good things. Okay. Take care. This is crazy. Also, hi Toast. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This is crazy.
Weird about saying that about a teenager, but I just want to make it clear that this behavior is clearly already negatively impacting her life. And yeah, let's not forget, her parents are having her do this for money. And the question is, how long can this go on? This TikTok account seems to be ramping up production. Every time I look, there's a new food-related video on one of their multiple pages. Because clearly this girl brings in the views and mama behind the camera is cashing in. 4 million views, 3 million views, 2 million views, 5 million views. Mama gets to rake in that Nikocado mukbang money and she doesn't even have to pick up a burger. And all for the low price of her child's health and happiness. You can see that they're
Trade your daughter for money. Works apparently. It seems to work.
Account was posting other types of content before. You can see other members of the family on the channel, and then one night they posted a video of Izzy doing a late night TikTok mukbang. It hit, it popped off, and then ever since then they've just been running this kid's digestive system into the ground. 7 days a week this girl is doing huge mukbangs. Her small intestine doesn't even get a single day's rest.
10 on 10. Tastes like chocolate covered cheese, please.
Imagine making your kid eat like this day after day after day just so you could make a quick buck. Imagine putting your kid's health and your kid's weight and your kid's self-esteem on the line so that you could get that sweet mukbang money. And man, we haven't even talked about one of the biggest issues here and the main reason this account.
Once again, I have to say it. How is it fair that some people really want kids that can't have any? And these, I'm gonna say, should I say, pieces of shit are able to have children. What the fuck? How is that fair? That is crazy. They are actually actively basically killing their daughter. That is crazy.
account is even going viral? Why is this content so much more successful than all the other crap they were putting out as a family channel? Oh, what's that I hear? The hatred and loathing of thousands of people because you're using your teen daughter as rage bait? She's literally the little worm on the anger hook that's being dangled out in front of the internet for views. Overweight person plus mukbang equals hate. I feel like that's pretty much common knowledge at this point. And Izzy here has already been called the next Nikocado and the next Jelly Bean Sweets, two creators who grew their channels by rage baiting others with their eating habits, among other things.
I gained 5 pounds, I gained 5 pounds, we gained 5 pounds, we gained 5 pounds.
But Izzy
God, the clip. The clip is crazy. Bro, I barely eat in a day. Now think what that is doing to the poor girl. I have no idea. Well, she certainly has gained weight. And that's certainly gonna make her suffer. In the long run. That's for sure. Vitalis invades the hunt and sees that you are watching Obese Talk. Yep, very much Coco. So hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Truly is following the Nikocado / Jelly Bean Sweets formula for mukbang success. 1. Do mukbangs so frequently people become concerned for your health. 2. Eat in such a way so as to disturb and generally attract attention. 3. Ride the hate train to success.
Don't talk to me, lady.
And we'll get to all the hate that's being funneled toward this teen girl in a moment. But do we think that this whole thing was really Izzy's idea? I mean, even if it was, it's kind of your parents' job to be like, no, don't do that. No, maybe don't do something so clearly destructive to your health. But it's
Yeah, true, but some parents also don't even have the ability to actually make their children like not do that because they don't have control over their children. Some people actually are kind of tarded in a way. Yeah, my body just let me kind of snack occasionally through the day. Like I can't eat half a burger for lunch and eat the other half for dinner. As for breakfast, I might have a sausage, egg, cheese biscuit. Yep. I don't eat breakfast. I eat dinner, and that's pretty much it. I just eat dinner. That's it. I don't eat that much. And it's really just a whole lot of a whole lot of protein, that's it.
It's really one thing if you're an adult and you have your own TikTok account and you make all the money and you're like, you know what? I think I want to be the next Nikocado. It's worth it to me, all the hate, the weight gain, the health risks, the mental health risks. As a consenting adult, I choose this path for myself. It's quite another thing if you reap 0 of the benefits and all of the consequences.
Yeah, nah, I disagree. I disagree. If you do mukbang to an unhealthy degree and you look self-destroy yourself, I think it is the platform's responsibility to just yeet your ass. I think they should just ban you. Since there's no money incentive, there's also no reason to overeat for money. I'm gonna straight up say it. Because it may inspire others to do the same. Like it does right here. I have to deeply apologize for my McFrighten comment. I looked into the case, and I feel I have to apologize for my ancestors and their ancestors. That's crazy. Our parents, to be honest, if I see a picture of them, I will make the Kendrick Drake beef look like child's play. That's crazy.
And you didn't choose the mukbang life chose you.
I made a fast food charcuterie board and I added fruit because you guys say I don't eat enough veggies.
Izzy's taking gigantic bites, stuffing more food into her mouth when she's already got a lot in there, dumping sauce on everything, getting it all over her face, her hair. She's exaggerating her reactions, just like...
Is this the literal definition of the sin of gluttony? This is literally this is also in that category. That's crazy.
Jelly Bean Sweets. It really is almost like frustrating to watch someone eat like this. It really kind of just scratches an area of your brain. It's like the mess, the sounds, I do not like it. But I want to show you this because look at Izzy's eyes. She's not looking at the camera. She's looking at someone behind the...
It's like she's being held at gunpoint looking at somebody like, yes, I'll eat it. Don't hurt me, I'll eat it. That is crazy. And look at her face struggling. Look, like the face, you can already see it, the eyes, and be like, yes, that girl is struggling to even eat all this. I control this, the potions when I need to, obviously, but I never deny something I really want to eat. I starved myself for like a couple of months. That worked.
The camera and kind of seems to be looking for like validation from whoever that is, almost as if the person behind the camera is an authority figure in her life who she looks to for guidance and who maybe set up this camera and purchased this entire fast food charcuterie board. When you really watch the clips of her eating, it feels like the person behind the camera is coaching her to eat like this. Like literally being like, yeah, put more food in your mouth. And I think it's because sometimes the camera will cut and then Izzy will do something that feels very out of place, like say, as if someone paused the camera to tell her like really ham it up. And guess what? The person behind the camera seems to almost always be her mother.
Hey guys, I got some Taco Bell first. Mom's crunchy taco. Oh, thank you.
In this clip, which actually kind of kicked off Izzy's mukbang era, she goes on to consume a Baja Blast, 350 calories, some Nacho Belgrande, 200 calories, and a grilled cheese burrito with a bunch of nacho cheese on it, 710 calories, plus 73 extra calories of cheese. But the mother doesn't eat the taco that she got.
Another 800 calories. That's crazy. That is wild. This poor girl. This is actually starting hard to get sit through.
Because she's still too full from the dinner that they already had.
That was so good, but Mom doesn't want her taco because we had spaghetti for dinner, guys, so I'm gonna try her taco. Look at the cheese.
So they've already had a full dinner, and the mother is so stuffed she couldn't possibly eat that little taco. But she gives it to her daughter just
so the daughter can eat. Yeah, but would say Nikocado is more gluttony since it isn't her choice, but rather the greed of the parents. This is slavery. What 2025? It pretty much is. This is child labor. In a way, this is actually wild. They're literally forcing their daughter to eat this much. It is crazy, and probably maybe the daughter doesn't even realize it because she's still young.
To get that few little extra seconds of footage just to keep it rolling, which just to mention makes it a casual 1,491 calories tacked onto her day. That is nearly a full day's worth of calories, and not for lunch, for an evening snack. Honestly, this story made me so angry. I am truly just so mind blown by the willingness to exploit your child's health for views. Like the mother ordered Taco Bell for both of them after dinner, after they already ate. She didn't eat hers, then was like, here daughter, have a little bit more. Let's just get those few extra seconds of footage. You can fit it in, right? Also, the family definitely knows that this is unhealthy. Another type of content that they make is, who has the highest blood sugar after eating Taco Bell? And another ironic type of content that they make is the other sister, Mary, doing healthy recipes for weight loss.
What I eat in a day, so we're starting with...
Is this like a psyop? Getting people with you use one daughter to catch the people that overeat, and with the other, you catch the people that want to lose weight. Why is that? Why do I have the feeling that's that? CPS, where are you? Probably overworking because nobody's taking care of the children. No, I think she's old enough, and maybe she knows her parents don't love her. Why else would a kid do all this if not seek for their approval? Yeah, I guess that could also be correct. Yeah, sure.
with breakfast, and I have Kodiak blueberry waffles, which is one of my favorites. For dinner, I'm gonna cook steak and eggs. I love these little steaks. They're the perfect portion. Really good. So for dessert, I'm gonna taste test some crumble cookie on TikTok with Izzy, but I'm only gonna take a bite of the ones I try, so I won't be ruining my somewhat healthy day.
Quite the range here. And you know what? maybe it is unfair to put all the blame on the mom and not the dad. And let me be clear that I believe the dad is equally as responsible as the mother, whether or not he's behind the camera or not. But being right there behind the camera while your daughter makes very questionable health decisions every single day, and the fact that the mother is almost never on the camera herself has such an ominous undertone to it. Like, this person gets to lurk in the shadows, immune from the consequences, despite having the
That'd be like lurking out of the dark room, looking at his daughter turning into, and and the mom just being a feeder. That's crazy. Her parents would never let her do that for her health if they actually cared about her. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, this is wild.
the most to gain. The mother gets to remain anonymous, which she clearly wants. She gets to make that
Also,
choice
the corgi behind me is just cute. He's always changing positions.
for herself to be off camera, but everyone else in her family has been literally raised under these conditions.
Hey guys, welcome back to our channel.
Like, Izzy's had a social media career since she was like 8 years old.
I'm Mary. I'm Izzy.
First, it was mostly slime videos, which I feel like done a certain way is somewhat unproblematic. I don't know, there's a lot to think about with that, but it's not that bad. But now it's really leveled up into something clearly sinister. Wait till I show you the next type of content this channel likes to produce, which is somehow equally as disturbing as the first.
Grab the McDonald's.
Chocolate shake. Double quarter pounder with cheese.
In addition to mukbangs, this account since January has been doing a ton of these food-oriented videos as well. The mother yells out the name of a snack food, and then the two sisters both have to grab for it to see who gets it first.
Izzy!
The healthier girl gets the smaller portions. I find that really ironic and odd. This is Ryan's world all over again, very true. Do you react to my suggestion yet, by the way? Enjoy that cat food. No, GT I've not reacted to yet. I will though, but also hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yes, enjoy that cat food. You misread. You're now the cat food enjoyer.
Blue glazed donut. Broccoli.
They've done it with crumble cookies, candies, fast food, etc., etc. Seems innocent enough, right? A heck of a lot better than doing mukbangs. Or is it? Because mukbangs were doing more physical damage, health damage, but somehow these videos are probably doing more psychological damage. Because somehow this type of content is inspiring even more hate toward Izzy.
McCrispy. Big Mac. Apple pie.
Now, as you can see, Izzy pretty much dominates this game. She dusts her sister in almost every round, resulting in her getting most of the candy. And as a result, people are commenting things like, "You can tell who eats more," and "fastest she's ever moved." And not just a little bit, that's pretty much all people are saying on
Muscle memory? Anybody? But yeah, but this is really terrible. I hate Biggie so bad. What the fuck? I hate this truck. What? Chill out. Chill out. This is not the girl's fault particularly.
on these videos, some variations of those types of fat jokes. But if you watch more than one of these videos, it's extremely
She's playing McDonald's. Said a comment. Anyways, how is your day? I'm good. I'm doing alright. I'm doing fantastic. Kind of. Somewhat.
obvious that all this hate is being created intentionally by turning their teenage daughter into a rage bait, fat joke hybrid. In other words, these games are designed to make Izzy look fat and greedy. I'm sure that won't lead to lasting emotional damage. How? Well, the entire game can essentially be summed up as Izzy hungry.
Are you guys ready?
Izzy, what are you doing?
Pretzel.
The narrative is literally that she's fat and she'll do anything that it takes to win, all the candy or whatever.
This is all I got.
But let's look at the details.
Grab the Peeps candy.
What the fuck? The other sister isn't even trying. She's not even stretching her arm out to reach for it. Yes, because they exactly know what they're doing. She has to grab all the candy and food, and the other one doesn't. I guess one daughter's lovely, the other one isn't? Kind of like?
In a good chunk of these videos, the mom will start the game by only calling off the candy that's on Izzy's side.
Purple Peeps. Yellow peeps?
resulting in Izzy getting like 3 wins in a row. Next, like half of all the videos now start with Izzy eating before the video or during the video.
Izzy! Stop eating before the video. That's such a big piece.
Are you guys ready?
Izzy, stop eating before the video.
Grab the cake.
Izzy, stop eating it.
Mary's also started making little comments about Izzy being overweight.
Steak.
Izzy, I got it. You have enough meat on you.
Fairlife. Like.
The other daughter's just helping. The other daughter's just adding to it, literally insulting her, saying that you have enough meat on yourself. That's crazy.
Blue. What is that? Fat free?
Yeah. Hey, I got no water. It has no fat.
Fairlife whole milk.
Hey, you have enough fat.
Butter cake.
I got it first. You don't need it. You're already a butter cake.
You don't need it. You're already a butter cake. Yo, yeah, this daughter, the older daughter's just adding to it.
And people just eat up these little comments because Izzy's supposed to be the chubby villain. Then they'll do challenges that involve vegetables. And Izzy won't try to get any of the vegetables, but it kind of seems like she's been told not to.
Blue glazed donut. Broccoli.
She'll pull back her hands when she reflexively goes to grab something. Or look at this one. The mom yells out salad like 3 times in a row and Izzy throws up her hand and then says, "Mom, stop."
Salad. Salad.
Mom, stop.
Okay, sorry. Salad.
Wow, they put a lot.
Alfredo sauce.
They put a lot of olives.
Doesn't that seem like she was instructed not to go for the salad? Why?
No, she was not. No, she was not. Also, like, who reacts to touching broccoli like that? You can tell that something's off. Nobody's reacting like that when touching broccoli.
Else would she say stop? She wants to win. Also, why does her face look like she knows she's the butt of the joke? Every clip is doing the most to make Izzy look greedy, Izzy look fat. And yeah, people are hating on her for it, and it's bringing in the views. Mission accomplished, Mom. Great job. Next, let's watch this entire clip because I feel like it has every single trope all in one. Now that I pointed them all out, that you'll just see them back to back to back to back to back. It starts with Izzy eating.
Izzy, stop eating before the video starts. You're cheating. You got the fries too? I didn't even see you take them.
Fries.
How?
Broccoli.
Then all the vegetables are here and the junk food's here.
Very true. All veggies are on Izzy's side. And all McDonald's is on Mary's side. What the fuck? The way my self-esteem would crumble if I was treated like this every single day. Yeah, that eventually this will probably get so bad. Either the girl dies of being too overweight, or she ends it herself. Not gonna lie.
$100.
Squash.
Bro.
Angel Reese burger.
What is what is that and who is that? This is a burger.
Carrots.
And each round, Izzy doesn't try for the vegetables despite clearly having way faster
cucumber.
reflexes than her sister in every other round.
How many times have we been through this? Take it, eat it, and then you'll know the difference. I don't see a difference.
There's the fat joke.
Eat it, you need it.
20-piece nuggets.
Then Izzy pushes Mary out of the way because she's so hungry and desperate for the burgers.
McChicken. Fries. Big Mac.
You spilled the fries on the floor!
Filet-O-fish.
I'm sorry!
If no one takes it, we stop. Quarter pounder with cheese. Angel Reese burger. You don't want to let Mary get one? Big.
This makes no you can clearly tell this is fake as hell. Like, she is just standing there. She's not even trying.
Mac. Cabbage. A bok choy.
Izzy had the can clearly faster on that then married. Nothing makes sense here. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Shamrock shake.
Ooh, the shamrock shake is back.
Eggplant.
Let it go.
Cabbage.
Wait, you already called that.
It was a trick, but she went for cauliflower.
Oh, little subtle fat joke from the mom too. But look at her face though. Doesn't she seem kind of upset? She knows she's the butt of the joke here. Like, at that age, your weight is a really sensitive topic. Like, maybe you make jokes and you laugh it off, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. Speaking from experience, I would always make fat jokes. I mentioned this before, but me and one of my best friends growing up were both obese together. And we had fat jokes for days and they were hilarious. But you either laugh or you cry. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, both my dad and I were overweight. Like in my family, my mom and my brother were thin, and my dad and I were overweight. And him and I would always make fat jokes. And one of his most iconic fat jokes, which he will be so hyped to see that I said here, is that your gym bag or your lunch bag? Look at this next clip, okay? She almost grabs the artichoke, but she pulls her hand back.
Artichoke.
Wow. We got a comedian here.
Yeah, better not grab the artichoke. Remember, Izzy, the joke is that you're a fat. You don't like vegetables. I know this sounded mean, but I don't know how else to get the point across. That is literally the freaking joke. Then look at this one, okay? Here's Mary.
But it is the entire time. The entire joke of all the videos is... Don't grab the vegetables. Did you forget you're a fat bitch? Can we save this girl and put Frog in here instead? Thank you.
Taking a little teeny tiny spoonful of candy.
Ooh, candy salad. Can I have some?
Just one scoop.
But Izzy's got the big old broom. I mean, at this point, the family might as well just put the tuba soundtrack behind all of her clips. Now that you're sufficiently
The fat jokes just write themselves at this point.
triggered at some horrendous online parenting, I feel like now is a great time for me to put the cherry on top and reveal that Izzy is in fact not 19. No, Mary just turned 19. Izzy, on the other hand, is 16. So the internet is being mean to a 16-year-old girl at the hands of her own parents. Didn't everything
The internet is mean to a 16-year-old girl and the parents abuse their 16-year-old daughter. That's crazy.
get so much worse right now? Now, let's look at the types of comments that this whole thing has created. I dislike her more and more every video. I hate the big one. Is it normal to hate the living shit out of someone online?
Hey, the big one is crazy. Hey Sway, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
She pissed me off. This year will be my dream. I want Mary to push Izzy hard. I'm blocking y'all. Y'all always piss me off. I swear they do, because what the hell you stealing all the candy for? This one literally says hate bigger girl button. Not to mention all the hate videos that have started popping up calling Izzy Big Ball and Biggie. And just
swinging on Big Ball? That's crazy, the things people do for likes and views. Absolutely diabolical. Absolutely horrible. Terrible. Horrendous.
Just generally hating on a 16-year-old girl because her parents want to make a buck off of her. Point is, the rage bait is working, and I don't even know how you deal with that at 16. Like, you're not like a little baby at 16, but your brain is developing. You are very sensitive. I just can't imagine having like the wrath of the entire internet, and it wasn't even your thing. It's not like you're Lil Tay. It's just so mind-blowing that the parents are not only allowing this, but creating this for their daughter. Like, I know I've said like that in a variation a million times, but I don't know how to say it. Like, I feel like it needs to be said. Dude, being an obese teen is the literal worst. Most people who have been fat will shudder to think of their teen years. It is rough to be a husky adolescent, okay? It is not a good time. So,
and remember, when she goes to lose weight, she will always struggle with gaining weight. Always, because those fat cells will stay. They will kind of deactivate. They will kind of deactivate. Sorry. Those fat cells will stay forever, by the way.
For her parents to be one, adding to her weight issue, and number two, turning her into an internet fat joke, parents like this have always existed. It's just never been quite so easy or incentivized to sell out your kid for a quick buck. This is the type of parent who in ancient times would like trade in their child for some jewelry or like a really cool shell someone found on the beach. Like there are the parents who would take a bullet for their children, right? And then there are the parents who would use their children as a human shield. But let's talk about what these consequences are. What are the real problems with a mukbang career path? Now, most obviously, there's the weight gain component, but I've talked about this in a few other mukbang videos. Eating a lot of fast food or ultra processed food, it affects your mental state as well. It's linked to both depression and anxiety. Teen diabetes is on the rise, and the more overweight you become as a teen, the less likely you are to.
I mean, it's true, right? Whoop, just a freeze. It's true. That will definitely affect your mental health. Not gonna lie, it's very true. It's very likely that this will likely affect your mental health.
To return to a healthy weight as an adult.
Kind of soggy.
So this eating, mukbanging, when your brain is still developing, should a teenager really even be able to be in videos like this? Doing something that's so clearly destructive to their health? Not to mention this family is really setting the stage for their daughter to have very serious issues with food now and in the future. Disordered eating in teenagers is already on the rise.
This will definitely turn out to be a eating disorder in the future, sooner or later. Definitely.
Let alone in this uniquely dystopian situation where you're essentially mimicking one.
I mean, it probably already is. She probably already has an eating disorder. Really? But if you lose weight, gain muscle, it should be alright. You burn more calories just existing if you have more muscles. Very true. Very true. However, it is still, those fat cells will stay and you will continuously they will never disappear. You will still you will gain weight easier than if you were never fat to begin with. It's just how it is. It's just how a body functions. They never disappear.
One online for views. Not to mention body image issues, since you're essentially bringing the internet's full attention to your young daughter and they're not exactly being nice. And teenagers aren't like fragile flowers, but they are growing, they are developing. Like this is a rough time and it's just makes me really sad to see this happen to her. I can really just only imagine the psychological repercussion. I think I told you guys this before, but I dated a guy in like my late teens, kind of like early adulthood, but it probably would have been much, much worse if I dated him in my teens. He said some really fucked up shit to me about the way that I looked and my body and my weight, and that stuff sticks with you. Like he really made me feel kind of like some circus creature. And that really sticks with you. I kind of hope this girl turns around and sues her parents. I don't know if you can sue someone for a situation like this, but that's my uninformed recommendation. I could just really only...
I mean, if it was kind of against her will, and she's a child, right? She's a child. I guess I hope you can. If they first gain muscle and good health, then you're allowed to overdo it with too much food, not before you kill your health. If you gain fat cells, they will stay. Doesn't matter the age.
Imagine all the repercussions that come from this. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're in such a weird wild west of the internet right now. And mukbangs are such a weird, disturbing area. Like I said, I'm working on a new mukbang video and I had already written an hour-long mukbang video in the past. But it's such a strange area of the internet because it's clearly so destructive. Like, I can't talk about the word binge eating, right? But people can do that as a career path online for views and money. Okay, but to end on a somewhat positive note, although like barely positive at all, I did end up finding a few videos of the mother. Here she is. She was in a couple of their videos, not very many though, and her name is Suzanne Silva. She did an interview with a newspaper, that's why I found that. I didn't dig it up. And as the story develops, it does seem like more and more people are taking notice that this whole mukbanging and stuff is really the brainchild of her parents and not really the fault of Izzy. And I feel like
yeah, it is to be honest, most of the controversies around family channels are exactly on the parents. It's a rare case where the child is actually the problem or somebody else in that. That's rarely the case. I said something in general. Okay. Also, hi Shadow Clips, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
When the general tide turns, when people recognize this whole thing as a narrative, the general attitude of the commenters is definitely going to change in a big way. So watch out, Suzanne Silva, they're coming for you next. Editing Kiana here, I'm super slow, and it's been 2 weeks since I wrote this script, and already the tide is turning. When I first started writing this video, the majority of the comments were that Izzy is disgusting, Izzy's fat, Izzy's whatever, but more and more people are starting to realize in the comments that this is being done by the parents.
Well, look at that. Horrible mother button. What kind of mother forces her daughter to do this? It's sad how many people don't realize they're exploiting her for the views. They're forcing her to behave like that with food. Poor Izzy. Yeah, people are pointing it out. Okay, joke's over now. People are pointing it out, slowly but surely.
Parents. Now, the top comment on almost every video is that the parents are responsible for this. Since writing and filming this video, Izzy actually started a new account of her own, and it's already growing very quickly. Now they have Izzy, Mary, and their dad all posting the same type of content, so it's really becoming quite the content farm, mainly centered around Izzy eating. Nothing's changed. In fact, maybe it's gotten worse as the food keeps coming in and Izzy keeps eating it. Anyway, thanks so much for watching this random video that really made me mad. Whenever my mukbang video is ready, it will be here. And in the meantime, here is my other mukbang video. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Guys, also, I see your comments and I'm always 2 steps ahead. I'm always 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, she knows. She knows. Their parents know. The parents understand. This is gross. I hope this girl gets help, and I hope that she wakes up and does in fact sue her parents for this, because this is just gross. It just is. I really hope they help this girl. That's wild. This can't go on like this. Not gonna lie, this commentary YouTuber looks like crazy lady that used to talk to. Yeah, she's gonna find you. She's gonna find you, and make sweet love to you, Sway. Chat, I need a quick break. I will be right back. I have returned. Hi Marek, how you doing? I've been good. Trolling is vital to superior YouTube poop. Gooning is vital to a superior man. Anyways. I take pretty crazy any day. Yep. Probably, yeah. I would say so. Anyways, we got the YouTube poop. Let's do that. Let's do the Xenoblade YouTube poop. So that man finally leaves me alone. Let's do that right now. Now that is somewhat shorter video. Anything. YouTube poop. Xenoblade Chronicles trace to Cocconesis. By Binonis. Oh goodness. Let's just go. Let's just suffer. Let's just suffer. Let's just go.
What are you playing at? Give us that platypus. Hey? Platypus. Ah!
Platypus? Shulk the platypus?
Shulk the platypus. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We better get a moo-moo. You've got a moo-moo-moos. What on Bionis?
It looks like ball sacks, I think. Up through Tessie's cave. But it looks like...
A sus! Eat back!
Ryan, get back!
What? I'm not Dixon! Ah!
I've got to fight...
It looks like ball sacks. And it probably does. It does.
The Monado... Wow, there! This...
So guess what? I'm gonna fuck the
Monado.
That's right, this is what you get! My super laser pierce!
How do you like
that, Obama? I'm pissed on
Looks like the Monado. Gotta say, that's the Monado. Whoa! There it is.
This is terrible. This is horrid. This is horrid. Man, this is horrid. Better watch the video I sent you, jerk. We can do that after this. It's Mother's Day. What did you give a gift on your to your mother? Not on your mother. To your mother. I did give it a gift.
Ryan, I just realized something.
Huh? The Monado. Wow, that's the Monado. See what dark to nothing really.
Now watch me whip. Now watch me now.
Cloud. There's a lot of clouds. So many clouds.
On the other side of those clouds.
Yep. It's our enemy. Elite! Smash!
Scrubs detected, ha ha ha. So then he turned into a lifesaver. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
That all you got?
Then he said, can't have a rainbow without both ha.
You was both,
So come off at these nuts and bolts, ha 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 ha. Oh shit.
We just came up the Bionis shit.
Then this must be it.
The Bionis shit? Poker's brain is melted, 100%. I gifted my mother, me. Damn, you became a slave? I mean, sure, if you want to.
Cat, right?
Which means Cocconesis is a cockhead.
Then we should arrive at the Bionis.
Yeah. It ain't far to Cocconesis.
Good point.
Yeah. Juju. Someone's left a bug.
Oh god, Juju. Juju's coming up.
Right, you're buggy in this place. Buggy in this place. Buggy in. That's buggy. That's strange. Bang bang buggy in.
Buggy.
So, what did happen to the driver? There's a boy.
Gender reveal parties. Hi, Gorilla. Who wins? You or 100 men? Can I get some cat food? Nah. You cannot get any cat food.
Together now. You alright, kid? Kid, you alright? Kid?
Juju just screams. He's just screaming together with Rex. They're both screaming.
Kid? Buggy.
Okay.
Great. My buggy. I think it's Ryan, so I'm Shulk. He's Ryan.
Oh, hi. Buggy, Juju's. Hi, I'm Camp.
You're Cam?
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's a camp on here.
If you've got time, you should come. I'm stoned.
This looks like I'm on. This looks like I'm just experiencing being on crack. Maybe I'm on crack. That'd be great.
Let's take him up on the offer.
Trust not it once.
Juju.
This is bad. Ryan, gonna sim. Oh, Bucky, down bad. Oh yeah. Superb mommy milkies.
The superb mommy milkies. Perfect. So true.
Told you 1,000 times. We're not importing eggs. We're not ready to leave the VTuber yet.
But I thought
we do. That drip. You must be Gado from the Defense Force. It's calling sis. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Make it's Gado.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Gado.
this is Ryan.
That was just a spoiler. Anyways.
Oh, so you're not Gado from Colony Sis. You must be Gado from Colony 9. Never gonna run around and Buggy. Juju, I was trying to recall Buggy. I'll tell you about it next time. The next one will hurt even more.
Yeah, that hurt. That did in fact hurt. That did in fact hurt. I can't take two in the go. I'll split these up. I'm doing another one towards the end, but I can't do these in one go. Anyways, now we're doing Crocroc's video with the legend, the man, the legend, Just a Robot. No cat food, that's it. None of the 100 men surviving. Well, rip to the 100 men. Rip to the 100 men. You will be prayed for. Anyways. Commentary YouTuber defends a predator by Neo-Orgy. I only know that that man defended Cinebear. We'll see. We'll see how cooked he really is after 6 months.
I've won almost every single drama I've been in, even when I was on the losing side. I'm sure people are gonna say I'm reviving the drama, or that I'm doing this for money or something. But even if that is true, it doesn't debunk anything I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little scared of the backlash I'll get from uploading this video. Both my roommate and my girlfriend try to talk me out of uploading it, but I have to do what I think is right. Who knows, maybe I'm the one in the wrong, but I still feel like I have to do this.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. If your girlfriend and your roommate are telling you not to upload a video.
Yeah, if your roommate and your girlfriend tell you you should not do that, then I feel like you should not do that. Just an idea, but instead you went after predator pussy.
You probably shouldn't post that video, but hey, what could possibly go wrong, right? Fuck it, dude. Why not? So I picked a very interesting story to base my first video on this channel on, but holy shit, guys. This might be the funniest situation I've seen in quite a long time of being on the internet. I'm telling you guys, it's just that good. Let me try my best to summarize it and just focus on the really juicy, important details because, wow, this is certainly one for the autistic history books, let me tell you. So our story begins with Cinebear.
The autistic history books, that's crazy. But I thought it was right. It doesn't matter what he thought. Everyone else said it wasn't. So maybe listen to your girlfriend. Also, Poke, the guy only has 2 videos on his channel. Seems like it.
Who's an art YouTuber with 500,000 subscribers. Up till recently, she was well liked by everyone, until a 200-page document was released exposing her for all kinds of
200 pages. 200 pages. That's kind of diabolical.
Various inappropriate behaviors. I'll leave a link to this document in the description if you care to read 200 pages about some bitch you probably never even heard of before. But the main thing you need to know that she was accused of was sending pornography to a minor's DMs directly. The minor was 200 pages about some bitch you probably never even heard of before. But the main thing you need to know that she was accused of was sending
Huh? Let's read it all. Nope, I will not. Huh? Is this just Ard Cinebear pegging this guy's OC? This boy's OC? This is crazy. This is already wild. Goodness.
Pornography to a minor's DMs directly. The minor was 14 and she was 20, just weeks away from turning 21. And yes, she knew the age of the victim. So this isn't some pyrocynical situation where, you know, she was unaware of the age, she had no idea. Or it's not a situation where she was catfished and, you know, she's actually the victim. No, she knew damn well the age of the minor. It was just stated outright in bold text. She couldn't have missed it. She knew damn well who she was talking to. And I guess she just decided, you know what?
Also, what is this recently with guys getting pegged in the videos I watch? This has gotten out of hand. Not gonna lie.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna goon with this minor. Why not? She just decides to do that because she's a fucking freak. And this is obviously grounds for disqualification from the planet. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way you can defend yourself from this. You're just cooked. Like, once this information comes out, you're done. That's it. You don't get to be a YouTuber anymore, especially an art YouTuber who's making videos for fucking children. But here's the funny part. So while this information about Cinebear was being exposed, Cine had just moved in with a fellow art commentary YouTuber, Birdie, who's an art community guy with 100,000 subscribers. Birdie was told this information about 24 hours before it was released. So upon hearing it, he decides to leave Cine's apartment and turns on her. He then releases his own exposed video and 100-page document where he also accuses her of a bunch of stuff, mainly the fact that she would touch him and grope him inappropriately, which...
Not gonna lie, that is a rare case. This is a rare case of a woman. That usually doesn't happen. And then people don't really care either anyways. That's a rare case, I feel like. If you don't know, if you buy 10 gigabytes or even 50 gigabytes of mobile data when I dial on 121. Okay, but where has that to do with the video zoom? Poke at the guy that made this video, that's me. It's not even close.
Which made him feel uncomfortable. Again, I'll leave the full document in the description if you want all the details, right? So once these two documents release and Birdie's exposed video comes out, everybody in the art community starts covering this. Everybody starts talking about this, right? And even regular YouTubers outside of the art community start hearing about the story and making videos shitting on Cine and calling her a freak, rightfully so. That's when our boy Just a Robot hears about this whole situation. He begins to make a critical video on Cine, but then he decides to make the worst mistake of his lifetime and befriends her. He scraps his video exposing her, and instead he makes an hour-and-a-half long video defending her from the allegations.
That is crazy. That is crazy. This voice sounds similar though. Nah. That is it's an hour and 30 minutes long defending somebody who goes off the minors? What the heck? Were you thinking? Yes, your roommate and your girlfriend were correct. Why did you upload this?
Now you might be wondering, like, how could he defend the indefensible? It's just impossible. Well, he tries, and it goes about as poorly as you could expect.
Now I want to make this clear. I do not believe Cine is a pedo. She more than likely would have done this with anyone regardless of age. The 14-year-old who made the doc even thinks that this is the case.
So already, like, right off the bat, Just a Robot begins his defense with, like, the worst possible argument of all time by saying she would have done this with anyone. So? If she did this with adults, sure, nobody would give a fuck, right? Like, yeah, that would be fine if she was doing this with adults, but she didn't. She did this with a minor. So what's your argument?
If you want to hate on Cine for this, that's fine, but she's not a pedo. Now I know what some of you are gonna say. Well, we're not saying she groomed a 14-year-old to get with them. She just groomed a 14-year-old to be more comfortable with conversations like this so she could cool.
What? Oh, okay. What is the defense here? Like, she still did it with a minor. Like, there's no defense for this regardless. Maybe she has no specific. Maybe for some odd reason, she said she's like anything goes. But that does not excuse it. That does not excuse it. It's still a minor. That does not excuse it at all. What pussy does to a motherfucker? Yeah, and it's much, much worse.
Don't get me wrong, I thought that at first, but it turns out that the minor was the one being inappropriate first, and she kept on pestering Cinny to talk about stuff like this. It's also important to note that this minor was a fan of Cinny's content that includes Scootaloo being in very suggestive outfits.
So now he's just making the argument that the minor engaged sexually first?
That's, once again, no excuse. That's once again no excuse. You block that person immediately. It doesn't matter if the minor was into it first. You block them. You tell them no.
First, so therefore Cinny's the real victim? Like, what are we even smoking here? Like, you have to actually think like a pedophile to even...
Bro actually thinks like, wait, did the minor groom the adult?
Make this argument, right? Well, the kid was baiting me. I just fell for the kid's trap. The kid was just too hot. I just had to engage with the minor, guys. Like, what kind of argument are you making? Again, you actually have to think like a pedophile to even logically come to that conclusion. And also, what's with that last point that Just a Robot made where he said that Cinny's been making sexual content for years, so therefore the minor shouldn't have watched the content? Like, yeah, the minor shouldn't have watched...
Yeah, the minor shouldn't have watched the content. That's on the parents. But Cinny should have not engaged in that type of way with the minor, regardless of who started.
Watch the content, just like how Cinny shouldn't have preyed on the minor and groomed the minor and showed the minor porn and engaged in sexually explicit conversations with the minor. Like, why are you just victim blaming the minor in this particular situation by saying, oh, well, the minor watched her sexual content, as if that's justification for what happened after? Like, obviously, minor should not watch sexual content, but you shouldn't prey on the minor. Like, you can't just justify one action because the minor was watching content that they shouldn't have. I don't even know, like, where he was going with that one.
Yes, Cinny should not have engaged with this minor. She was the adult in this situation, and what she did was incredibly irresponsible. It also makes her look really, really sus.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So he does make the argument. So that means Just a Robot does understand that, yes, Cinny is the adult in the situation. So what the fuck was your last point? Like, he just completely invalidated his point previously. It's almost like he's making this video with no script. Like, he's just kind of just shooting off the top of his head. And he's saying, like, one thing that sounds really pedophilic, but then he follows it up with an argument debunking the thing that he just said. Where is his head going with this one? Like, dude, who let...
I don't think this video was made with his head. I don't think this video was made with his head. At least not with the one that's sitting on his neck, if you understand.
Let this guy cook. Like, who let bro cook? Like, this is just one of the worst videos I think I've ever seen, and we're at the beginning of the video. That being said, though, it's important to point out that the thing that he just said about how Cinny looks really sus is just like a gross minimization of what Cinny did. Like, he's willing to concede that, yes, Cinny is the adult and go against the argument he just made, but at the same time, he still tries to, you know, be sneaky about it and minimize what she did by saying that, you know, oh, she was wrong, and yeah, she looks a little bit bad, she looks a little bit sus, but she's not a pedo. It's like, no, dude. What she did doesn't just make her a little bad or a little sus. Like, come the fuck on. Is this a game of Among Us? Or are we just minimizing the fuck out of these grooming allegations to the point where we're just using, like, Among Us game terminology to describe what, you know, what she did or what she is? Cindy's not sus, dude.
No, I'm gonna say it. Give it a few months, years, and the bitch is back. I'm not gonna... act like that's not gonna be the case. If somebody like disrespect can bounce back, a groomer chick can too. Hi Jacob, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. That you got a happy ending from the girl 100%, if you know what I mean. Yeah, what pussy does to a motherfucker. It's much worse. He wants to defend her while acting like the bigger person. Yeah, probably.
She's a fucking groomer.
Yes, Cindy knew the minor's age. She asked early in the convo. Sure, she could have forgotten this person's age. I talk to a lot of people myself, and it's hard to keep track of stuff like this sometimes.
What an argument, yo! I guess I just sexually talked with a person that forgot their age. I just was, whoops, oh shit, that's actually a minor. Like, what the fuck is that argument? At that point, it would have been full stop. Go back. City didn't do that.
Dude, is he really saying this? Like, oh, sometimes I lose track of all the ages of the people that I sexed with or just talk generally with. Like, I don't know. What? Like, obviously, if you're having these explicit conversations with people, the age of the person is something you're gonna know. Like, you're not just going to just randomly forget, especially, oh my god, I don't even know how to respond to that point. That was just so bad.
Then they started to talk about, not safe for work stuff. But none of the not safe for work topics they went over were nearly half as bad as some people made them out to be. Like, some of this quote-unquote not safe for work stuff includes lyrics from the song, I like big butts and I cannot lie. I heard that in the Shark Tale movie.
I like square butts and I cannot lie.
Hey boss, big butts.
Yeah, bringing up like the more defensible parts of the allegations to then dismiss like the indefensible parts is not the own you think it is.
But what
because it's a deflection tactic. You bring up the things you can defend to make her seem like a better person, but really, nah. That's not an argument. You should know, Poker, you got a girlfriend. Yeah, but I don't sleep with her. You degen. Why did bro throw away such a career for a pred puss? You must be retorted. Retort. So true. You must genuinely be just straight up retorted.
About the inappropriate pictures, like her sitting on a pile of sand corpses while hugging boy. Is hugging porn now or something? There's also pictures of her in boy and bunny outfits. Woo, so scandalous. None of this stuff is actually hardcore corn. It's just softcore corn. For those of you who do not know what softcore corn is, well, think of it like this.
It's just softcore corn. Wow, it's still corn. It's still corn in a way. It's softcore. Oh, then all those ads on YouTube are totally fine. All those what is it? That YouTube Kids content is all fine. Like, what are you? Are you the guy that says, where was she when I was young? Like, what is that? What is that argument? Huh?
Sexy jutsu from Naruto. Sure, it's a bit risque, but under the law it would not be considered hardcore corn.
What the fuck is this guy's moral compass at, right? Under his laws of morality, sending softcore porn to minors is bad, but not bad enough for him to care. Like, apparently. Like, that's where the standard is at for just a robot. Softcore porn to minors? Apparently, that's not bad enough to him. As long as you're not sending them, like, 20 BBC gangbangs or whatever.
Yeah, bro is like, oh, it's not even that big of a... Bro, you argue like a corn addict, not gonna lie. It's not that bad.
Like, that's too far. But softcore porn, we'll let it slide. No, dude, it's all bad. Just because Cindy wasn't sending, like, the worst, most grotesque, graphic, IRL material to the minor doesn't mean that the shit that she was sending isn't totally unforgivable. But hey, man, at least all she sent was softcore, right? No hardcore was sent, right?
This kept on escalating until Cindy, she sent the same not safe for work essaying comic to this minor and requested this minor to draw even more corn of the character of Boy and Nightmare Sans. From the censoring job, it looks like a few parts of this comic would have been legally classified as hardcore corn.
Oh, so she did send hardcore porn, meaning that the point that you just...
What is he trying to defend here? What is he trying to defend here at this point? It's not has been 2 times where he said something and then just completely canceled this argument by saying another thing. Now it has happened 2 times. It's been 2 times since this man has been hypocritical. What the heck?
Just made, once again, you've debunked. This guy keeps making arguments and then debunking those same arguments like a minute later. Like, that's like a common theme in this video. He keeps saying shit, but then explaining to you something else that disqualifies the shit that he just said.
The absolute worst thing Cindy sent was this picture of Boy fingering her avatar. However,
that is still not normal. That is still not normal. The fuck you mean? That's still not normal. You shouldn't send that to a child regardless. Again, you're just wrong. You're just straight up wrong. No, he's not just a robot. He's just a retard.
However, it should be noted that the doc maker was not the one who censored this out. It was actually Cindy herself. When I first saw this, I thought, yeah, Cindy's guilty. But when I found out that she censored the worst parts of this comic herself, it made her look far less guilty than I was previously led to believe.
So just to be clear on the timeline here, Just a Robot's like, well, the porn that she sent to the minor was softcore, not hardcore, so I'm willing to let it pass. Then he goes over the hardcore stuff that she sends, and he's like, I can't defend that. But then he's like, well, she censored the private parts, so she sent censored hardcore porn. So therefore, once again, this is just something that, according to Just a Robot, you know, we can just look right past. We can be like, all right, you know, it was censored. Yes, it was hardcore. I know you just did a whole distinction between softcore versus hardcore, and now you've admitted that she sent hardcore, but she censored it, so it's okay. Like, anything that she does, he's able to rationalize and justify. He's able to just come up with an excuse on the spot, just pull something right out of his ass and just explain to the camera. And we're just supposed to walk away from this video being like, yeah, you know.
Like I said, I feel like this is a tactic. He says something that's not so bad to defend her, then says what's actually bad. But since you heard the other one first, you're kind of not going to focus on the actual bad part. He's like trying to deflect on what actually happened by saying it's not that big of a deal. Because, you know, this is look at this. This isn't as bad. But this is kind of bad. The more simple-minded people potentially could have fallen for this. Or at least he thought so. Was it even a sentence? Bro had a girlfriend when this all happened, by the way, and bro cheated with a bread. Come on, dude. Yeah, I don't know if he actually genuinely cheated, but he certainly defended somebody who did not need a defense squad.
Oh, I guess you're right, you know, she didn't do anything like that bad. Meanwhile, like, the list of things she's done so far from this video just keeps stacking and stacking and stacking when it was already indefensible from the start.
I agree that what Cindy did was wrong. I agree she was being irresponsible, but I do not think that Cindy is a groomer, a pedo, a child predator, or anything like that. After going through both of these massive documents in their entirety, I realized that they're just full of nothing. Oh no, Sunny drew a picture of her character in a sexy outfit. Oh no, Sunny said I like big butts, I cannot let you a minor. If the doc maker had to stretch so much, so many times to make such bad points to paint Sunny as a predator, then it stands to reason that it's not a good doc. They clearly didn't know what they were talking about, and they were just grabbing.
Bro is for real. Bro is actually the defense force. Bro is actually the defense force.
Any piece of evidence they could to paint Cindy as a groomer.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the grooming defense right there. Just like that, he's given us his conclusion, and we're just supposed to walk away thinking that Cindy really did nothing that wrong. You know, yes, she did some wrong things, but it's only a little bit bad and just makes her look a little bit sus. Like, I love how he just ends this part of the video off by just walking away and just saying, and just like that, she's not a groomer. Here's my cited sources.
My eyes have seen the glory of the cleansing of YouTube.
So this should be the end of the video, right? I mean, we've gone over Just a Robot's defense, his pitiful defense of Cindy. What else could possibly go wrong? Well, we barely scratched the surface because in this same video, remember, it's an hour and a half long. So why is the video so damn long? Well, most of this video is actually an interview between Just a Robot and Cindy. He decided to bring her.
It gets worse. He admitted later he didn't read the documents. What is bro trying to defend in this case? And he makes an interview. And he makes an interview. This just gets worse.
Her onto this video, supposedly to ask her the hard-hitting questions so that we can really get into her mind and see if she's full of shit or not, right? But in reality, what this segment is one of the most, it's actually more pathetic than the parts of the video that we've already seen. Like, he brings her on the video and just immediately makes it clear that this is no interview at all. This is just clearly a puff piece. I mean, he's practically like on his knees kissing her feet. That's how pathetic it is. And you don't have to take my word for it. Let's get into some of the clips.
Okay, so here's my first question. I looked at the first doc. Like, I desperately looked all over the first doc. I don't see any grooming going.
Stupid.
Oh yeah. Like, Cindy had her avatar in sexual poses, and I was like, yeah. Have you not seen Naruto or any PG-13 anime? Like,
no, I think a lot of that document was just complete horseshit, honestly. There were, of course, there were like some things that I do think were problems, like the actual issues. But
like the actual issues? Could you cite those actual issues for me? I just feel like this bitch is retarded as well. Didn't she also post an apology? Now she's saying it's horseshit? What do you mean? Because I'm aware that she posted an apology. For the first few times.
A lot of it was just bullshit.
Yeah, like I was looking at that and I was like, this is so much nothing. Like, okay, sure, there's some stuff in here, but like 90% of it was just nothing. Like you saying, oh, this fan art someone made for me is sexy. It's like, oh no, that she said sexy. I heard the word sexy in a fucking Shrek movie when I was a kid. Like, oh no.
Seriously? Like, this is how the interview starts? He goes to ask his first question.
This is just a white knight and the princes that he white knights for. That's crazy. This is not an interview. This is not an interview. Hearing people in Poke's background. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. That was my brother. I tell them that I'm gonna throw them out of the house next time they don't listen. Maybe I should. And somebody else was also in the background that I will not name. I like how the girl is not impressed by his white knighting. Nope.
And he's already saying, like, I think this whole thing's bullshit. Like, I think you're completely innocent, Queen. Like, they're mad that you said the word sexy to a minor. Like, I heard that in a Shrek movie. Like, this is just beyond tier 3 simping. And it's simping over a groomer. You know? Like, you're not simping for Pokemon here. It's not like he has Pokemon on the stream and he's being a little bit cringy. You're simping over a groomer and including this in your puff piece. Like, do I even need to explain why this is wrong?
That's just crazy. She does. Yeah, she does kind of sound like Aki. Very true. How do I put this? Bro had a fairly successful YouTube career. Girlfriend. Things were going well. And then that motherfucker decided to simp for a groomer. It's not just any pussy, right? It's crazy pussy. That does it to a motherfucker. I don't know how.
Wrong?
I'm making a video kind of going over why I don't believe I'm actually a groomer.
Oh wow! Why don't you think why don't you think you're a groomer? It's because there's legitimately no evidence of you grooming.
The groomer says they're not a groomer. Fork found in kitchen. A literal fork found in kitchen moment. That is crazy. Wow. The groomer doesn't think they're the groomer? Crazy. Oh, who would have guessed? The thief doesn't believe that he's a thief. The murderer doesn't believe he's a murderer. Wow. Crazy.
Is that's why you think that?
I will be completely honest. I didn't even consider it to be grooming until Jack told me it was grooming.
Oh my fucking god, of course you did. Of course you did. Because, like, here's the thing. I looked through both docs. Okay, were you talking appropriately? Yes. Were you grooming? No. So, let me go off topic.
So in the middle of this, like, passionate, like, prostration in front of his grooming queen, he mentions that he's gone through both of the documents, but spoiler alert, he went on
his grooming queen. That is crazy. The groomer doesn't think she is a groomer. Wow.
ChudLogic stream later on and admitted that he didn't properly go through either of the documents.
Did you look at the messages between Cinebear and Eno in full?
Admittedly, no.
What? What do you mean? Bro actually just simped. Bro actually just simped. He didn't read through the documents. No.
I skimmed through a lot.
You skimmed. No.
Well, I know that makes me a very big hypocrite, because I was like, oh, people didn't look through this carefully, and I saw some people like looking through it, but like it was just like I looked through the first doc pretty carefully, but the first doc just had so much nothing.
So let me get this straight. Before you made this video hardcore defending Cinebear, you didn't even go over the full logs in any way.
I was going to. I was planning to do that. I just.
So there you go. When you listen,
I was planning to do after the video, because that didn't seem smart. There's bad apologies, bad Google Docs, and then there's this.
Him say in his video and in the interview that he reviewed all the information and he's just so dumbfounded. He's flabbergasted at how anybody could consider Cinny a groomer. He just doesn't get it. He's reviewed everything and he's seen nothing. He's lying to you. Like, he's objectively lying.
So let me go off topic. Cinny, are you? Can I call you Cinny? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it's Cinny.
Okay, I might accidentally call you Sunny by accident, but I'll try to call you Cinny. So, Cinny, like, let me ask you something. Are you, you're straight, right?
Where is this going? Where is this going? I don't like where this is going.
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, what, now I'm straight too. No, sorry.
Where is this going?
Eno is a female, correct? I got the names mixed up.
Eno is AFAB, yeah.
AFAB, okay. So, yeah, have you ever dated a woman?
When I was 14.
Of course you did.
What do you mean by that?
What? What? Huh? What do you mean? Of course you did. That's sus. That's weird. Saying you're gonna go over the document is like saying you're gonna study of the test. Yeah, pretty much. She sounds so disinterested. Yeah, she does not give a fuck.
And I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend when I was 16 because I realized I didn't love her like that, because I realized I don't like women like that.
You were just a bit bi-curious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What is this? She is so fucking... She does not care. She does not give a rat's ass.
Well, once I kissed an Italian guy, but that's not important right now.
Get your dirty, filthy robot hands away from Mario. He does not deserve you.
Bro, what the actual fuck am I listening to? Like, genuinely, why is this included in the interview? Where is he going with this? Is he trying to say, like, oh, well, this person you were talking to was a girl, and you don't like girls, right? As if that proves anything? So as this interview goes on, a lot of the stuff they talk about is boring and just useless information, right? But things take a very weird turn when Just a Robot questions Cinny on the groping allegations and the inappropriate touching allegations, because remember, Cinny's roommate, Birdie, accused Cinny of touching him inappropriately and groping him all the time and making him feel uncomfortable. When asking Cinny about these allegations specifically, Just a Robot immediately jumps in to excuse the sexual harassment and claim that this is normal, as he tells weird stories that nobody asked for about him and his roommate. Apparently they touch each other all the time. You guys should know that, by the way. It just gets so weird. Take a listen.
Actually, that's something I've been meaning to ask you. So, like, they accused you of touching them inappropriately?
Yeah, fuck him for even, like, insinuating that.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get real here. Me and Professor Dreadlock, we're best buddies, and we're romantic with each other. We slap each other on the ass every now and then. We spook each other. We don't poke each other in the crotch, but we do pretty much everything else. And like, when I heard that, I was just like, you know...
What? Sounds like you're kinda gay, bro. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, also. I have to say this. Motherfuckers like him. Motherfuckers like him are the reason why sexual harassment, or SA, is so normalized when it comes to dudes, when it happens to them, because they don't even recognize that it is what I just said. Nah, dude. Nah.
I know Jack goes by he, him, but like, their sex is, they're an AFAB, and
yeah, he's AFAB.
Yeah, so two women living with each other, they're gonna...
It's not a dude. It's a biological female. So, I'm gonna straight up say this. Cinny Bear, you are not straight. There is no two situations, technically three, where you were sexually interested in a woman. In the biological female, at least. You are not straight. You are not straight. Me and my straight roommate love touching each other. Crazy. Hi Austin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Brotherhood is gay. Well, in this case, it's sisterhood.
I don't know what it's like with two women living with each other, but I can...
Well, it's brotherhood. For him, it's brotherhood. For her, it's sisterhood.
Tell you, as a guy who lives with another guy, we sometimes touch each other a bit inappropriately.
Once again, I'm just struggling to come up with commentary over this clip. I mean, the clip really just speaks...
What? Me and the homies were never touching each other anywhere where it makes sense. In a sexual manner. You might just not be straight. Never considered that. Me doing the Terminator entrance. Hello, chat. Hi, Aaron. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
For itself, you know, it's just one of those things that he says. It's just like, what are you even saying? Like, how could a human being even construct this response? Like, it's not even just bad because he's downplaying obvious sexual harassment. It's also bad just because he sounds fucking weird. He sounds weird and creepy and strange and just somebody I don't want to listen to.
I think Jack doesn't understand what grooming is, and I've been getting a lot of my information from him, because one of the things that I know I've said that was incorrect was, like, So Jack keeps saying that he was groomed by Kitty Dog when he was 12 and Kitty Dog was 14. And I believed him.
Okay, that's not, I don't
want to downplay his experience in like that he was traumatized. I just...
So she just admits it. She technically just admits that she touched them inappropriately. That is the admission, pretty much here. Siblinghood is gay for them at least. Said you. What do you mean by that, Jacob? I'm confused. Saw Smash gameplay and got hyped, then he talked about touching each other. My day's been good. Don't forget to say Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. That includes Sumax, because you made a lot of babies in Chow Garden.
Now that I'm like going to therapy and shit, I don't think it was grooming actually. That doesn't sound fucking right. God. And I feel fucking stupid for like making a video.
You mean feel? I think you are.
And defending that point.
This is a really good part of the interview because it's like the one moment where even Just a Robot is like stunned at what he's listening to. He's listening to Cindy basically say that, well, Birdie thinks that I'm a groomer, but he doesn't really know what grooming is. I mean, after all, like, he claims that he was groomed by this other person, and I believed him for so long, but after I went to therapy, now I no longer believe that my friend was groomed. Now Cindy is just denying her friend's, like, childhood abuse or trauma as an argument for why she's not a groomer, which is, like, a point that's, like, so nuclear, it's, like, almost impossible to fathom. And Just a Robot is like,
okay, that's...
Bro is flabbergasted. Bro is actually flabbergasted. He doesn't even know how he would be able to defend this. And he knows that he can't defend it. It's why he's stuttering. I gave some milk chocolate and M&Ms to my mom and my grandmother on Mother's Day. Ooh, nice. I gave my mom just $50. She could buy whatever she wants with that. That's fine.
That's not...
But he's so cucked and pussy whipped that he doesn't have the balls to tell her, like, what the fuck are you saying, bitch? Like, slow down. Like, what are you talking about? Or at the very least, ask her some elaborating questions and be like, whoa, that's an interesting...
I just think he thinks with his other head. I think he just thinks with his other head. Very simple.
Interesting point. Like, let's get into this because that sounds like something that you might want to expand on. Like, this is definitely like one of the best parts of the interview because it shows how compromised he is. He can't do anything. He has to just let her like spout insane shit, and even he's able to recognize some of the shit that she's saying that's just like batshit crazy, but he's too weak to verbalize it.
Just a robot marches on.
So I could just keep ripping this interview apart and just, you know, showing you more terrible, cringy clips, but I think at this point, we understand what's going on here. So what happened with this video? Well, the problem with Just a Robot's video, other than the fact that he was just defending a groomer, which is like an obviously indefensible position, is the fact that he was working on this video with Cindy the whole time, and he never disclosed that.
This is one of the worst defense videos I've ever had the displeasure of seeing. This is one of the worst things I might have seen as a defense. So he was working with her at the same time. Bruh. This is terrible.
That he didn't disclose that in the video or in the interview or on Twitter or in the description or anywhere else. Nobody knew that Just a Robot and Cindy were actually working this video together, although I guess it's kind of obvious given just how, you know, some of these points were just so terrible. But in one part of the video, Just a Robot makes the argument that by every definition of grooming, Cindy doesn't meet the criteria, and he shows like a screenshot or some research, right?
I've checked multiple different definitions for grooming. What Cindy did doesn't fit any of them. Sure, what she did is what a lot of groomers do when they start grooming. Or, who knows, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't actually know what grooming is.
Maybe you actually don't. Well, you certainly don't know what you're talking about since you didn't read the documents at all. You skimmed them. You skimmed them. We're like, ah, nah, no big deal. Anyways, I want crazy pussy. Gimme.
Well, apparently, that screenshot and that research was given to him by Cinny, and never once did he disclose that when making that argument in his video. He never said, by the way, Cinny told me that she doesn't fit the definition of grooming, and she sent me this research to justify her claim. He didn't say that. He presented that claim as if that was his point, when it was Cinny's the whole time. And in case you're wondering how we even have the DMs between Just a Robot and Cinny, well, she leaked them to Chud Logic, who was doing a stream against Just a Robot.
This is not a good. Oh, what's this I'm being sent? Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is this now? Looks like I've got the DMs.
Bro is in fact, no, he's not just a robot. He is actually absolutely, he's just stupid.
Between Cinebear and Just a Robot here, would you believe it? Wow, someone's just sent this to me.
So when Just a Robot in his interview was begging on his hands and knees to Cinny, please don't backstab me. I'm throwing it all away for you, Queen. Please don't backstab me.
This is crazy. This is bro is simping for a groomer. This is getting out of hand.
I'm gonna go now, but here's one thing I want you to tell you. It's going to be a hard uphill battle, and I'm going to help you out through this, okay? But I'm going to ask you something. Okay. Please do not backstab me.
I don't plan on it. I'm
Okay.
not an asshole.
Okay, it's just, I have to ask.
He's just a retard. So true. I don't know how you can pull this off. Now you just, please don't backstab me. Well, don't mind if everyone else does. Not even Poke Sims this hard. I don't simp at all. I don't simp. What do you mean, not even me? Shut it, Sway. You're simping for your ex-streamer, not ex-streamer. You're a new old streamer.
That because it happens a lot. I don't know why this keeps happening. Hey, I'm gonna help you through your drama. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jar. Oh, you're welcome, Peaches. Anyways, I'm gonna go tell a bunch of people your race is behind your back. Oh, this sounds great, Peaches.
Well, guess what? She completely backstabbed him by releasing all of her correspondence with Just a Robot. And because she did that, we can...
She fucked him over! She fucked him over! That is crazy! That is crazy! Also, his current his channel has almost 100k subs, while, and that's funny, pulling in about 22 to like 2k views. Bro is actually cooked. They're literally telling him that he's actually like cooked and that in his comment section, and that he should just get a job at this point. As cooked as you are. That is crazy.
See that this whole entire situation went deep. In fact, you can even see that multiple times throughout this conversation. He's like actively consoling her and trying to give her advice on how to cover the situation up. So he's like saying, why did you upload it so early in the morning? That's one of the worst times to upload video. I'll check it out. She says, I don't know, I'm freaking out. I really shouldn't have looked at the comments. Just a Robot, can I call you to tell you what to do? She says, no, not right now. I'm gonna pass out. He says, okay, just keep in mind, Peach's first video responding to everything didn't go over well, so hopefully you'll get me to give you tips on what to do with the second one. She says, okay, sorry if I'm scaring you. He says, I just don't want you to give up. You should really have shown me this before you uploaded it. Also, monetizing the video wasn't a good move. I like money, but with something like this, it's best to just do it later on. It will be an uphill fight, but slowly more and more will see the light. And he keeps going on. He's like, it's not the end of the world. Trust me, after my video comes out, a few more will see the light, but I will get a lot, and I mean a lot.
That is crazy. This is crazy. This is so dumb. This dude is so pathetic. This dude is so pathetic. A groom and a traitor, for real. This video is cancer. Hey now, even cancer standards. Not the video itself is cancer, but the situation is absolute cancer.
A lot of backlash. Also, you need to show a lot more proof on the screen next time. I can tell you rushed through the video a
Also, can I get an estimate on when your video will be out, please? Ooh woo. What the fuck? She does not care for real, Nad. I think for her, the chances of bouncing back are just greater.
little bit. But as I said before, it's not the end of the world. You can still win this drama. You don't need to worry. You're going through a lot. My fucking god, this is stressful. But I know you are going through 100 times more than me. I just hope my video makes things better, not worse. It's cool. You're going through a lot. Nice pussy. Yeah, don't worry. That was not actually a picture of her pussy. It was her cat. And
I already wanted to say. I saw that and I was like, I already wanted to say. I already wanted to say, bro. Does he actually? Did she just send him actual pussy?
and he was making a joke. He also makes another joke where he says, "Want to see my cock?" or something like that, and he sends a picture of a rooster. You know, these two things could just be seen as just autistic jokes. But he also does beg her to get into a call with her late at night because he just can't sleep and he just wants somebody to talk to, which, I'm sorry, you just don't do that to somebody you hardly know or hardly have any attraction to, for that matter. Like, obviously, if you wanted to get into, you know, some sleep calls, some Discord sleep calls or whatever, you're probably attracted to the person that you want to do this with. Otherwise, that's just fucking weird.
I feel like bro was simping for her, got backstabbed. He worked so hard for the cat pics, for real. Didn't even get anything. He didn't even tap anything. He just simped, got backstabbed, and that is it.
Sorry, I just got worried because you didn't react at all. Sorry if I bothered you. It's cool, wanna VC? Right now, don't we have the same time zone? It's 5 a.m. Just a Robot says, I couldn't sleep. I took drugs, Adderall, to get my video on you remade. I like Adderall, but sometimes it keeps me from sleeping. She says, oops, well, I took melatonin. Also, my video is up and I'm having a breakdown. And this, like, obsession with wanting to get into sleep calls with her continues on multiple different days. Here's, like, another example. I just need someone to chat with as I drift off to sleep. You can just say no. I'll take that as a no, lol. We weren't going to chat about anything important. I just like talking with anyone as I pass out. Good night. Like, again, I can't stress this enough. He made this video in defense of this person because he wanted to fuck her. Obviously, he denied.
Yeah, finally, he just says it. She just says it. He just says it straight up. He just says it straight up. Yeah, that's the truth. And bro had a girlfriend. I find that horrible. If he got the chance, he would have 100% cheated on her. That's crazy. You should defend Frogger like this, Poke. It would be monumental, for real. Except she hasn't done anything.
That on Chud Logic stream when Chud asked him directly, like, do you have some sort of attraction with her? Although he does say that because he's a heterosexual male, of course he has attraction to her. After all heterosexual men are attracted to every woman instantly. So, of course, he had some level of attraction. But don't worry, guys. He has a girlfriend who he loves very much, who was actually watching the stream the whole time. Like, what a disaster.
Here's what I believe based on reviewing these logs. In the course of pursuing this story, you spoke to Cinebear and you developed some sort of attraction or interest in them beyond the purely professional one. This has then led you to frame the video in a certain way, and this is the architect now of your pain. This connection that you've made, this non-disclosed connection, which is a complete conflict of interest and should never have happened. What say you?
I have no romantic interest. I'm very friendly with the way I talk. I can show the logs I've had with other people if they'll give me permission, but I'm very friendly. I have a girlfriend. I have no sexual interest in Cine at all.
But you do, okay, actually, let's say that. Go on.
No, actually, I want to take... No. Okay, maybe I do have sexual interest in Cine. I mean...
What? Frog would kill me if I ever said anything like that. I'd die. Yeah, bro, that relationship was over at that point. Bro, just don't give any interviews. Just please don't talk to anybody.
I'm a straight guy, come on. So I'm gonna walk back on that, but I have a girlfriend. I'm not,
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you need to hear right there. That explains this entire situation. He buckles under the pressure and he just admits what we all could realize very quickly after watching that interview and seeing the DMs. But you know the best part? He doesn't even know what she looks like. He's only heard her voice.
Bro defends her on the base of nothing. Nothing. And here we have a gooner in his natural habitat. Nothing. He has nothing. He received nothing. He genuinely received nothing. No pics. No nothing. Bro was... I am flabbergasted. Mediocre commentary, YouTuber. Defense. Worse than me. Worse pussy. That is crazy. He's cringe for defending someone in hopes of getting puss, but isn't she worse? I'm confused why everyone is making videos on him. She's worse, but he defended her. She is worse. Definitely. But it's still hilarious how he defends her. And two things can be true at one time. You also gotta focus on the defenders here as well.
No, I have never seen Cinebear's face, ever. I have borderline no idea what she looks like.
Holy shit, that's rough. You threw it all away for a girl who's a groomer, and you don't even know what she looks like. Come on, man.
Subscribe for more slop. It's so true. This is crazy. This is so fucking dumb. This is crazy. Well, now we know. Bro is in fact cooked. His channel is on the deathbed. It is already dead. It's not just on the deathbed. It is dead. They're mocking him in the comments. They're absolutely mocking the dude. Isn't her face on the internet? It doesn't really matter, as at that point he did not know what she looks like. So, she needed someone on her side. He had an option. He could have just ignored her, but no. Bro was gooning to her voice and wanted the e-groomer puss. That's crazy. That's crazy the way you put it. So true, though. So true. Poker, what is it? What is it? It's over for him. Yeah, he's cooked. He's so cooked. Why are you white knighting like just a robot? What? I haven't defended a groomer. Not that I'm aware. Yeah, that was horrid. That was horrendous. Poke, yeah. That was absolutely horrendous. Being sexually attracted to someone that you have no idea what they look like, or at least met once as well. To me, maybe you consumed a lot of corn based on her character. Who knows? Maybe he thinks the character looks like her IRL. What do I know? You defend female VTubers all the time because lol based. So true. So true. So true. It depends on the baseness though. The only VTuber I really defend is Kirsche, because they're actually lying about her. That's the only time I do it. Or when people generally lied about. Not if they actually have done something bad. So that's not the same, you gumper. We are going to watch... I don't know if I can actually react to Psych to Go. Can I even do that? Can I even do that without dying? Can I even do that without dying? I don't even know. There's not many reactions to that stuff. We can try. Defend only Froggen now. All other women irrelevant. Nope. Nope. Sometimes you need to defend somebody from somebody saying. Doesn't seem like it. Most animation channel nuke you. Yeah, then I wouldn't probably risk it. Not gonna lie. Hey, then I have this. We wanna look at something scary? Then we do this. I must defend somebody from somebody who says they want to have white women breeding factories. That's what I did today. That was my defense. Hey, you guys know Elzagate is back? Well, now you do. Elzagate is back in 2025, but upper echelon. Let's go. But Kirsche literally already has a litany of sims. Yeah, I'm not simping for the woman. Though. Simping has always sexual attraction. I'm not sexually attracted to that woman because I don't know what she looks like. And nobody does.
If you ever let your child watch YouTube videos, we have got a...
Yeah, if you remember, they never move it all what? Apparently it's back. Yeah, remember the kids content on YouTube Kids? That was all just, at the end of the day, just files communicating with each other.
A warning for you. Some people are creating disturbing cartoons, making them appear kid-friendly, only to get your children to watch inappropriate content.
Yes.
A warning for parents. Check out the internet cartoon your kids are watching because some of them are really fakes with terrifying surprises.
YouTube is stepping up its efforts to make its services and its viewing safer for kids, cracking down on videos that are pretending to be family friendly and deleting some more dangerous content altogether.
The people behind those are disturbed.
Deranged.
Yeah, and I actually deleted the YouTube app from the iPad so my child wouldn't get on it, and I thought YouTube Kids was safe. This is scary.
So did I.
Yeah. All right.
Not gonna lie, if I ever decided to make my kid watch YouTube, I'd pick out videos myself. I wouldn't just give them free access. I would pick out videos myself for that to happen. Was that just a pregnant AI girl? AI cat? What the heck? Yo, Upper Echelon, I have a question. Why so dramatic? Your videos aren't usually this dramatic. That's crazy.
So what is ElsaGate? Obviously, if I'm going to sit here and tell you it's happening again, as the intro clearly suggests, I should probably tell you what it was to begin with. So here goes. A brief overview of what previously was so that we can properly understand why it's happening again now. ElsaGate is probably one of the most singularly influential events in all of YouTube history. Aside from forcing multiple changes to the very structure of the platform, it also resulted in widespread advertiser boycotts with downstream revenue impact on the entire website, as well as millions of creators who use it.
Yep. Also a really great provider to the what is it? To the adpocalypse of YouTube. Yeah, understandable, Perker. Because even YouTube Kids has some bad stuff for kids, from what I've heard. Not just some bad stuff, really bad stuff. From animal abuse to softcore corn, everything. Just everything. It just, in addition to the ads as well, just everything.
Primarily focused on the YouTube Kids application, ElsaGate centered on a prolific explosion of children's content, which was made using beloved and widely recognized characters. Elsa from Frozen, obviously, Joker, Spider-Man, Peppa Pig, and many more on top of that, became the focus of bizarre little skits put on by human actors, where instead of actual family-friendly themes, there would be storylines about pregnancy, mutilation, sexual fantasies, or just unprovoked violence. The videos were deliberately designed to be shocking. They were intentionally inappropriate, but the creators behind them were earning millions upon millions of views with untold sums of money and
Yeah, makes sense why that would happen. Just makes sense, right? I find that horrible. I really find that horrible. And not really doing anything. In fact, the person that was calling it out, for example, the Minecraft stuff that was pointed out, and also the animal stuff that was pointed out by Soggy Cereal, even got censored. So nobody gets really access to this, or it gets pushed back. The thumbnail gets censored, stuff like that, like blurred. Yeah, the people speaking out against this are being censored.
by doing it through advertising. In essence, the hallmarks of Elsa-gate style content include familiar childhood characters, hashtags and keyword metadata aimed at children, shock factor themes that are entirely inappropriate for a young audience, and monetized videos to extract maximum revenue. That's the gist of it. Well, back in 2016 as well as 2017, the whole thing blew up into a mainstream spotlight, which dramatically impacted YouTube, crushed the revenue for pretty much everyone on the platform at the time, and forced a number of different changes, restricting where advertisements can even be shown. The YouTube Kids application received the brunt of the impact, but site-wide policy implications rippled out afterward as the story became pretty much a national headline. However, that same headline, so to speak, could easily make a resurgence in the near future, because Elsa-gate style content is back, and it's not just back, it's once again rampant on the platform. I want to really begin by focusing on the cat videos, but eventually it goes much deeper than that. If you search YouTube right now for the words cute cat and filter it down to videos from the past month sorted by views, you'll find thousands, probably tens of thousands, of AI-generated cat videos with tens of millions of collective views. Actually, we're in total talking about billions of views, but after a certain point the numbers get so big that people just stop caring. Lots and lots of views, that's the part that matters.
7 million views. 7 million. 7 fucking million views on videos like these 8 days ago. This is kind of wild, and just with AI content, literal content farm. Do you watch a video about Luigi? Yeah, I'm aware of that. I had to watch one before to get context for something. I'm aware, Zoom.
The feed that you get is almost exclusively composed of multi-million view AI cat videos, but when you actually click and watch these uploads, it gets weird fast. Obviously, this content is aimed at children. No one else is genuinely ever watching something like that. But while some of the videos are fine...
Farts again? We are at farts again? Fart content? This is just once again, some weird fetish content. 100%. I could see it.
As in relatively normal. Others look like this. Cats getting poisoned, weird scatological themes, lots of crying, and a switch from what may seem innocent, even if it's overwhelmingly dominated by AI slop to begin with, to something which feels a whole lot more reminiscent of the original Elsa-gate. Sadly, it doesn't take very long to find out that the rabbit hole just keeps on going, eventually landing on content like this. Poor kitten abused by its own cruel mother and...
What the fuck? What? Goodness! Kids are watching that? 500k views? Goodness! I've seen the weird pregnant cat videos that are AI animated. It's horrible. Oh, well, yeah, look at this.
And sister, with almost 500,000 views. This is precisely what the title says it is. An AI cat getting mocked, screamed at, injured, and more, with extremely graphic scenes across an hour-long video. But more so than harping on individual examples, I want to focus on the scale of it all. Keep something in mind right now. You can reach this content, actually this is the majority of the content that you'll find, when simply searching for recently uploaded cute cat videos, okay? This is what you find. Quote, cruel mother cat, never kind to kitten till death. Or this one.
What the fuck is that title? So I shouldn't leave a 2-year-old with an iPad? It's awful. Yeah, it is. It just is. That's crazy. This is just so gross. Man, this is for children. This is what children potentially look at.
Kitten abused by its own mother cat. Separate channel. Pretty quickly, you start realizing that it's not just a few, once in a while here and there. It's everywhere. And if you don't believe me, try this. These are channels uploading exclusively AI videos of cats, doing everything from boiling water and then pouring it all over their own little AI cat children, to being cut apart with chainsaws and pretty much whatever.
Yo! Cut apart with chainsaws? Okay, chill, bro, chill. It's okay. Chill. Calm down. I get it. I understand. Goodness.
Else you can come up with in between that. Meow Grabber, over 1 million channel views, based in Pakistan. Story Cat of AI, 2 million channel views.
Meow Grabber? That sounds horrible, not gonna lie. That does in fact sound horrible.
Views from the United States. Cute Animals, 6 million channel views, Turkey. Kitten Short Stories, Vietnam this time, almost 16 million views on the channel. Meow Meow Stories, Vietnam again, 30 million this time. Orange Cat Boom, unknown country, 34 million channel views, and that's before we even get to the bigger ones. That is, the bigger ones of the few that I even bothered to click on before making the video. Cat Code Meow, Pakistan, over 60 million.
Pakistan? Well, that's interesting. Where's my nose? In your ass.
Total views. Or what about Stunning Cat Stories, based in the United States, with almost 1 million subscribers as well, and 213 million views across their videos. It's not a fluke or a negligible portion of the content being uploaded to the platform at scale. It's becoming the majority. Let me switch gears now and talk about another search term, okay? Minions. Kids love Minions. This is indisputably a child.
What is this what are these thumbnails? What are these two thumbnails? What are these two thumbnails? What? What? Give it to me. You know I have to always edit this out of the stream because it gets copyrighted, right, you moron? Do you understand this?
Child-focused keyword, but if you just search Minions, that's it, just the word Minions, once again filtered by results from the past month or so, you get stuff like this. Minion Baby Belly has Worm Parasites from Hans Story Animation, which oddly enough has sort of the same twisted video 6 different times in the top results. I'm going to play a segment from one of those videos here in the background, but there's multiple reasons for that, which I do think I want to explain because normally I would never be showing any of this stuff. First, I think it's important to understand just how similar this content is when—
What the fuck? This is a rat with diapers! Or underwear or whatever. This is not for children! It just isn't! They'll give this channel monetization. And demonetize random gaming channel for calling someone a goofy goober in a Call of Duty lobby. Yeah, no swear words, but oh yeah, let me show you a thumbnail of a monster crawling out of a minion. Yeah. But those is needed. You said you'd give it before, but you lied. But shit, it's AI slop, so real. Hi Fortification, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
compared to the original Elsa Gate. It features
it
other
is
popular
diaper.
characters such as Elsa or Joker, Spider-Man, the Ratatouille mouse, etc. It has all
What? Huh? What? What? This is what children can look at? Hi Alex, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This is what children can look at, by the way. This is what children can look at, by the way. This is crazy. Yeah, it's like it is back. It fully is. But if those videos are copyrighted, how do you survive them while live? Is it because they're so short? Yeah, it's also because this doesn't get copyrighted during stream. This gets copyrighted after stream, usually.
all the similar shock factor plot lines, pregnancy, gore, whatever it happens to be. But most importantly, if the creator of this content wants to use the fact that I'm showing a small snippet in the background, despite the obvious reality that it's very clearly 4 pillars of fair use for the purpose of commentary and criticism, really. If they want to use that excuse to strike the video on the basis of copyright, they have to use actual information. I'll find out who they are, or what the company is, or...
Did you just fuse a minion and a crocodile together? Okay! Yeah, ElsaGate is back!
or the name of their legal representation at the very least, and any one of
the... What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Where there's so many croc or what? What am I looking at? Again, this is supposedly kids' content.
those things is a viable thread that I can tug on to find out who's actually behind all of this horrible stuff, which is unfortunately now swarming the entire platform. Once again, we're talking about millions of views across dozens of channels, and a very important clarifying point to make is that this content is monetized. There are ads being shown against these videos for a multitude of separate brands. Of course, in some situations, YouTube can show advertisements on videos when the channel itself is not part of the partner program. That does happen, it is possible, but I'm fairly certain that's not what's happening here, because there's yet another layer to this problem generally. Switching back to the cat videos, there's a pretty reasonable explanation behind why there's just so much of this content being produced all the time. And that's because not only are the abusive AI cat family videos popular, to some degree, though it's entirely possible that at least a portion of the engagement is falsified. But regardless, not only are the twisted, sometimes violent, extremely inappropriate cat videos popular as a final product, there's also an entire cottage industry of guide material on how to make them. How I create...
Oh yeah, I'm aware. I reacted to a video about the AI Kids story stuff, and yeah, there's literally people making guides for that too. It's actually kind of goofy though. Still shouldn't be looked at by children. Kids should still not look at this. Just the truth.
Cat videos and make $30,000 every month on YouTube. How I create viral AI cat videos, step-by-step tutorial. How to create...
Wow. $30,000? I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
Viral AI cat videos and earn $3,000 per day. How to actually create viral AI cat shorts and earn $6,485 per month. And the list goes on and on and on. You get the point. Not just videos either. Articles, Medium posts, and everything you can possibly think of, detailing precisely how to generate automated cat video type channels.
Yeah, funny enough, that doesn't particularly work as well as people think. A lot of these channels are quickly just dead channels because they don't succeed.
And then get them monetized. Of course, some of these guides never explicitly say make the material shocking and inappropriate for children, while still targeting your hashtags with things like cute, cat lover, cat videos, etc. But the implication is certainly there, and some of them do explicitly tell their audience to copy what is already popular, using all sorts of genuinely disgusting content in the process. I do want to make something clear right now. This is a dead internet theory style problem that I'm speaking about, which is really only getting worse with time. I'm a creator here on YouTube, so I focus on this platform deliberately, but the sort of abuse-driven AI cat problem that we're discussing right now isn't just a problem here. It's also on TikTok or Instagram. Here's an example from Instagram.
So true, so true. It's also on TikTok and Instagram. Though here it's children, on Instagram it is also in fact for adults via AI, how do I put this? AI Down syndrome only at fans girls, or AI amputees, stuff like that. So there is an adult version of it as well.
Instagram with an account called MP Minds, which has 1.3 million followers, where a crying cat father tries to take care of his little cat child. And thankfully, this one doesn't have openly gory and abusive themes, but this shit has 15 million likes.
15 million likes? No, no, Chubby will love you. I like this. This is crazy. VTuber deletes channel to start an AI cat gore YouTube content farm. I don't know, maybe I should piss off people like Kirsche. Maybe that works.
Likes on it and got something like 200 million views by itself. Let's do one more example, okay? Elsa herself. It wouldn't be Elsagate 2.0 without the original character, right? Simple keyword search, recent uploads, and yes, same exact stuff. Disney princess is screaming with grotesque mutations, Elsa getting abducted and bitten by a vampire, then dying.
What the fuck?
Disney princess is screaming with grotesque mutations, Elsa getting abducted and bitten.
What? Why? Still better than Rachel Zegler.
By a vampire, then dying, then coming back and killing whoever the other character is, with plenty of overly graphic material sprinkled in throughout. Disasters, injuries, and of course, pregnancy with weird medical conditions across dozens
Goodness, what the heck? What the fuck?
of channels with tens and tens of millions of total views.
At least have not seen any mpreg yet, because that's still missing.
The Elsa ones aren't typically as bad as the cat family stuff. That takes the cake. That's the worst by far. And certainly there's more real content mixed in with the AI filth for the Elsa keyword, but the ratio is still shockingly bad, once again making it clear that we're not talking about a small disconnected offshoot of the typical acceptable content. We're talking about a growing and sizable portion of what's being uploaded entirely, sometimes a majority, which is now infesting, at times dominating, various keywords associated with childhood characters, such as minions or Elsa, or even broader generalized keywords like cute cats, which used to be a relatively fun thing to search for videos about on the internet, especially if we're talking about young children using their parents' iPad to browse YouTube. Elsagate only happened because the quality of content reached a tipping point, and everyone from parents to advertisers began waking up to how easily accessible it all was. Sure, the dedicated kids portion of the website is so heavily moderated now it's not even being targeted by this new wave of AI slop, but that doesn't change the fact that they're producing content aimed at the youngest possible users they can access, which is a lockstep replica of what we saw during the original.
That's... If YouTube gets another adpocalypse, you know why. Last time, Logan Paul sounded it off, and Elsagate a little later. This time it's just gonna be Elsagate, or maybe somebody else too, in combination. Who knows? This is terrible. This is... I don't know. Another reason why I don't like AI.
Elsagate, just using AI this time instead of human actors. However, I want to make something abundantly clear right now, because how YouTube responds to an issue like this dramatically impacts a tremendous amount of careers, and also because think about the children is a bit of a tired excuse when it comes to restricting platform features or freedoms. With that said, YouTube has to stop monetizing this content. For starters, AI channels like this can generate a ridiculous amount of material compared to an actual human, which means as long as it's monetized and as long as it has any reasonable shot of populating in the algorithm, it will continuously spiral out of control, right? There's no other option, with more and more and more until certain keywords drown to death. Some of them already are. Even worse though, in order to...
Yep, I agree with this take. AI should not be monetized. I agree with this take 100%. It should not be monetized. Just like you wouldn't want somebody to make AI art and then sell it on the Patreon. You wouldn't want that either. Yeah, I agree. This shouldn't be monetized.
To differentiate themselves within those rapidly drowning keywords, they will inexorably resort to shock themes and increasingly disruptive, unexpected, or outlandish representations of childhood characters. If YouTube doesn't kill this industry now, it will overrun sections of the platform. It won't necessarily impact what I do, not right away, at least. My audience is like 35 years old. But the fact that we now see billions, not millions, billions with a B, billions of views for AI-generated cat family parental and child abuse.
True, mine is like between 25 and 35. Like between 24 and 35, I'm safe.
Should be a tipping point where YouTube realizes that if they want to avoid the same type of detonation that happened last time, they need to be proactive about the issue, not sit on their hands until it all finally blows up. ElsaGate 2.0 is a very real thing. It just hasn't reached critical mass yet. It's getting there, to be sure, but they still have some time to start making changes, pushing back or de-incentivizing the garbage before it goes way too far. Will they do it? Probably not, but I hope so. And I also hope that anyone who sees this will take a minute and double check what exactly your child is watching on YouTube, even if it seems like innocent little cat videos that they scroll through. Again, the majority of my audience is men who are like 35 years old, thereabouts, which means they might have kids who are the exact age bracket that this content.
Am I in the minority? I might be in the minority. Hashtag stop abuse too. Hashtag watch abuse in years between each other. So true.
Targets, so yeah, maybe get the kids off the internet. It may start with an innocent keyword, but it very rapidly becomes something horrible, gory, inappropriate, etc. So it's not really a safe place anymore for them. That's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below, a special VPN deal, locals and Patreon for monthly memberships, merchandise, social media, etc., etc. But I'm also not super active on any of those other platforms, so yeah, mostly just our website where you can read articles instead of watching the videos, right? They're summarized as articles, and a VPN deal for people who want it. As always, question everything and have a nice night.
That's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah. This will possibly once again blow up in YouTube's face if they don't stop it in time. I agree with not monetizing this slop. It's just not, there's just nothing added to it. It's just one click and done. That's it. Yeah. I just think that AI should not be monetized in that way. Sorry for all AI defenders. I'm not helping you with this one. It is what it is. Those, yeah, you moron, fine. Fine, you stupid doze. Eventually we're gonna run out of videos. That's a good thing. Toka. By Coty Animation. Let's just get into this. Get this over with. Giraffe, the best background to have. Screenshot it, so true. So, oh, is this upper echelon? Yes, it is upper echelon, that's true. Good heavens, of course it's upper echelon. Let's go. Why do you make me watch these? Why do you make me watch these? For what reason, whatever, are you making me watch these? Why? It's gonna get, I need to edit it out of the stream anyways. Nobody's going to see this, just initially. Fire B before it's just a dream. Done, that's it. You got your minute full of those. That's it. You're not getting more. That makes me wonder, did we check out the Reggie stuff beforehand? What? The Reggie stuff? What do you mean? Because these are fun. Not to me! Oh shit. Oh, I thought the shit was a meme. It actually took off and isn't just a laughing stock of AI. Nope, it's actually time to get off the internet now. Leave. Like that as a no. Nope, in this case not. AI itself isn't bad, but people will always use something like that for bad things. That's true. Still shouldn't be the videos I shared. Nope, we did not. Let me check what these were. Let me check what these were. Was it this one? Also from the analog horror YouTube I love, there's a video about AI analog horror. Okay, yeah. That wasn't it. That is the medieval cat one. And there I am, yeah. Video 64, yep, that's one of them. Medieval cat, correct. So we're not up to Reggie yet. I didn't even react to these, to be fair. Because to be honest, they're not even particularly my style of content. I gotta be honest, they're not really my style of what I even like to react to be honest, but okay. We'll look at that first. Also, I'm not gonna watch everything, I'm just gonna watch what I find interesting, to be fair. We'll do the analog horror later. Well, next time, of course. Well, let's look at this. Alex has recommended this. I have no idea what this is about. I have no idea what this is about. What doesn't chat with swears show up in the box holders for chat? Probably something obvious. I'm just dumb. Send the analog horror. Okay, we'll look at that later. Anyways, I used World War One tactics to survive Armageddon in Total Warhammer 3 by Reggie. Let's just look at this. I have no idea. I've never played Total Warhammer 3. I've never played any of these games. So I don't know what's going on.
Gentlemen, I have one question. When you visualize Warhammer, do you see machine gun nests mowing down hordes of the undead? Maybe war zeppelins dropping bombs on confused Frenchmen? Or even thousands of soldiers simultaneously?
I mean, I do a lot to the Frenchmen. Not just dropping bombs. Except the French rat girl VTuber. That one can stay.
Suffering from trench foot? Well, you should, because today we're going to be using the technology and tactics of a certain 20th century military power to conquer the world. But having both of our feet amputated will be the least of our concerns, because on turn 100, chaos portals will open all over the map, unleashing thousands of demons with an intense desire to consume our vital organs. Can we become a military superpower and overcome this cataclysmic event, or will we be subjugated by our demonic overlords? There's only one way to know. But first, a word from our sponsor. War Thunder. It's a game with an impressive collection of over 2,000 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships, which you can use to
The only people that play War Thunder are femboys. And nah, it's actually, yeah, it's just femboys.
decimate your friends regardless of which team they're on. Personally, I like to turn off my weapon systems and just use myself as the explosive. In this regard, hypersonic jets are the most effective option. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, with dynamic and detailed damage models. So when I crash my F-16 into the side of a T-34 tank at 2,000 kilometers an hour, I get a complex breakdown of exactly why I am no longer alive. The customization is impeccable. Zooming in to read manga off the side of a Japanese tank, simply incredible. Finally, the graphics are so good I've suffered a mental break and I don't know what's real anymore. Play War Thunder for free on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. If you use my link in the comments, you'll get a bonus pack with free stuff. And if you don't use it, I'll find you. Here we are in the lovely old world. It's very much the same, except Karl Franz is now an ultra-nationalist and he's wearing a pickle hob. Normally, the Empire operates as a collection of city-states that eventually confederate through a series of popularity contests. It's a little like democracy, which is nice because democracy is a system by the people and for the people.
But the people are retarded.
And
I love this clip. I love this clip so much. It's so universally usable in so many situations. It is so usable. But the people are retarded. Femboys are the most dangerous class. You could have just stopped at dangerous.
I don't have time for such political machinations, so instead we'll be doing all of our diplomacy with the business end of a machine gun. We start by introducing ourselves to our neighbors, hello, and goodbye. I know these tactics might seem excessive, but we need to aggressively develop our empire if we want to have any hope of surviving Armageddon, because I may have put it on max difficulty. With our first enemy defeated, we can now recruit some conscripts. They're our weakest unit, and they're also preposterously expensive, but with a bit of focus fire, they can assassinate enemy generals in one volley, so not bad.
Why does this look kind of fun? This looks kind of fun to play. Interesting.
Clearly, we're going for quality over quantity. Our campaign started off quite well. We bounced around Reichland, liberating settlements from the tyrannical Polish menace. So impressive was our blitzkrieg that a beast wizard wanted to join the army. I know he may appear to be some kind of homeless.
I don't know, as a German, this video makes me happy. And he went against the Polish. That also makes me happy.
Schizophrenic, but he's actually just your average Los Angeles man, so I let him join our crusade. Now, in an effort to immediately bankrupt my own government, I decided to start building a second army led by the legendary General Wilhelm von Zollerhorn. And yes, I did Google that name to see if he was associated with any genocides. Surprisingly, he was not. Wilhelm is great because unlike Karl, his talent tree actually buffs our modern units, and you better believe I'm going to specialize him entirely into tank warfare. But we don't have any tanks yet. In fact, all we have are people who wanted to be here slightly more than they wanted to be in a military prison. So let's get back on track. After finishing off the Empire Secessionists, we received a quest to defend.
Imagine having guns and still getting folded by people on horses. It is what it is.
This beach from an amphibious landing of Vikings. Unfortunately for the Vikings, the beach they are landing on is Normandy Beach, because we have just unlocked light machine gun nests, and as you may imagine, a band of naked Norwegians is no match for the 1,200 rounds per minute coming out of these guns. After completing our revisionist history at Normandy, I decided to declare war on Emil von Corden. Why would I do that? Because no one can stop me. Emil's forces were difficult to defeat because there were 2,500 of them, but now there's not. This gives
Yeah, unfortunately for the Vikings, the beach is Normandy, so true. Fellow German dude, yay! Oh god, this is a recipe for disaster. Don't let this video might get a bit unhinged. Don't let Bint find me. Don't let Bind and Anna find me. I'm getting cancelled. As a Polish dude, I will forever hold this video dear because of the Poland reference. and I, as a German, will also forever hold it dear because it's acting up in my letting my genes act up.
Gives us ownership over one of the mountain passes, which will help us control our borders, especially when the demons arrive. While this was going on, Wilhelm was starting up a war on the Eastern Front, and things were going pretty well. However, we were starting to run into some growing pains. As it turns out, ignoring your faction's game mechanics in favor of ultra-violence is not a wise decision, because after declaring war on 2 people just for fun, everyone thinks I'm clinically insane, and our popularity is plummeting. Much like a high school girl, without popularity, Karl's empire starts to physically decompose. So to correct this economic tailspin, we need to increase our approval rating. To achieve that, we will stop fighting humans and instead focus on killing creatures of the night, such as the elderly. Unfortunately, Eben von Leibowitz didn't get this memo, and he attacked Will.
The elderly? Bro is starting to beat up old people? That's interesting.
Wilhelm with 3,000 units. Now, machine guns are very strong, but as it turns out, they have their limitations, and we got absolutely massacred. This was a small but detectable setback in our plans. With my army destroyed, Durthu took the opportunity to demand financial restitution from us, despite the fact I've never even talked to him before. I'll be honest, it really damages my confidence to be successfully extorted by sentient plant matter, and I won't be forgetting this. But for now, we can't afford another war. Now, it's not all bad, because the Beastmen just completed their end of a suicide pact by running headfirst into my capital, and this gave us a nice little chunk of change. In fact, money is at a bit of a premium in my empire, because if I want to recruit a super heavy tank, it's going to cost me thousands of gold. Fortunately, I found a few ways to make money. For example, I struck up a trade deal with this lovely wood elf lady.
Shh, don't tell, but I think I want to kill her.
Aside from that, we've just been completing quests, trading.
Understandable, have a nice day. Damn, I gotta be up poker to strengthen relationships with Italy. Sure, you can try. But then I'm gonna, you know, me and, Germany and Australia might become one again, just for you. Also Sam Hyde reference, so very true. Very, very true. Idubs is still scared. Or was it Hassan? I think it's Hassan. Actually. Don't question it, his strategies are beyond your understanding, sure.
With the Chinese and stealing Heinrich Kemmler's social security checks. Speaking of Heinrich, the war is going quite well. Much like the Beastmen, he fell into the trap of driving himself into a wood chipper at 300 kilometers per hour. And since then, I've been using light tanks to carve my way through his—
Bro got folded! 0 people!
territory. Truly, there is no cleaner pleasure than watching machine gun fire tear into hordes of the undead. Our campaign culminated in the siege of Castle Artois. It was kind of awkward because we have almost no melee units, and we can't really shoot them effectively from this angle, so I settled on using some breaching charges to open the castle gates. From here, I just let my tanks sit down in front of the door and shoot anyone who attempted to move from here to here. It was a little like Red Rover, except the stakes were a lot higher because angry Germans are shooting at you with machine guns. Eventually, we won, but clearly I'm going to have to invest in some heavy artillery going forward. At this point, all of our initial enemies are dead, so it's a good time to assess our position in the world. It's turn 33, we occupy a thin band of regions along the southwest. I was hoping to have the entire empire conquered by turn 40, so it's safe to say we're a little behind schedule, but I'm confident that our rapidly developing military technology will help us catch up. For example, Wilhelm recently acquired a new mount.
Did bro practically just create the fourth? I can't say it, but you know what? The fourth. Just saying.
Is it a horse or even a dog sled pulled by children? No, it's a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz with a machine gun mounted on the roof. I'd like to see Vlad von Karstein compete with this. Speaking of Vlad, he's going to be our next target. He owns a lot of territory, and unfortunately for him, most of the Geneva Conventions do not apply to reanimated corpses, so I should lose no popularity by eviscerating him with hundreds of landmines. However, the orcs were blocking my path into Sylvania, so I had to grapple with the serious moral dilemma of whether I should shoot them to death or cover them in napalm. I chose both. It was all going very well.
The orcs? You know that when people look at orcs, they think of black people, right? Yeah, he's not beating the allegations. Not ever.
Because the orc military philosophy consists exclusively of screaming and running headfirst into bullets. The undead were experiencing a similar issue. Usually, they throw bodies at you until you become exhausted, but luckily for us, bullets do not get tired. The only problem we ran into was that the ghosts are ethereal, so roughly half of our bullets go right through them. But I am a firm believer in just shooting them twice as much. So we plowed forward, capturing Grenstadt, Schwarzhaven, and Fort Obersteyr. And just as my military conquest was about to send me over the edge into an erection-induced coma, tragedy struck. Clan Scryer declared war on me. It's alright though, they're strength rank 21 and we're rank 2, so surely they won't invade me with 3 armies, you son of a bitch. You look like a smart guy, so I probably don't have to tell you, but this?
I'm gonna be honest. Are we sure they're Germans? I have no idea. At this point, I'm just looking at this and being seriously confused because I have no idea what's going on because I've never played this game.
Is really bad, because for every Skaven we can see, there are probably 10 that we can't. With all of my generals tied up in the east, Ikit Claw had a fantastic time detonating nuclear devices on my peasant militias. To make the situation even more embarrassing, the orcs actually started defeating us by changing their army composition. Did they also develop heavy machine guns, you may ask? Nope, not even close. They just put themselves on pigs and drove into my gun line really fast. The only silver lining to all of this was that I convinced Balthazar Gelt to confederate with me, which expanded my borders considerably. Naturally, this decimated my economy because AI build their empires in the same way a recently lobotomized man builds a helicopter, which is to say, not very well. Anyway, after sorting that out, I sent Gelt back to deal with the Skaven, and since he is a wizard of metal, I gave him some very heavy metal to work with. Aside from that, Wilhelm went on a paid vacation to the lovely city of Skavenblight to burn it to the ground and stomp on the ashes. Our capture of Skavenblight could be compared to cutting the head off the chicken that is Clan Scryer. The issue
Imagine getting folded by orcs on pigs. This now seems like... Okay. Why does he look like a dwarf?
is that the body is still thrashing around and shitting all over my territory. However, after 10 turns and several doses of lorazepam, we had finally finished them off. In their place, I installed several puppet governments that were loyal to me. I can't be everywhere at once, but having multiple semi-competent allies spread across the map should be enough. At this point, my blood pressure was finally starting to normalize again, so obviously the ogres decided to rectify that by declaring war and attacking me with 3 gigantic armies. At this moment, the game expects me to just roll over and accept my dick flattening like a good boy, but I said no. I'm fighting this battle.
Dick flattening? Sounds painful. Some people might be into it.
and I'm not going to stop pissing myself until I win. We took up a defensive position atop this hill, and I started skirmishing with my tanks. The ogre race is an exciting experiment in determining just how much fat a body can accommodate before it ruptures at the seams, which
I don't know, just ask Gorlock. Gorlock knows how much fat one body can accumulate.
makes them incredibly easy to shoot with a rifle. Even better than that, I found I could use my tanks to blob the enemies up, at which point my heavy machine guns would start tearing them apart. It was a bit of a messy process, but eventually we managed to shoot, bludgeon, and explode the ogres to death. As a thank you to Scrag for being such a good sport about the whole ogre genocide thing, I decided to travel into his territory, burn his castle down, and install a xenophobic city-state in its place. Now back to business. Vlad von Karstein is technically still alive, but his empire is dying, so we're going to administer some end-of-life care by caving in his cranium. This was fairly easy because I now have access to Pioneer Infantry, which can construct razor wire, MG nests, mortars, and anti-aircraft bunkers for free. It takes a lot of time, but the undead aren't exactly in a hurry. In fact, they're having a hard time moving at all, because Wilhelm upgraded his mount, and he's now flying above the battlefield.
Just randomly, one Zeppelin just flying around, that's crazy. The poor undead.
In a war blimp, dropping cinder blocks and lawn darts on our enemies as they approach. Excited by the idea of blimp supremacy, I decided to recruit several Imperial war blimps to help me clean up some Viking villages. They're stronger, considerably more phallic, and each one has 10 bombs they can deploy for massive damage. The Norwegians attempted to counter this by throwing axes into the sky. Not only did this tactic not work, it actually made me bomb them even harder. At this point, I've managed to narrow down what the actually good units are, and things are starting to move pretty fast. Some orcs declared war on us, we beat the daylights out of poor Festus, hired the Red Baron, who is apparently a melee specialist despite being in a biplane, killed some wood elves while no one was looking, used rocket launchers to defeat Pope Francis in a quest battle, and most importantly, we implemented government.
I'm at a point where I don't understand anything, and it's really just, oh, this group's dead, this group's dead, this group's also dead.
Mandated crystal meth for all of my soldiers, which is clearly evident by the way my machine gunners are currently tweaking out in between volleys. At this point, it's turn 70 and we control almost all Empire territory. Our only active enemies are the Norskins, the Orcs, and some British guy. However, the Chaos invasion will be coming soon, so
not gonna lie, looks accurate for the British.
it's time to start preparing. One of the most dangerous components of the invasion is that it spawns chaos portals all over the world, which is like an open invitation for demons to remove your limbs. My plan is to construct several of these buildings across my territory. They prevent chaos rifts from spawning, and if I pull this off just right, we will be the only faction in the entire world that isn't immediately decimated by hordes of demons. Now, I like my plan, and it should buy us some time. However, we will still have to fight our enemies at some point. To this end, I've ordered the construction of several super heavy class weapons. This is a super heavy mortar. For reference, here it is next to our previous generation of artillery, and now here it is turning a group of goblins into fertilizer. So, yeah. We also have this. I know it looks like a tank, but it's actually a Morse code transmitter. The signal is carried by a
the Morse code transmitter. Hey, that means he's as competent describing tanks as our previous government official who was in charge of the German military. Interesting. You should enjoy more Warhammer content. Apparently I should. I'm gonna get I don't know. What's the word? I'm gonna receive the Warhammer conversion therapy.
40-pound high explosive shell. The receiver is located somewhere inside this man's gray matter, and the message is death. Finally, the Imperial Sky Destroyer. I haven't even used this one yet, but it cost me 20,000 gold to recruit and another 5,000 for upkeep, so I'm hoping this will be our secret weapon against the apocalypse. While my new units were recruiting, I spent the next couple of turns testing out different weapons. Here are some of my favorites. A mobilized anti-aircraft gun. It's fairly good at killing flying units, but I prefer to use it to execute political prisoners at close range. Helicopters. They're quick, fire explosive rockets, and you can land them to refuel their ammo. Very cool. Finally, we have colonial infantry. infantry. Each one can build 3 dirt walls that provide them cover and prevent the enemy from advancing. Of course, it doesn't take long for you to realize you can abuse this mechanic to instantly create an impenetrable fortress of dirt that puzzles even the most intelligent Chaos Giants. You may be wondering,
how can he even fail this at this point? I'm questioning what can the game even throw at him that makes it possible for him to fail this. I am flabbergasted.
how I experimented with all these war machines. Quite simple, really. I took them across the water and found that the Vikings were very willing to let me test my weapons on them. And by very willing, I mean they weren't able to stop me. Turns out it wasn't climate change that killed the mammoth, it was natural predators, such as carnivorous flights of biplanes. Anyway, our extensive research and development program was actually generating us a lot of money, and the Empire had entered into something of a golden age. Wars were going well, money was flowing, and the Empire was blossoming. Basically, there has never been a better time to be a citizen living in the Empire. Doom is coming. Destroying all in its path. The end is nigh. You know what? Don't worry about that. I'm sure it's fine. On a completely unrelated note, I'm going to start drafting a few thousand people into the army now. We're on the final stretch at this point, and I'm just getting everything prepared. I imagine the literal apocalypse may slightly influence the Empire stock market, so I've saved up plenty.
Might be. Might be. You've not met Chaos, aka the British. Hey, the British seem nice sometimes. Wait, but after a few years, would Morse code just not work? I've recently learned it, and it seems quite bad. It's global, and anyone can translate with a recording. I don't know. Maybe the only way to beat bullshit is with even more bullshit. The art of war. Strong words from a German.
Of cash, recruited extra armies, and set up 2 layers of walls in all of my settlements. I finished out the next 10 turns fairly relaxed. The only excitement was when we were attacked by Leopold Wolf. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Wolf is an avid collector of traumatic brain injuries. How do I know this? Because I'm the one giving them to him. I don't know much about him, but he's very upset that I own the moot, and every 5 or 10 turns he shows up and starts screaming at me about taking the moot pill. I don't know what that means, so naturally I shot him with an anti-tank rifle. Other than that, we were ambushed by a large quantity of ogres. In case you are wondering, this is what a man's face looks like when he knows he's about to be spit roasted by murderous fat men. Actually, never mind. I was giving General Booger too much credit. But then again, it's hard to command your troops when you are dead. I took this incursion.
The problem is there's 2 versions of spit roasting. You wouldn't want to know.
As an opportunity to use my flamethrowers to carve up the ogre kingdom and redistribute it to my vassal. I know this may seem like an overly violent solution to an otherwise mundane problem, but when you are a walking tank of napalm, suddenly every problem looks like a Vietnamese rice farmer. Turn 99, things.
What? That's diabolical. That's diabolical.
Are good. Our southern border is protected by several military allies. The north is protected by Kislev and the Tree People, and everything else is protected by this. I went to sleep on turn 99 with a smile on my face, feeling safe and secure, but suddenly, dark and twisted visions crept into my mind. Eldritch abominations, legions of chaos warriors, and above all else, one very angry little man. I woke up in a cold sweat, frantically searching around my empire for the chaos invasion, but it's fine, there's nothing here. Oh wait.
One angry little man. Sounds like me.
Wait. Nope. There it is. There are a total of 75 fully leveled hostile chaos armies on the map, and as it turns out, they're hosting a destination wedding in Altdorf, because they're all headed straight for me. Truly, it is time to summon the Elector Counts. Actually, never mind. They're all dead, and we killed them. Well, at least our preparations worked, and we have no chaos portals in our territory, so that should buy us some time. Anyway, good luck everyone else. Now, first things first, Festus has willed himself back into existence, and he also brought 10 of his friends from the homeless shelter to come kill me. However, I anticipated this and brought 8 of my friends, which means the ultimate battle between modern firepower and disgusting freaks is about to unfold. I kicked it off with 4 of my best armies against 4 of theirs. We deployed our forces and began began setting up on the high ground. I was worried they might rush us, but there appeared to be some gentleman's agreement that we would both wait for our reinforcements to arrive. This is what that looked like on my side: howitzers, tanks, machine guns, armored cars, blimps, and of course, a shitload of infantry. On their side, whatever this is. We were in a bit of a standoff by this point, but fortunately only one of us had chemical weapons.
That was Anna. Or Bind. 100%.
And surprisingly, it wasn't Festus. So I began pounding my enemies with poison-filled shells. This achieved some level of neuron activation, and they started plowing across the field toward me. Our lines were very neatly formed, and we were picking hundreds of them off with each volley, but within minutes it was absolute chaos. Giant insects chasing down heavy tanks, danger close artillery, blimps erupting into flames, giant balls of molten lead plowing across the battlefield, and most importantly, a very unfortunate amount of men being hacked apart by great axes. Luckily, we were able to volley fire the enemy leadership until they more closely resembled a spaghetti strainer than a human being. And with that taking
Spaghetti strainer. My suggestion is also Warhammer related. Yeah, we need to do that as well. Goodness. Goodness. I'll translate it into German. When you're walking a shell, every enemy begins to look like a French grenadier. Goodness.
care of, the Chaos forces began to fold. After about 18 minutes, they were in full retreat, and the post-battle screen looked like this. We completed this routine 3 more times to kill Festus and eliminate his faction. It was a victory for mankind, but one thing has become clear. This is not sustainable. My armies are in shambles, and there's still 50 Chaos Legions barreling down on us.
50? Maybe bro does get cooked.
Fortunately, we do have a chance. You see, when I enabled this endgame crisis, I toggled a setting called Faction Doom. Basically, the Chaos factions are incredibly strong. However, if we can manage to defeat their main general in combat, the rest of their empire will start to crumble. So I don't have to fight all of this, I just have to find and kill each leader before it's too late. Our first target? Archaon. He's the strongest faction and also in a surprisingly vulnerable position. I used Festus's portal to take Karl, Gelt, and Claude Dogburglar? Okay, whatever, I teleported them across the map and started a battle with Archaon. He was very strong, but I have yet to find a man who was able to withstand being shot by 1900 rifles. So anyway, he died, and next turn we had our proof of concept, because he went from being strength rank 1 to rank 89, and all of his armies are disappearing. 1 down, 6 to go. After defeating Archaon, I decided to close the Chaos portal that he used to teleport here. To do this, we had to complete a moderately challenging battle against Demons of Khorne, but after we beat the teenage angst out of them, we were able to close the portal and claim a reward. I took this ridiculously strong sword that will probably corrupt my mind and turn me into a sadistic lunatic.
That's kind of an improvement, not gonna lie. Yeah, endgame crisis, normally with game ending, it's very difficult. I could see that. I could see that.
And I'm okay with that. In fact, each type of portal seems to give you a different reward. Khorne gives you access to extremely powerful items. Nurgle gives all of your armies poison attacks and attrition.
Nurgle's such a cutie. He just wants you to be happy. And very disgusting.
Resistance. Siege provides empire-wide buffs and removes Fog of War, and finally Slaanesh gives you laughably high casualty replenishment and empire growth at the cost of spreading.
For some odd reason, hot babes. Weird.
Their filthy, filthy corruption. This reward mechanic isn't very narratively important, but I think it's a nice touch, and I like it. Anyway, our next target was Sigvald, accidentally. You see, I tried closing this other Chaos portal, but I fell into it and got teleported directly to Sigvald's Femboy Empire. An empire which was remarkably unprepared.
The Femboy Empire. Hey, I mean, go to Dualicious. There you get your Femboy Empire.
Prepared for blimp supremacy. I felt bad shooting such a beautiful man to death, but dare I say, he looks even better now. By this point, Azazel's forces were starting to invade from the north. It took them only 2 turns to kill all of Kislev, and I really don't like the way they're looking at me. Most of my main armies have been dispatched across the world to hunt down Chaos generals, so I'm stuck defending my territory with these micro armies. They looked good on paper, but suddenly I feel unprepared. Anyway, the fastest way for me to stop this will be to kill Azazel, so I sent 2 armies up the river to look for him, and we didn't have to look very hard because he attacked us on the next turn. It's not looking good, but what the auto-resolve seems to be forgetting is that this is my main tank regiment, and as it turns out, no amount of horniness can protect you from having your limbs blown off in an explosion. And furthermore, Azazel's tactic of throwing himself under my tank treads was questionable at best. With Azazel defeated and his ecstatic legion in disarray, we've bought ourselves some time. For my next magic trick, I will be making Valkia the Bloody disappear. I took Blimp Boy through the Chaos Portals again,
Once again, a somewhat hot demon babe, I can understand.
and managed to land right next to her. She had a lot more units than me, but she's having a very hard time getting them through this choke point while I drop bombs on it. This is what we call a skill issue. Anyway, Valkia was absolutely seething at the fact she forgot to bring ranged units to a blimp battle, so I had free reign to basically do whatever I want. With her defeated, we just have 3 to go: Kolek, Wulfric, and Village.
Yeah, bro, I think bro cooks here. As it turns out, you cannot goon yourself into bulletproofness. Says you.
Speaking of Village, his faction is absolutely mopping the floor with the Chinese, as evidenced by the fact I am looking at a map of Cathay with only 1 Cathayan settlement. Anyway, I sent Gelt and Dogburglar through a portal to chase Village down, but he got the drop on us at Dragon's Gate, and it's not looking so good. We did our best with the basic infantry, but they're remarkably squishy and don't hold up so well against return fire. Also, this creature exists and is doing horrible, horrible things to anyone unlucky enough to survive the enemy's ranged attacks. I tried everything: magic, bombs, even tried burning it like an ant with this high-powered magnifying glass. Didn't work. Our winning streak was officially over. I suppose it's true what they say: don't send a boy to do a blimp's job. By abusing the very same
Don't send a boy to do a blimp's job. Also, that's a pretty big monster. That's a pretty big boy. Didn't work that well.
chaos portals the demons created, I was able to teleport my blimp army directly into the heart of Villach's kingdom, and thanks to some questionably balanced units, we were back in the win column, but our territory was still beset by a bunch of miscellaneous freaks, and they're starting to corrupt the environment, which is itself spawning rebel armies. But that's alright, there's just Kolek and Wulfric left. I actually found Wulfric in a very vulnerable position on my northern shores. Alone, and with almost no troops under his command, I dispatched 4 of my militias to deal with him, but perhaps sensing the noose tightening, he, let's just say, deleted himself. I don't know why, but he
Bro just sent the enemy army coming and said like, yeah, I'm good, I'm dying. I'm gonna throw myself into the river. Sure.
He was there one turn and dead the next. You can blame it on a freak accident or a bad horoscope, but personally, I don't care. On to Kolek. In case you couldn't tell, Kolek is fairly dangerous. He wields a hammer the size of 6 grown men, and I have personally never seen him cry even once. We attacked him just outside of Cathay with what's left of our army. We have about 5 units of riflemen, a few blimps on life support, and whatever random regiments of renown I could anxiously recruit before the battle. Kolek's army was composed of 5 units of hell cannons, and basically everyone else was some variation of a person who would like to crush your skull beneath their bare foot. The battle was on, and I breathed a sigh of relief, because my siege weapons had longer range than his. But as it turns out, Kolek must be a top, because he did not appreciate being pounded. It's all the same to me though, because with his cannons destroyed, I can now safely deploy my blimps into the... Oh. Okay, so I guess I missed one. Anyway, after a little more shelling, we were back on track. Kolek's beasts closed the gap on my gun line very quickly, probably because we were having a hard time aiming while being struck by lightning. After 10 minutes, all of my units were dead, except for a couple of heroes and a blimp which has 230 health. Kolek was still running
Blimp showing that he's him. Yeah, I think you're losing this one.
around hammering my artillery crews into the ground, but eventually Balthazar Gelt killed him by transmuting his body into lead. The blimps may have also helped with this physical transformation. After leaving the battle, we were greeted with an ultimate victory screen. By using
Never mind, he won. I guess he succeeded.
trench warfare, chemical weapons, and generally unfair units, we were able to usher in an age of peace. Truly, the world can move forward and live in harmony. Wait, no. we still have unfinished business. In the end, perhaps I was the endgame crisis all along. Alright, big thank you to this month's patrons, and finally, thank you for watching. And also, thank you to War Thunder. You can check out the game using the link in the description or the pinned comment below to receive all this cool stuff. Alright, that's all. See you later.
That's the end of the video. Are we sure that he isn't the main villain here? And not the demons? And the Chaos Hordes? I'm not sure about that one. Also, at the end he killed his friend. Understandable. Very understandable. That's wild. That was wild. I understood nothing and gained everything. Nah, I just understood nothing. I don't need to understand. Crazy. What's wrong, kitty cat? You're really hot. You were laying in the sun. Yeah, my cat likes to roast herself. Alright, chat, I need a break. I really do need a bathroom break. The Chaos lad that yeeted himself, that is. Yeah, very true. Very true. Alright, chat, I'm taking a quick break. I will be right back. I am not taking a dump. I was taking a piss and talking to Frog Woman. Very simple. And here's a little spoiler alert. Did Deer finally get to him with all the brain rot? I was talking to Frog Woman also real quick. Very simple. Anyways, I need to do this. Next up, this one. This was recommended by Deer. Not Deer. See? You're brain rotting me! That is what you're doing. You are brain rotting me. Nobody else is. Alright, this was recommended by GT. The Furry Heresy. RPG horror story. 40k subscriber special. What the heck? By Den of the Drake. I am so confused. You were talking to Frog Woman while taking a piss? No! I was talking to Frog Woman after taking a piss. You wouldn't know. If I told you what happened yesterday night, you would not believe me. So let's just stay at this. And once again, why the fuck are you frozen? It does not make sense. Anyways, let's get into this. I have no idea. Let's start. Everything said in this video is a joke and meant to be taken in good fun. Nothing said in this video is meant to be an attack on any persons. Don't get your panties in a twist. What happened yesterday night? You would not believe it. Somebody got a visa. Yeah.
Greetings, adventurers, and welcome back to the Den of the Drake. Other dragons hoard gold, while I hoard internet cringe.
Ah, so that's where that quote came from. What's the difference between me and him? Because I literally have my Chad.
Happy 40,000 subscribers. As I'm sure you're all aware, the number 40k is a very special number in my heart. Why? Oh, no reason, just a really niche science fiction RPG wargame franchise called Warhammer 40k. However, there's also tragedy surrounding the franchise for me. I have a confession. I have never played Warhammer 40k before. I love the lore, the factions, the books, the artwork, and the grimdark aesthetic.
Not gonna lie, there's this guy who makes videos on TikTok and explains lore, right? And I do watch those. I do in fact watch those just because it's interesting. Just because it's interesting, I do watch those. So yeah, I know a little bit.
But never once have I actually rolled dice or owned an army of my own. For a very simple reason. While I love 40k, I also loathe a lot of the people who play 40k. With hordes of degenerates all waddling towards
8 heretics, 8 Xenos, not racist. Just don't like them. Love me Emperor, love me Commissar. Gaunt till I die, Nork. Yeah. But I like space racism. It's fun. He be standing stuff to Frog. Somebody's here in this house. That's all I can say.
a hobby like a pack of morbidly obese moths to a flame, it's no surprise that Warhammer 40k has its fair share of horror stories. And it seems only right that we celebrate 40k subscribers by diving into the depths of 4chan and discovering a Warhammer 40k story. Today's story stars a DM who wants to muscle furry shenanigans into the Warhammer 40k setting, only for their players to react exactly how you would expect them to. Now, without any further delay, let's go ahead and dive right into this Warhammer 40k furry 4chan horror story. Enjoy. Our DM smote us. He smote all of us. We're playing Dark Heresy in the depths of the Hive City, after 10 sessions of tracking down a temple tendency operation to destroy the Hive in order to replace every single person of leadership with temple supporters. We've apparently been listed as dead by the Inquisition, and someone has been remotely saving our bacon and doing us favors, all while leaving us a trail to the temple's operations. We are a 6-strong force of former Arbites hot on the heels of some heresy, and level 5 to boot. We all have opted for power mauls, shields, and big-ass shotguns with exterminator modules mounted. Out from the darkness steps a furry. He is described by the DM as...
Oh no, where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? Lure for something? Kind of? It's Warhammer 40k. And furries. The furry heresy. She's visiting already. She somehow managed to get a 180-day tourist visa. Don't ask me how. I checked its legitimacy. It is real.
as being regal looking, and like a dog, but a man yet, and muscular, wearing a body glove, and armed with 2 wicked-looking weapons. He explains in a voice that is described as the DM as noble, strong-hearted, but wary, that he is the person behind us being saved, placed as MIA, as well as the string of clues. He explains that he has been hunting the temple tendency and hates the cult for what they did to his race eons ago. He explains that he is the last of his race, and that he is slowly dying.
What is this? What is the self-insert? A furry, last of his race. How does that make sense, though? How does this make sense, though? A furry is somebody in a fursuit. So how is a furry species? What? Huh? Take care, fortification. Have a nice day. Bye bye. So she's actually there. She's been there since 2 a.m. this morning, or tonight, last night, depending on what you want to point out or say. I don't know. I was fried.
Chief Arbity then says, "Correction. Dead." And we all open fire, killing him instantly.
Ew.
The DM...
They just killed him! They just killed him! That is great! They just killed him!
Rage quits. The next week we find out that the DM was a closet furry, and this was his way of coming out to us. And that the DMPC was his avatar. I guess we should have realized that it was important when he described every detail of his muscle-bound dog man for about 5 minutes. Oh well, suffer not the mutant. Chapter 2. DM mentioned above, who rage quit, kinda got upset with us for a while, but eventually found his people. And by his people, I mean the store's contingent of fox-tailed wearing fat people. I have nothing against fat people, but what I do have something against is people who claim to be persecuted for...
This is so cringe. This is so cringe. What are you making me watch, bro? This is so cringe. This is so. This is the kind of cringe that gives you goosebumps. I'm sorry, bro. I must be missing something. She is at your house. She is at my house right now, upstairs.
For their lifestyle choice, when their lifestyle choice involves becoming a gigantic tool to anyone who doesn't share their love of really weird shit. Anyhow, he manages to dry his eyes and decides to start all over with more professionally minded and more serious inquisitorial party. And here I thought I was doing my job, right? I mean, I have a gun that shoots fire. There are things I don't like, so I shoot them with said gun. Problem solved. His new game, that is super serious, is closed to people who are not serious role players, which means people who are furries are welcome, whereas the rest of us must enjoy being normal people who enjoy goofing off. Just when you thought all dorks were united, right? So he says that we can join his game if we make serious characters. His party is full of furries playing furries.
This is so cringe, dude. This is so weird. This is so. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? This is heresy. This is actually heresy. Okay, she's there. Then I have to say, Poker no porking tonight. We spent the night together already. We didn't do anything. We did not do anything. Just cuddles and kisses. Nothing else.
He explains this as they are from an ancient alien race, not chaos, that once helped humans, but humans turned on them, blah-de-blah-de-blah. They have an ancient, secret agreement with the Inquisition per their super-secret squirrel arrangement with the Emperor at the start of the Imperium. I realized that this could not stand. No furries in my 40k. Chaos abominations are fine, sure. They're okay, they exist to be burned. Furry race of furries that retcon the whole setting? Not a fucking chance. Not from this guy. When I had a badge and a gun, I had a copy of the uplifting primer in the glove box of my cruiser.
What is this? What the fuck is this? Why do I not believe you? That was actually genuinely not a joke. I said I was wearing anti-marriage, and I'm still waiting anti-marriage. Still wearing the purity ring.
And damn it, nobody is gonna ruin my 40k. Begin Operation Ruin Dark Heresy for furries at local game store, and also pick up nachos. We're bad at naming things. Like I've said in previous videos, vigilantism in RPGs is pretty cringeworthy and nothing good ever comes out of it. But this story was originally posted on 4chan, so being a socially ill-adjusted dickhead is kinda par for the course. Overall, I don't know a lot about furries. I've talked to a few of them and they all seem to be pretty cool people, but I haven't educated myself about furry society. So my perspective is 100% from the outside looking in. All I know for sure is that there are good ones and that there are bad ones.
That's true with furries. There are good ones and there are bad ones. There was also recently, maybe not recently, but there was a really, really bad furry convention, apparently, as far as I'm aware. At least Royalty made a video about that, but yeah. I don't know. I just find this, whoever wrote this story, this is a horror story, truly. Whoever wrote this, I must say, what did they feed you? The Red Reg said he hoards cringe. He does, in fact, hoard cringe, not gonna lie. I believe him, but I do have a major prediction. Oh, Poke. Nothing like that will happen. She even said she wants to get matching purity rings. So there. There. We are good. We are safe.
And just like any other online community, they are almost 100% defined by the actions of the bad ones. One aspect about these bad furries that really annoys me that I don't really see being talked about is their sense of entitlement partnered with this persecution complex. If you're only here for the story, go ahead and skip ahead because this rant is gonna be a long one. I don't have too many interactions with furries when I'm online, but even I've seen this exact scenario happen multiple times. A furry starts doing weird furry shit. A normie says they don't like said weird furry shit.
So true. So true. If she lives with you, then I will not force anybody to do anything. I will not force anybody. I know you can speak for yourself, Poke. That's correct. Oh, that's nice. Poke, I have one word of advice. Never introduce her to deer. I will never. We can merge Frog and Diluc. No, that's also not. The communities will not merge because if there could be a breakup in the future, this would have caused major fallout, and I don't want that. And she doesn't want that. We're just gonna keep this mostly private.
And then the furry goes nuclear. I believe that furries have the right to engage in their weird and creepy shenanigans if it doesn't hurt anyone. But on the other hand, everyone else has the right to think that your weird and creepy shenanigans are weird and creepy. You aren't being persecuted, you're being told no. And everyone has the right to say no. You do not have the right to just show up in a Discord server and turn the general chat into a fetish roleplay channel, and you do not have the right to just start humping legs in a D&D game. If just dropping weird sex shit in people's laps is so ingrained in your...
I agree with him here. I agree with him here. That the furry community certainly does have a problem with being very into the sex. That is very true.
Identity that you interpret people getting uncomfortable as discrimination, well, maybe it's time to take a good hard look at your identity. Look, this isn't a bully the furries video, and I don't want anyone thinking that it is. So I'm just gonna say it again. Good furries exist, but just because there is good doesn't mean you should ignore the bad. If I have one perfectly healthy leg, but the other one is being gnawed on by a honey badger, I'm not going to ignore all the blood I'm losing and say, oh, it's okay, good legs exist. No, motherfucker, I'm going to use my healthy leg to kick the...
What the fuck is that comparison? Oh, somebody's biting my leg. What is that comparison, bro? That's crazy.
Badger in the face before it bites off my foot. We infiltrate the game in pieces, each member playing something that the party doesn't have. Normal humans played by non-brain damaged members of society that actually have jobs and don't live off mommy and daddy as they go to art school, which they then use as an excuse to draw as much furry porn as possible / end mini rant. We rolled up open-minded members of the Mechanicus, explaining to the DM that we would honor any ancient treaty no matter what, so long as we got first crack at Archaeotech and Shiny Bits. He allows us to join. First gaming session is on a table with 2 of these long bench seats. I'm sure your game store has those. On one...
I really don't like where this is going. Now we're mini rand. Before it was rand, now it's mini rand. It's still weird as hell. There's 9 more minutes of this cringe.
One side is the Coalition of the Willing, made up of the trio of tech priests, all level 5. On the other side is a bunch of smelly people in fake fur trappings. They're broken characters rolled up and ready. By the by, each stat of theirs, due to racial bonuses, is made up of the following formula: 30 plus 3d12, and includes special classes such as Dark Reaver, and Harvester of Sorrow, and other crap that is epic level equipment. Best quality that destroys all armor and has impossible ranges. For example, there's a sword that he invented that is only usable by their race due to their close relationship with nature.
Bro just made up a weapon that is only usable by furries? Did I understand that correctly? What?
This nature alignment allowed them to wield the sword made of what appears to be black, ever-shifting tar. That when it strikes you, you take 1d10 damage with no armor or toughness save per turn, until one of their kind decides to heal you. It's called the Sword of Forgiveness or some other weeaboo shit, as they have to forgive you for you not to die. Thanksgiving dinner poop sword notwithstanding, we...
What the fuck is going on? I prefer the brain rot GT. I do prefer the brain rot.
Are ready. Our once awesome, now failtastic DM tells the party that... Did this OP just make me read the word failtastic? Like, what is this, fucking 2010? Are you gonna make an "it's over 9,000" joke next? Jesus Christ.
But it is over 9,000. What do you mean?
Our once awesome, now horrible DM tells the party that we were responsible for the destruction of his last game. They stare at us. One growls. One of them actually fucking growled and took his fake tail in his fat sausage fingers and waved it. If people did shit like this 100 years ago, they would be in a place called Wellsville, and they would be exploring a land of electroshock therapy, salt baths, and colonic irrigation with yogurt. The DM says that we will begin our story, and that he introduces a rule for everyone at the table. He says, anyone who dies in this session is dead for the remainder of the game. No new characters, you just have to watch, all agreed? The furries nod. This fat chick with a kind of furry mask thing chin moves like a sack of cream gravy. It's obvious he told them separately that if they wanted to try to kill us with the uncontrollable tar-like stool wand, we would stay dead and they can get broken XP.
I for real have no idea anymore what is going on. Zero. None. Nothing.
Not so fast, furball. I looked at the DM and realized that my once friend was now just a freaking nutcase, and it was up to me to bring him back to normalcy. Or just break his game like a little kid to be a jackass. We are level 5. He has allowed us to take one piece of equipment from the book and 3 reloads. What about cyber implants or anything else? No, it's broken, and we have to earn it, he says. Yet the furries have an armor, I shit you not, that is 16 armor on all locations, and is made of a silk-like substance that changes color based on mood. We all choose multi-meltas.
What? Doesn't that essentially make him really broken? Did bro just create the ultimate race? In Warhammer 40k, D&D style? What?
I'm sure you know where this is going. 10 seconds into our first adventure on their spaceship that is way better than any Imperial spaceship, and is also made out of organic space plants. 10 minutes into inane role-playing about how beautiful and unique all their characters are. 10 minutes into cursing humans and wondering why they have to work with us mechanical men. We decide to gather them all into a room. We all gather into this room. A room with a huge armor-plated piece of crystal glass. And they offer to tell us the history of their people. The DM beams. He hands a sheet of papers to the speaker. The Speaker of Truth, apparently, is an honored position amongst her clan. She tells us of this bizarro 40k history, where they were behind everything. From the rise of the Emperor, The dark age of technology, giving the Adeptus Mechanicus their tech, and keeping all of this a big, huge secret. Then they were betrayed. We listen. This goes on for 30 minutes. It is painful. But the moment of glory is at hand. I make the sign of the cog and offer to tell them a history. They call us liars, but we try to tell the real history of 40K, as far as human reckoning is. They interrupt us a dozen times over with chants of lies, lies, and howling. Yes, they howled. At the very end, I say,
"There is one part of your history that you forgot, human animal heretics."
And they seemed
Human animal. I can't even say this word. Humanimal lyrics. This is frying my brain.
puzzled. The DM seems puzzled. We say,
"The part where you die."
We opened up with multi-meltas. All three of us overlapping our fields of fire at point-blank range. The DM starts screaming at us immediately. The store owner tries to calm him down, but he keeps screaming. He turns red, his hands shake, he is furious. We work out the damage to the max, as we cannot miss at this range. The DM returns 10 minutes later, swearing at us and saying, "You're all fucking dead. You die. Get out of my game. You are fucking vermin." And so on and so forth. But as we leave, he explains that they're actually not dead, and that we can't kill them due to the special abilities that they all have from their belts, that allows them to soak the first 50 points of damage. Something they say they created to prevent backstabs from Imperial assassins sent to cull the last of their numbers. We left and had beer. The end. Epilogue. We started going to the other game store in town.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I understood nothing of this. Not gonna lie. All I know is that someone does not understand how to play a game. That's all I understand.
We hear that they have their own Dark Heresy setting called Revenge of the Scattered, which the game store owner calls Revenge of the Scat Herd, all based on the above fluff. End of story. I'm hardly advocating for the actions of OP and his 4chan cronies. But as a 40K fan, I'm not gonna lie and say that I'm disappointed with the results. It's obvious that going into a game with the express intent of fucking with the DM isn't an environment to create a healthy RPG group. But I'm not stupid enough to think that 4chan is welcoming to proper RPG etiquette. I mean, after all, when it comes to purging abhorrent Xenos and vile heretics, manners isn't something that the Imperium of Man takes into account.
We don't need manners when wiping out the heretics.
And I must say that almost everything I've witnessed has been cringe.
But seriously though, don't be an
The entire story, whoever wrote this, what were you on? Why do I not believe you? What were you on? Whoever wrote this.
Asshole, even if it does make for a good green text. Now before we go, let's take a look at this week's Gallery of the Drake. This week's fan art is done by viewer Van Howell.
Well, now that's just the fan art section. In this case, this is the end of the video pretty much. I understood nothing except that a furry took over the game, molded the game into his own fan fiction version, and that's pretty much it. That is what I got. That is what I saw. That is what we received here. That's pretty much what I got from this. Very interesting, very interesting. Not gonna lie, that was intense cringe. My brain turned off halfway through. Not gonna lie, not even a little bit. Well, after finally having fried your brain with cringe, I need to go hunt some monsters now. Have fun. Take care, GT. Murder some monkeys for me. Did I miss something in chat? Yes, I'm actually here, and no. Yes, yes, you are here. Surprisingly. Still don't know how you got that tourist visa that quickly. You gotta explain that to me later. I still haven't asked you. I will not speak because some unhinged unicorn was already looking for him, that doxing piece of shit. Of dirt. Yeah, so pretty much what happened, she was yapping too much on stream, and then mistakenly said some asshole, yeah, she mistakenly said pretty much slime VTuber, and also mistakenly the hair color. Thankfully, nobody has found us yet. Thankfully. And I hope it stays that way. I would prefer if it stayed that way. But yeah, she misspoke. Happens. And there's not many slime VTubers with orange hair. That's the problem we right now face. Our community is trying to find us, and we're trying to find them. Yeah, she was a bit of a dork. She was very much a bit of a dork. But it is what it is. And you know what? Since we're already at the topic of brain rot, since we're already rotting, not gonna lie, I don't think she's a frog VTuber. Well, that's actually true. I did not lie on that. She's actually a frog VTuber. I did in fact not lie on that. Because that's like, there's so many frog VTubers, you could never find her. So it doesn't really make sense. But there's not that many slimes with orange hair. That is the orange hair is the main issue here. Anyways, let's do this. Let's do another one. Let's rot our brain once more, since we're already at the final phase of rotting. Let's just do it. YouTube poop, Xenoblade Chronicles Family Business by Binonis. Let's just go. Final stage, brain rot.
Our home. It's been occupied by
Oh, Naruto. No.
I'll tell you about it inside. I don't know what happened now. Got him.
This Gado.
He would have been my husband.
Ryan, this is real. Fate. Yeah. Ryan time.
We have a Tharon, my husband. Buggy ish. A thought.
Very true. I'm just joking. Shibreishi thought. Oh, I will never look for Froggo. It's funny this way, the mystery of the frog. Yeah, she also just doesn't want. She really doesn't want this public out there. She really doesn't want it. And to be honest, I understand. I don't want it either. I really just want people to know I'm in a relationship, and that's about it. If it does turn public because somebody is a retard, then that's fine. That's okay. But for now, I'm good the way it is.
Oi, kid, you ought to respect women. Ryan, no women are queens. Juju.
Fill their police. Colony 9. Gado. You really remind me of Gado from Colony 6 when you get angry.
I do?
He would have been my husband. I always saw him as a big brother, really.
What?
But he was more of a father to
us ever since we were young.
Okay. Sure.
He would have been my husband.
I can fix her.
Yeah. And he did try. In this case.
Oh no. Oh no.
The buggy! He's going to buggy!
Stupid kid.
He'd call him kid whenever he told him off, just like you did. Gado! Daddy!
What?
Nothing! Is it hot out here? Or is it just you? Looking good.
At least it's not the Monado.
Well, Shok wants to fuck the Monado, and Shala wants to fuck the Lifesaver. Yeah, works.
My turn!
Shala, go for yourself.
I have Gado for that one, Shulk.
Shala, with you around, I'm 3 times as hard. You guys look like a real family.
Leaves, I've got a family. When you talk like that, you sound just like Gaddo.
What am I, some kind of Gaddo substitute?
How does it feel to be third wheel? Same as me.
So true. Poor Melia, it is so true. And poor Nia. But kinda not true. Kinda not true. That's kinda not true that she's the third wheel. If you know, you know. Oh, Rex is such a Chad. It's crazy. He's such a Chad. Rex is such a menace.
But a damn sight more ladylike. Charlotte, do you know which way Juju went?
No!
Come on. Who put this barrier in the way? Oh, now the front suspension's all twisted up. Juju!
Goku? Drip Goku?
What is it? It's Juju. What is it? What is it? What is it? Juju. It's Juju. Juju. Juju.
Shulk, is he gay?
Tell me! Yeah!
No.
When? I'm not sure. When? What?
You said you saw a DD, didn't you?
Yes.
Haha, DD rip!
No other DDs round here?
Not as far as I know. At the end of the road, there's a path. It's Shulk.
But there's no sign of my dad.
You don't need to tell me. Haha, Juju, this is so sad. Monado, play this passage. Oh,
wait!
Copy! Right, Cam suck my ass. I'm coming!
This motherfucker scared me! This motherfucker scared me so much right now with this! I got a heart attack! I already thought the stream died!
Ha! Nice! Lol. He's going to purple and... Monado. Wow, there! This... Can I say I'm really feeling it? Of course you can. Shala, watch out for Rule 34!
So, Rule 34 makes you stronger? That fooled me for a second. For real, for real! That fooled me too.
That's not Gaddo. Shulk!
It's tentacles, Ryan. You got my back? Nah, fuckface. I'm not Dixon. Ryan!
Juju!
Oh, yeah, Ryan!
No! No Ryan time in this way! No!
Time? Shala.
I'm so glad you're gay.
I already thought she slapped him because he's gay.
Back off, bitch! He's mine.
Okay, cripple them next! Make it count! Cripple them! Let them deal with this weather! My turn, everyone gay! I'm sorry.
Bitch slapped the shit out of him. This is very anti-gay. I support it.
Juju!
No!
I've been waiting for you to my side big star boy.
What?
Say,
what? Oh, yeah! Oh, wait!
I thought you'd have to be.
Stop doing these! Stop doing them!
Juju!
Looks like my time here's up.
Juju!
I'll keep hold of this. If you want it back, you better
Like and subscribe!
Yeah, another one done. We did another one. We did, in fact, finish another one. Let's go. The power. But yeah, that was unnecessary. That was for real unnecessary. Let me drink something. I need water. That scared me. What next? Let me think. Since Zeppelin isn't here, I want to do Negro Sugar Girls. I can't do that. Zoom's video is quite long, but I think I'm gonna do it. Or am I? Yeah, why not? He's been complaining. Why am I zoomed that far in there? Anyways. I think this will be the last video of today, actually. This will be the last video of today. Righty? Alrighty. Okay, let me check something real quick before we start. Also, I need to increase audio again. Let me see. Perfect. Anyways, neat. Not gonna lie, I have no idea what this is about. Zoom recommended this. This was 8 days ago. The deserved downfall of I'm Alex by Internet Anarchist. I have no idea. So many downfalls. How many downfalls are there? Everyone's falling. It's crazy. Anyways, let's go.
Despite watching his entire platform crumble in a matter of days, and avoiding the situation for over a year, I'm Alex has finally returned to share his side of the story. However, would said response be enough to turn the tide of public opinion, or will it reignite the controversy and drag his reputation down even further?
This video is my response to allegations made by my ex-girlfriend Alice Hez, who I was in a relationship with for the majority of 2023. Alice hit me, kicked me, emotionally, verbally, and physically.
Hold up, bro got the girlfriend allegations. So the girlfriend did something interesting. Let me look. Good wrong of me going apple to oranges, insulted me multiple times, and you punched me in the face. Is that Alice is the one receiving these? So Alice got punched in the face? Okay, I'm screaming because you can't stop doing it. You caught me off guard insulting me. I was like, please F off. You call me a psycho? That's gaslighting, because it's odd to just go for me like that. Okay. Okay. You threatening me? Just leave me alone. I didn't want this. I didn't want this. I'm getting my shit, leaving you forever. Okay, interesting. So we got a breakup.
He abused me, as well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be going over the recent developments in the web of controversies and allegations surrounding the YouTuber I'm Alex. What was revealed in his latest response video, how it affects the allegations from Alice.
I just watched my cat eat a fucking fly, like one of those big ones. What the fuck?
And why fans seem to hate Alex even more now. Last year, I made a video discussing the laundry list of allegations and evidence directed at the creator I'm Alex by his ex-girlfriend Alice Hez.
1.85 million subscribers, 504 videos. And a girlfriend.
To give a super brief overview, Alice released an 80-page document and a handful of videos that revealed a truly disturbing side of Alex. During their 9-month relationship, it was alleged that Alex constantly abused, emotionally manipulated, and threatened Alice in the worst.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna make people mad. Possibly not, but I'm gonna say it. I do not like Google Documents. I want to go back to the good old days of response videos. Can we have those again? They're much more fun to watch, and I don't have to fucking read.
Ways imaginable. From calling her a dumb to saying he would quote break her neck. Alex left.
Yo! Yeah, you're cooked if you say that. Yeah. Okay, right. It depends on what she did. Because maybe not both sides are innocent. Maybe both sides are innocent. Maybe one side is innocent. Who knows?
Nothing on the table when it came to being a horrible partner.
Now, when it's too late, you admit that you did everything fucking wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down like a good dog, you don't do it. You fight for some reason. I don't know why you fight.
What did he say? What did he say?
fucking wrong. But when it actually matters, when you
constantly abused, emotionally manipulated, and threatened Ellis in the worst ways imaginable. From calling her a dumb to saying he would, quote, break her neck. Alex left nothing on the table when it came to being a horrible partner.
Now, when it's too fucking late, you admit that you did everything fucking wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down like a good fucking dog, you don't fucking do it.
A fuck what? Dog? Doll? What did he... What? Okay.
You fight for some reason. I don't know why you fight, because you're losing, because you end up admitting that you fucked it all up anyway. So it's just fucking weird, and I know that you're going to end up admitting that you fucked it all up.
Alleged verbal abuse was only the beginning for Alex, as he eventually resorted to alleged physical violence by the end of their relationship. According to Alice, he'd hit her on 2 occasions. When
Wait. Let me read that. He told me that I'm not getting away, so I got up and made a run for the bathroom. He gets in my way and grabs me, puts me in a headlock, and covers my mouth because I'm screaming for him to get off of me. I got to the bathroom and locked it behind me, and he screams from the other side, calling me crazy, telling me to leave the house after I've asked him to leave me alone. That's crazy.
Their relationship. According to Alice, he'd hit her on 2 occasions, when they initially moved in together, and right
Okay, on the foot, reminding me that as you seemed to have forgotten how abusive you are, and I forgave. Stay the F away from me. You kicked me. Kicked her! Okay. Kicked her again. Crazy.
Right after they broke up. Alex's toxic behavior wasn't limited to his then girlfriend, as he was discovered to be still stalking another one of his exes and kept intimate images of them. Throughout their time together, Alex was radically toxic, and it was only after they separated that he began showing Alice some tenderness, specifically with a 24-minute recording begging her to come back.
I could do no wrong. I felt like I was the fucking, you know, oh, look at me, I do all this fucking work, and I do everything, and I try and do this, and, you know, just nobody's appreciative, and, you know, I know you appreciated it, and I know that you appreciated the effort that I used to put in, and then I just stopped because I had you, and you're my girlfriend, and we lived together, and the more further we got through our relationship, the less effort I put in.
Unfortunately for Alex, that bridge had already been burned, and more
One of the worst things you can do is get the relationship and then just sit on your ass and hope that it stays the way it is. And like, you don't have to do anything, you know? You already got the girlfriend. Hi, Sota. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. But yeah, that. I find it odd that people get into relationships, not just men, also women, and then just sit on their ass and be like, yeah, I did it. Now I don't have to put any effort in. Like, bro, a relationship is a constant work. You constantly need to work at it. What do you mean?
more aspects of his life were about to go up in flames. Following Ellis's expose document, the entire internet turned against Alex, from viewers dislike bombing his videos to losing around 200,000 subscribers.
Ooh, tasty. That sounds, very good, very nice.
Alex's deplorable behavior behind the scenes was eating away at the platform he worked so hard to build. To make matters worse, his closest friends released statements disavowing him and supporting his ex. At this point, almost nothing was left of Alex's reputation, career, or community. This fall from grace was only made worse by Alex's refusal to address the situation initially, and many speculated that he would never respond at all. Fortunately for Alex, he did have a response planned. However, would it be enough to save his reputation?
I think so. It's likely a response that will probably make it worse. That's my prediction here right now. How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. How are you? I just assume that this is going to be the case. It's likely gonna be worse. It's gonna make it worse.
Or would it condemn him even further? On the 20th of March 2025, Alex would finally return to the internet with a 2-hour-long video titled My Response.
This video is my response to allegations made by my ex-girlfriend Alice Hez, who I was in a relationship with for the majority of 2023. Alice hit me, kicked me, emotionally, verbally, and physically abused me,
as well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship. Alice has continued to harass me by posting false information about me, as well as fabricating stories about our relationship online to this day.
To start things off, Alex addressed the claim from Alice that he was under police investigation and listed in the Clare's Law database. According to Alex, there couldn't have been a police investigation since law enforcement never contacted him, and his name was not on the Clare's Law website. Furthermore, Alex highlighted how Alice shouldn't be able to share any information about an ongoing investigation.
Interesting. So there was an investigation, or at least he lied about it, and there was no investigation. More so that. Yeah, if people can look it up and there's no investigation, then you're kind of in trouble because they can disprove it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Nice. Good to hear. Happy Mother's Day, Pokedex. I am not a mom. I would know that. I'd like to be a dad in the future. That'd be nice. But I'm not a mom. I mean, I could be a boy wife in the future, right? She works a lot. She works and makes the money. I take care of the kids and the house. Seems like a win.
And even if she did, her private comments on the issues kept contradicting each other.
Alice wrote all of these messages and posted the document knowing that the police investigation was a lie, as it would not be possible for Alice to share any information if this was at any point an ongoing case.
From Alex's perspective, the supposed police investigation was only included to heighten the severity of the situation publicly and push the narrative that he was a criminal. While there was a possibility of that being the case, the way Alex was presenting Clare's Law was nowhere near accurate. You see, Clare's Law doesn't operate like typical criminal records, and it is not as severe. Clare's Law is simply a paper trail that police in the UK can reference in the event that someone is suspected of or reported for domestic.
Oh, the British. You see why I don't want my relationship too public? Because of drama. Well, that would never happen, but other drama could happen. You never know. Breakup drama is always an issue. There you know why. For my Mother's Day gift for my mom, I got brand new washer and dryer set up for my mom. Ooh, cool. Nice, awesome. That's very cool. Your mom's gonna be happy with that.
With their website stating, Clare's Law, also known as the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme, is a police policy giving people the right to know if their current or ex-partner has any previous history of violence or abuse. The way Alex was presenting it made it seem like Alice was calling him a criminal, but the actual nature of the policy was more of a preventative measure. The next topic on the table was how Alice supposedly fabricated, hid, and altered many aspects of her story to preserve a one-sided narrative of him being an abuser, from changing aspects of her Google Doc to blocking people for calling out her inconsistencies on Twitter. Alex presented viewers with the idea that Alice was intentionally lying about the events that transpired in their relationship.
When Alice's story was questioned by people on Twitter, she responded with threats to leak my phone number whilst also insulting me and anyone who pointed out these inconsistencies in her document. Alice would then block these people after arguing and insulting them for replying to her posts, as they were highlighting many of the inconsistencies and lies that Alice had made. Alice changed her Google document multiple times to hide these criticisms, and has cropped messages that showed her using the same racial slurs that she had accused me of bringing into our relationship, as it directly contradicted her story.
One of the more serious aspects.
Interesting. This is gonna be turning into a... Well, it's a deserved downfall, so there can't be a good side to this, right? I would assume that there can't be a good side to this. If there were, I don't know. But I don't think so, because it says deserved downfall. We'll see.
Aspects of the story that Alex touched on was the notion that he wasn't at all abusive in the relationship. To support his idea, Alex shared screenshots and parts of Alice's Google Doc that show her admitting to physically abusing him on multiple occasions. He also stated that Alice had fabricated one of the physical confrontations they had early on in their relationship and blown it out of proportion.
I had told my friends that Alice had been hitting me. Alice denied this on text when she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me throughout our relationship. Alice says that my story will contradict hers, and that is because Alice knows that our relationship is not how she has portrayed it online. Alice says we had a huge fight where I dragged her, covered her mouth and put her in a headlock, and that this happened on the 19th of October a few days after we had moved in with each other. There are no texts from this time that even suggest that we were fighting or had been in a fight, and that's because this did not happen.
Following this, Ellis supposedly used those accusations of abuse to blackmail him into
Hot take, what if they're both just abusive? What's the chance of that? What is the chance of both of these two just being abusive? It's his downfall, yeah, but it's also hers. What would be the plot twist of this? Because I feel like this is going straight to forward. I don't know. We're 7 minutes in. She is, because my older sister kept on jam packing the old washer and dryer. Said the dryer had like 2 loads, and that killed the machine. Yeah. There is a minimum amount of weight you can put in. If you put in too much, it will damage the dryer or the washer. That makes sense. Or the washing machine. So yeah, what you gave on your Mother's Day? I gave my mom $50. She can buy with that what she wants. I'm pretty broke, so I do what I can.
staying in the relationship, all the while being the one that was abusive. However, Alex did admit to assaulting Ellis on one occasion, but tried to justify it with the following statement.
Alice started by calling me fat in text and in person, and this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt on, because she did not like my illness, and she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were in bed together, and Alice told me when I took my shirt off that if I was going to do that, then she wanted me to sleep downstairs. I told Alice I wasn't going to do that because I wanted to sleep in our bed that night, and she had complained that I spent too much time away from her. This angered Alice, and she called me names. I ignored her and turned away so I could go to sleep. Alice turned around in bed and kicked me in my lower back, and I told her to fuck off. And then she kicked me even harder, and then started to donkey kick me in my neck and in the back of my head. Alice had done this so hard that I fell out of the bed while she was still kicking me. I proceeded to get incredibly angry, and I shouted at Alice, and I
So they're both abusive. They appear to be both abusive. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Huh. What do you mean, what the fuck? We kept telling her half a load of the laundry basket. Yeah, she probably did not listen to that. Interesting.
assaulted her, and this is something that I deeply regret doing. When I messaged Alice about this on Facebook, she said that she didn't just start kicking me hard. The argument had got worse, and we both started insulting each other. Alice then pushed me and tried to hit me. This is when I grabbed Alice by the arms and I pulled her to the floor. This is the only time that I tried to defend myself after Alice had tried to attack me after kicking me in the back of the head.
At this point, it was evident that the relationship was reaching its boiling point, and even the most minor transgression sparked arguments between the two. Things as insignificant as the way
This really seems like just an abusive relationship on both parts. For now, at least. It really does. Also, kicking somebody in the neck? That's crazy.
he talked to their cat would upset Alice and restart their entire cycle of toxicity, something that Alex fully admits to both participating in and perpetuating.
I would get upset after I was pushed, slapped or punched. I was horrible to Alice on many occasions, and I deeply regret this behaviour, and nothing will justify that. But the order in which these events have been portrayed as false, as Alice is once again ignoring that she had tried to hurt me when I was just talking with our cat. I was upset and frustrated that Alice hadn't apologised for getting physical with me, and I lashed out at Alice over text, which I regret.
To end said cycle, Alex claimed he tried to end their relationship, but Alice wouldn't let him do that and threatened to air out all their dirty laundry publicly. However, Alice was already partially doing that by claiming he was on Claire's law in the comments section of her TikTok page. When Alex's friends found out about the situation, he tried to explain his side of the story, but acknowledged that none of it justified how he acted in the relationship.
Alice said that it wasn't like she had named me in these posts or made a video about me, but she had responded and deleted comments on videos.
Okay, deletes comments, responds to comments, changes the doc a couple of times, gets called out for inconsistencies and blocks those people so they can't continue interacting with it. Very interesting. Once again, it feels like both of these people suck. Not to mention shake on the clothes before putting them in. So I mean like clothes being inside clothes. Stuff like that.
She posted saying it was about me and that I was on Claire's law, which again is a lie. My friends saw the TikToks Alice had been posting online as she had gone through and followed them all after our breakup. Me and my friends had a call where I answered questions about my relationship and I told my side of the story where I explained that Alice had been physically abusing me throughout our relationship. I made it clear that I did not believe that this was an excuse for my behaviour and that our relationship was toxic and it was not good for either of us, and that I was ashamed of how I had behaved. A friend of mine at the time, a YouTuber who goes by the name of envtuber, had messaged me in our group chat encouraging me to share more stories and all the evidence I had of Alice's abuse. He told me I could trust him and that because we were friends that they weren't going to share any of it anywhere and that it would remain private after I made it clear that I was worried that it would be leaked. Alice messaged me with direct screenshots from the private conversation that I had had with envtuber and my friends. Alice had been sent screenshots from our private conversation and it was clear that if I talked to anyone she would know as she was following as many of my friends as possible.
Sadly, the toxicity didn't end with their relationship, as Alex admitted to trying to patch things up, but was met with even more manipulation and alleged lies from Alice.
Although we had been broken up for months at this point, Alice was still messaging me about the girls that I had followed on Instagram or friends that
Wait. After you broke up, she still follow policing you? That is very interesting. That is... Okay, that's interesting. Weird. Very weird. Very sus. Hi, Cricket. Again, what we're watching? The downfall of I'm Alex. British man in an abusive relationship. Where both people are abusive.
I had refollowed. Alice sent me this message saying that any girl that I speak to would be ugly anyway and proceeded to insult them after claiming that she hasn't tried to stalk me or try to control me in her document. I refollowed my friends when it became clear to me that I was being manipulated and blackmailed by Alice. This is because Alice had unfollowed them on my phone. I did not follow many girls I had had relations with and we had not been together for months at this point. Alice has posted texts and videos of me begging for her back and apologizing to her. I understand how irrational my behavior looks, as I was going from one extreme to another emotionally. I was desperate for any form of solution, as it is clear from the voice notes and videos that Alice has shared that the constant emotional manipulation was having a severe effect on me, and I was saying whatever I thought I had to at the time to end the constant arguing, fighting, and blackmail.
For the rest of the response, Alex outlined several misinterpreted events, lies, and manipulated narratives that made up Alice's document. From demanding access to his phone to find incriminating evidence, to admitting her own mental issues but focused on his. Alex wanted to show viewers that she wasn't as innocent as she claimed. However, does Alice allegedly being manipulative or malicious absolve Alex of his own abusive behavior? Viewers didn't think.
Well, obviously not, right? That does not absolve everything of it, but it gives a reason as to why it happened, right? There's a reason as to why it happened. It doesn't absolve him, but there's a reason. At least there's a somewhat understandable reason as to why it is the way it is. Question is that all true, or did he lie about it? That's the more important question. Is it actually true?
Think so, and bombarded the video with dislikes and critical comments, such as, "All I'm going to say is that you're in no position to cry about the internet not giving you a chance to respond fast enough when you threw your friend Slazzo under the bus the moment you had the chance, with false claims. You guys are both wrong here, and that you were both part of a severely toxic relationship," as well as, "I don't think anyone will ever know the truth apart from those two and the cat." While Alex had cleared the air on many of the accusations, he hardly touched on his own faults in the situation, and barely mentioned any of the videos that showed him being manic. Things like the long section about the cat came off as unnecessary and misleading, since it wasn't important to the allegations. Either way, viewers had heard his side of the story, but it wouldn't mark the end of the controversy. A few hours after Alex's video went live, Alice made a series of tweets refuting his claims and reinforcing her accusations. Starting with the police report, Alice shared screenshots of her conversation with a police investigator and the report she filed. From her perspective, this was enough to frame Alex as a suspect in an ongoing case, but in reality, none of the images indicated that charges were being
Okay, so no charges. For now. She low-key pretty. She also low-key insane.
arrest. Altogether, it looked like the law enforcement was just following up on a report, and it wasn't as dire as Ellis made it out to be. Following this, Ellis pushed the idea that they were equally as toxic to each other, with statements like, "All you've done is try to paint me out to be a liar, instead of owning up to what you did and taking accountability, and not once do I manipulate him to stay with me. I 100% was toxic back after being in the relationship, with the abuse I endured from this man for months on end. Should I have left sooner? Yes. But I was scared to. It took him being physical a second time to do so." While Alice was focusing on the intent behind Alex's response and how it betrayed her, fans were more concerned with the facts of the matter. More specifically, they wanted to know why she seemingly lied about her ex-partner not having any diagnosed mental illness. In response, Alice stated that Alex was diagnosed after they broke up. This adds up, since the diagnosis came on the 3rd of July 2024, a month after her expose document was released. However, the fact that she was still running with the narrative months after the diagnosis raised some serious concerns and questions.
So so she lied about him being diagnosed, even though she knew he was diagnosed. Okay. So she's still running with that at that point in time.
Was Alice unaware of the diagnosis, or was she just trying to muddy her ex's name even more? Either way, Alex wasn't about to let Alice have the last say, as he released yet another response, reading, "The stories that are in this report have been fabricated. Alice falsely accused me of pulling her to the ground and putting her in a headlock on the second day of living together in the report, despite her writing in her document that it happened on the 4th. There is no evidence to back up these claims in Alice's story. While it isn't possible to access Alice's original Google Doc, what Alex says about the dates is true when you compare the police report to what was said in the doc. Following this, Alex talked about how Alice was still lying about not being an abuser, who claimed she never kicked him in bed, reading, "Alice says there is no text evidence of her kicking me."
So the first thing is now that the timeline does not add up. She said in her doc it was the 4th day. The police report says it was the 2nd day. Huh. Alice also has gone on to post that she never kicked me despite admitting this in the very message she is responding to. Alice says that it is impossible because she's 5'2". Clear in the video that Alice refuses to watch that we were both lying down in bed. Well, then it's easy to kick him, right? Like, her being 5'2" does not change that.
Despite the screenshot she has responded to, clearly showing Alice admitting to kicking me, and that she had a reason for why she had done this, as it was due to me sleeping shirtless. Alex continued by highlighting 2 other times that Alice had lied publicly. One was in a—
Why are you... Okay. Why are you dating a dude you don't like physically, that you don't like physically that you don't find physically attractive? I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. Why are you doing that? And I don't mean just her, I mean in general. Why do people do that? You don't find them physically attractive, why are you with them? Money? What else is there? Status? Whatever it is. Like, why are you here?
a deleted tweet where she claimed none of her statements were fabricated, but that's already been proven false. The other was during the aftermath of their relationship when Alice tried to frame Alex's gifts and pleas to get back together as harassment, when she was the one who asked him to do it. Reading, Alice also wrote in her report that I was harassing her despite me trying to end our relationship multiple times. Alice told the police I was harassing her by sending her letters and a bear, 2 things that she'd asked me to do, which she then used to build her story to the police and document. Regardless of what happened between them.
Why is there OnlyFans? Huh? Do you mean on her Twitter? Did you look that up, bro? Ain't no way. But yeah, probably for the money. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Status. Maybe she does find him attractive. It's just that she doesn't find him attractive once the shirt's off. I don't know.
them, Alex made sure to acknowledge his faults in the situation and promised viewers he'd be a better person. Reading, "This isn't an excuse for my behavior, which I made clear in the video, and in my psychiatric document where I openly discussed being verbally abusive towards her with my psychiatrist. I apologized many times privately to Alice for how unacceptable it was, which can be seen throughout the video as I tried to sort this out privately on many occasions. I am deeply sorry for things turning out this way. It is my responsibility to be better." While Alex was doing his best to repair his image and put everything behind him, the controversy was far from over, as his response to Alice brought with it a whole new wave of allegations and evidence he couldn't deny. On the 31st of March 2025, Alice published a massive 750-page document.
700? Nah, too long, ain't reading that. Sorry that happened. Congratulations. What the fuck? 700? Yeah, I want video responses. If they are 2 hours, at least I'm not reading 700 pages, bro.
And several recordings detailing the full context of her relationship with Alex. For the sake of this video's length, we'll only examine the essential parts of the document and compare them to the narrative Alex presented in his response. The first issue Alex tackled was the claims made about the police investigation, specifically that she lied about Alex being convicted of a crime, and that said conviction would be a requirement for being listed on the Claire's Law website. Reading, "To say that I lied about going to the police about this, claiming that to be on Claire's Law you must be convicted, is false. I reported everything I could to the police with evidence I posted and more. That does not mean he was convicted or contacted. I was given the option to take Alex to court and get a restraining order because of the threats to kill and harm me. I didn't and don't have it in me to go through court. And looking back now, I should have." Everything Alice was saying here fully lines up with how Claire's Law works, which leaves a massive hole in Alex's initial argument. Either he didn't know how the policy worked, or deliberately tried to discredit Alice by misinterpreting it. Unfortunately for Alex, the only one being discredited was him, as Alice shared several screenshots of him admitting to being the primary aggressor in their relationship, with texts reading, "You keep saying this like I abused you. No, I actually have never said you abused me. I said it was toxic, but I understood why it had gotten there and I heavily regretted it." As a reminder, Alex's words in these texts directly contradict the points he made in his response video and show that he willfully misrepresented the facts of their relationship.
Instead, Alex
And here is how the tables have turned, or slowly turning towards him being the villain. Interesting. The up and downs like a roller coaster. I don't know. They both seem horrible still.
Alice has fabricated a story entirely and has accused me of being physically abusive to hide the fact that she had been slapping, punching and kicking me throughout our relationship, something that she had tried to hide from a document and has lied about on Twitter publicly.
As if that wasn't bad enough, Alice also revealed that the only reason she released her first Google Doc was because Alex was pressuring her to stay quiet about their relationship. Reading, "I'd like to mention at this point, I had zero plans on making any statement or going public. It was the messages of him telling me to keep quiet about it that influenced my decision, and the raw fact that I wanted to clear up why I had been tiptoeing around on TikTok at the time." Above that statement, Alice included a collection of screenshots of Alex reaching out to her about posts and comments people were linking back to him. Reading, "Hey Alice, a lot of people have started to read into the posts you've made about us. I understand you're venting and I don't want to invalidate that. The posts are putting me in a really difficult position, especially because people are talking about how I haven't addressed any of it. I don't want to have to talk about it or risk making this bigger or worse for both of us. We both made mistakes that I know we regret. I'm not happy about how any of it ended and I wish every day it was different." From the very beginning, Alex knew how much damage Alice's statements would do to his career and was desperately trying to keep it out of the public eye. Sadly, his attempts to keep everything secret.
Yeah, how are you gonna defend yourself against a 700-page document? You ain't doing that, bro. You ain't doing that. Yeah, I think it's over for bro.
would be the very thing that revealed them. Following this, Alice touched on the claim that she kicked Alex in bed for being, quote, fat, and pointed out how it didn't line up with what he said in their texts. Reading, he then says I kicked him in the bed a few times for being sweaty. Again, a lie that has now changed into another story, claiming kicks in the head and calling him fat. This was the situation where I pushed him off me in bed. Yes, him being sweaty played part in that. And the fact I didn't want him near me after being mean to me in an argument prior. I didn't kick him out of the bed physically. Again, this directly contradicts the story Alex presented to viewers in his response.
Originally, she seemed supportive, but it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by calling me fat in text and in person, and this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt on because she did not like my illness and she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were in bed together and Alice told me when I took my shirt off that if I was going to do that, then she wanted me to sleep downstairs. I told Alice I wasn't going to do that because I wanted to sleep in our bed that night, and she had complained that I spent too much time away from her. This angered Alice and she called me names. I ignored her and turned away so I could go to sleep. Alice turned around in bed and kicked me in my lower back, and I told her to fuck off, and then she kicked me even harder and then started to donkey kick me in my neck and in the back of my head. Alice had done this so hard that I fell out of the bed while she was still kicking me. I proceeded to get incredibly angry, and I shouted at Alice and I insulted her, and this is something that I deeply regret doing. When I messaged Alice about this on Facebook, she said that she didn't just start kicking me hard.
Not only that, but the other instance of abuse over the cat that Alex tried to pin on Alice was wholly discounted by both parties in DMs.
Interesting. So I didn't quite catch it. Did he actually get physically assaulted or not? That's the question I'm asking. Did he actually get physically assaulted in this case or not? Well, she did call him fat, like you showed the DMs, right?
With Alice stating, I never hit you or punched you in the face. With Alex responding, I only asked because it's been so much recently and I've been really trying not to message you. Sorry I didn't accuse you of like actually beating me up, and I didn't explain it like that. With another message stating, I think we chalked it down at the time to a misunderstanding. I'm looking at now. Obviously, it's just been hard with so many people asking, but I swear I only replied once, then cut everything off. What's even more concerning is how nowhere in the messages did Alex mention a history of Alice physically abusing him, and only seems to bring it up when he was making a response video. Lying about being abused and exaggerating parts of their relationship was becoming
I guess the abuse could be wrong, but she did certainly call him names, like we had the DMs, right? I just feel like they're both really horrible.
A very distinct pattern with Alex, as he also lied about not breaking her monitors in his response, but admitted to it in their messages.
Alice has also gone on to accuse me of smashing up her belongings, which is a lie. At no point had I broken anything of Alice's during our relationship, and as you can see from these messages that Alice has left out of her document, she sent me pictures of her monitors a few days after our argument, where Alice had falsely accused me of assaulting her and threatened to report me to the police because I had asked Alice to stay away from me because I no longer wanted to be in a relationship with her.
Despite Alex claiming he wanted nothing to do with Alice after their breakup, he's been seen crying about it and begging her to come back.
I was selfish in the moment and thought every time that you just kind of apologized.
Okay, so bro lied about smashing the monitors. He also lied about begging for her to come back. Now we're gonna see a tiny little weenie crying.
Apologize with me.
Oh well, here.
I'm holding this Polaroid of you, and I want nothing more than for you to just come out of this picture and just be here. I want my Alice back. God, I want you back more than anything in the fucking world. And the way that you feel about me, what I have done, I'm never ever, like I'm never gonna be able to change that.
These contradictions were only the tip of the iceberg, as Alice's document points out numerous other examples of Alex either misrepresenting facts or outright lying about the course of events. However, whenever that fact was pointed out, Alex tried to pin the blame on someone else.
You just fucking misrepresent everything and tell it in a completely different order is fucking sickening. Like, I'm actually so fucking fed up with the way that you on purposely, like, missed fucking tell events. It's like driving me up the fucking wall. I was trying to speak to you. You were being a bitch. I know you don't like that word, but you were being a bitch. You were being fucking rude to me. I don't understand why. And then was like,
This is just... At this point, bro, you cannot save yourself. This is the deserved downfall for good journals. Shortly.
like, can you not fucking say everything all at once? And then you start fucking insulting me, calling me fucking autistic, like, as if that's fucking acceptable, as if that's okay.
He even goes as far as justifying his horrendous behavior because Alice was, quote, rude to him.
And I literally said, calm down, everything's fine, this doesn't need to be a big deal. And you were like, it's not a big deal, but you were like clearly fucking being rude still. Like, your whole attitude was fucking horrific. Like, I mean, I tried to calm you down, and then you started being weird, like fucking not talking to me, walking past me, not looking at me, like, and like, on purposely trying to antagonize me at that point. Because at that point, you decided that you want to fucking annoy me for some reason. Like, I was just telling you to calm down because I didn't want to have to clean everything in a miserable fucking mood. That was what I was telling you to do. I was like, stop doing this because it doesn't have to be like this. But you it always has to be like this with you. It's always fucking miserable. Everything's always it's always fucking miserable with you. I don't understand. I got so much shit on. And you know it. Like, I'm trying to prepare everything for tomorrow. I was trying to, like, figure out why I don't have any fucking money because it's been fucking stolen from me. 70 fucking grand. You couldn't even fucking imagine.
While Alex did a majority of the harm in their relationship, Alice wasn't going to ignore the fact that she still played a part in their toxic cycle. Reading.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that came way too short. Her side of being toxic. At the end of the day, it was just two people being abusive to each other. Now, that does not excuse the physical abuse that he put on her, but still. Two people that should have never been in a relationship, ever.
I retaliated badly in this relationship, and I will forever be apologetic for the words I used that offended others. But it is the right thing to do, after he has lied about the whole relationship, to just put everything out there from both sides. I will not hide from anything I've done, because I truly do want to move on from this, heal, and better myself. It's safe to say that Alex didn't expect any of this to become public knowledge when he initially released his response video. That's why he felt so comfortable twisting the story to make Alice look like the abuser. Now that it's all out in the open, there's very little room for misinterpretation. When Alex made his response video, many thought he'd be at least able to bring new evidence and a fresh perspective on his relationship with Alice. Unfortunately, all he managed to do was wreck his reputation by lying, manipulating, and obscuring events in an effort to accuse Alice of things he was guilty for. Yes, many aspects of their relationship were blown out of proportion or unverifiable, but the parts that were still true cast a long shadow over Alex's career, threatening to bash her head in, degrading her in texts, and physically assaulting her aren't things that can be overlooked, especially when you consider how harshly Alex criticizes other people for lesser offenses. Whether or not Alex will make another response to the 750-page document remains to be seen. What is certain is that the internet will never let him live this down, and will remind him of the lies he told for the rest of his online career.
This is pretty much the end of the video. In conclusion, we got an abusive dude, we got an abusive relationship, a dude contributing the most of the abuse, up to physical abuse. At the same time, we have a woman who, at least, we can't verify, emotional abuse. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just two people that should have never been in a relationship because they're both we're not able to handle this. But yeah, I do think this is a deserved downfall. Can he make a comeback? Potentially, maybe. If he actually, I don't know, maybe after a while, you know, people can return if you give them time in some way, shape, or form, at least. But we'll have to see. We'll see if he can. Probably not. That will constantly remind him of him being a woman beater. No matter what happens. That is ingrained now into people's minds. That is, if he does have the possibility to change the narrative and prove that he's in the right, which seems to be not the case. But yeah, we'll see. Man, that was a long one. That was a long one. That was a very, very long one. Join us. Join us. You sound like some crazy cult. Join us. Well, I'm here now. Chat. I will be ending here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with Shiny Hunting and Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. But yeah, I'll be signing off. You have a great day or night. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.